And we're on. Okay, sorry for the late start. Live stream is starting, and we have Robert Zone and Dewayne Davis.
Yes.
They will start the intros, and we'll go over the instructions. You guys will check out some of the patterns and stuff,
Yes.
and then we'll take you back into the room to watch the OLEDs close up. And at some point, I'll bring you guys back outside to look at some of the scenes that they're testing. But let's go from there. Take it away, Robert and Dewayne.
Thank you. Well, first of all and foremost, thank you all so very, very much for participating and supporting us and being here for this event, especially the judges. And I want to make a very special thanks to Jen, who's from AV Pro, who set up she set up all the distribution to all the TVs here. So thank you again. And Dewayne Davis, what an amazing guy
Thank you.
he is. He is probably the top calibrator in the world.
No, well, one of them.
One of the very top.
No, because I have my calibrator friends here, so
Yes.
we are the top. let's call it that.
And a very big thanks to John Rifamato, who really is one of the top managers here of the event to create the event properly. So thank you for that.
Good old JD.
Yeah. And FOMO is here to film it, and we have Mark, who is also filming.
Mark's right here. Oh,
And,
Mark.
and we have Mark.
Cameraman.
We have Mark, who's our professional photographer here. And a very big thanks to my wife and daughter. This is literally our 25th year, but it's our 22nd year that we are doing it for the public. We started it in 2001, where I just was doing it for myself, because I wanted to see who made the best TV and what were different about them. And after about 2 or 3 years, I said, let's make this public. This should be a public event. So in 2004, we've done this every single year, and we'll continue to do this every year. So this is fun. This is entertainment in your house. Anybody who wants a TV that's listening to this or who's in this room should give me a call, because I'm not allowed to offer discounts publicly. So forget that I said that. Don't tell anybody I said that. But if you give me a call, you'll get a courtesy, very nice special price. So anybody that wants a TV, send me an email or give us a call today or Monday, and we'll give you a little VIP treatment.
And a
So-
special shout out to Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, thank you indeed. And thank you all again. There's a lot more I could say, but I think it's best to just move along and let Dewayne take over from here.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Hello, everyone. We have now moved from Houston, Texas, closer to New York City now, so temperature-wise in here. But I would like to once again thank you guys for coming out. The very first thing I would like to say and give is my appreciation to all of the manufacturers who are involved in the shootout. Without you guys, this would not happen, literally. And special thanks to Sony Pro for twisting arms and calling in 1,000 favors to get us 4 BVM 3110s this year to make things a lot easier for our judges to do their evaluation for this shootout. So with that being said, we're just going to start into it simply. So we don't want to be here all night this time. So we're going to change things up this year. First and foremost, with our judges, we're going to split them into 2 groups. One group is going to be exclusively evaluating OLEDs. The other group will be exclusively evaluating the micro RGB LCDs. The reason for that is simply it is a efficiency aspect of this, and also just to move things move things along, and at the same time, it's kind of like when we tried to do this before with LCDs and OLEDs, people kind of, unfortunately, they do gravitate slowly but surely over to the OLEDs, but we don't want that to happen this year. So as far as our judges, would you guys like to volunteer yourself? I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys want to volunteer to be over here, but I think the effort needs to be on to my left hand side. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Dwayne, you want to introduce the TVs?
Yes, in a second. Let me just count my judges here. 8, 9, 10. Okay. So I need 5 over here and 5 over here. You guys can think about that. But to introduce our TVs, we have the Samsung 65 S95H in the far right. The Sony Bravia 8 Mark II 65-inch. The LG G6 65-inch. Over here we have the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II 75-inch. The Samsung 75-inch R95H. And finally over here in the corner by itself is the LG Got an echo. Over here we have the LG 75-inch. Is this the R95 also? I think that's what they call it. Or is it?
Can't make it
Yes.
simple.
75. I don't.
RG95.
There we go. That one. So that's these are our 6 contenders, and of course we have BVM 1, BVM 2, BVM 3, and BVM 4. Well, excuse me, we have BVM 1, 2, and 3. This one's coming with me.
These are 3100s. The BVMs are 3100s, right?
3110s.
3110s.
3110s. Yep, 3110. So these are the ones that go up to 4,000 nits in light output. Okay, so judges. Anyone want to volunteer for the LCDs before you get drafted? 2, 3. No. We talked about this. Okay, so 3. Okay. Two more people. Do I need to pull out a card, some cash, you know?
Straws.
Right, draw straws.
Just remember something.
So you guys got slick. No, seriously, I really do need a calibrator over here. So which one? John, there you go.
I'm not
JB.
not volunteering.
Right, you're drafted. Bye, John. You're over here. Come on, John. Come on.
Buy you dinner, okay?
John, we're going to dinner later on. I got your tab. Please, come on. Thank you. I didn't want to have to, do blackmailing with all the stories you told us last night, so thank you.
Dude, I have all recording.
All right, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're not a judge. 1, 2. I need 3 more judges over here. Claudio, and yeah.
Career judging?
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
So okay, so let me get this straight.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Oh, yeah.
So we have 10 judges. We have 11 judges.
I'm gonna move.
Oh, you
11?
can.
Yeah, you come to the front.
Okay, so we have 5 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, sir. That is mine.
Another person back here.
Which one?
Jay?
Jay, hold your hand up. Jay, can you come up? So, being that you're the last man standing, which one would you prefer? Would you like to prefer the LCDs, or would you like to do the OLEDs? Because we have 5 here and 5 here. You're the 6th man.
We have 12.
Oh, you do? Where's the other one? Oh, you. So we have 13. 11. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. And 1, 2, 3. Where's my 4? These are over here. Claudio's 5. Okay. Claudio, unfortunately, excuse me, Claudio.
Oh, okay, so these are the LED.
You're going to be an LCD judge.
RGB.
Over here. All right. Yeah. Ballots. Can we get the ballots? Okay. Okay.
So Dewayne, I'm curious. One of the things that I'm most interested in is how they stack up across, but we won't have any cross.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not doing that. We can do that after this.
Oh, we're doing that after.
No, you can do that after.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over the rules with all of the balance it out. So
I was curious.
explain it.
That seems like particularly for that one.
Yeah.
The big question, right?
So we can use.
So all of the judges have a ballot now? All right, so judges, can I have your attention please? All right, so the goal of the shootout is really simple. Which TV comes closest to the BVM? We're not here to judge TV to TV, we're here to judge TV to BVM. I know you're going to be tempted because it's set up here to judge TV to TV and then to BVM. I'm going to leave it on the honor code that you follow the directions and do TV to BVM. Afterwards, you know, once we turn in the ballots and everything, we're more than welcome to do TV or whatever we want to. But for this particular section, we need it to be TV to BVM. So, does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. All right, so the scoring system this year is really simple, 1 through 5, okay? And if you look at the bottom of your scorecard here, we're going to do it per dynamic range. So we're going to have SDR, and then we're going to have an HDR section. So 1 through 5, 5 being the worst, of course, and 5 being the best, and number 1 being the worst. But in technical terms, 5 means that it is a perfect match to the BVM. Okay, that's what 5 means. 4 means it is near perfect to the BVM. 3 means it. Okay, so 3 means that there are some visible differences between TV and the BVM. And we have a comment section that if you would like to fill it out for any comments that you want to put there, feel free to do that. That's where that's for, there for. And that information in your comment section can be passed on directly to the manufacturers to help them in next year's product lineup. So you guys have some power here and some pull, okay? And of course, let's finish this up. So 2 is basically 2 is a poor match to the BVM, and 1 just means that, okay, it's not even close, okay? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 subcategories with basically 4 main categories here, okay? So what we're going to start with is test patterns first. We're going to do a little quick, run through because I know some people are not, as technically savvy in calibration and what goes on and what needs to go on with this. And then after we do the test pattern stuff, we're going to look at content, and you're going to have the opportunity. This is where you're going to start doing your judging. If you want to do some notes off of the test patterns, that's fine. But your judging itself is based on actual content, okay? But keep in mind, these test patterns, what you do see on the test pattern, you should be able to see in content. Okay? All right. So any questions so far?
SDR only in the morning, or right, first part?
Yes.
Okay, HDR in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Questions?
So, so some of the, either the, in terms of like, so some of the test clips you're going to show or the patterns, are you going to have us specifically look at those related to shadow detail and then judge those patterns based on that, and or that content, and then kind of go down the line, or
Well, that's the thing.
do that all at once?
The test patterns we're trying to do all together as
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
and then do content after we've completed all test patterns. So
Yes.
it's not going to be just looking at shadow detail and then
Right.
looking at content. No, we're going to do shadow detail, color, processing
Right.
via patterns.
Yes, right.
Then after all of that is done,
Yeah.
we'll go back and look at content for shadow detail,
that's right. Yeah.
content for color,
Okay.
etc.
That's what I want to make sure.
Yeah.
On the patterns, but the vote needs to be on content.
Yeah, that makes
Yes,
sense. Yeah,
yeah,
but
correct.
taking notes on the
Yes,
patterns
yes.
is good too. Okay.
Yeah. And also, for my judges, if you have any questions during the event, please ask. Yes, don't assume. If you have a concern, ask. We're more than happy to help. Playo?
Are we scoring patterns?
No. No. Scoring content.
Just content.
Just content. But here's the thing, when it comes, there's one section in here which is processing that probably, because the way that the human brain works, it's kind of to break it out into content, it may be more difficult for some people. So in the processing section, it can be a combo of both pattern and actual thing. So maybe in the processing section, you know what we're going to do? We'll do a pattern and then a piece of content, and then you can do, for that particular section only, then you can do your scoring on that. But for everything else, you're doing it off of actual content itself. Does that make more sense? Okay. All
Also,
right.
sorry,
Yes.
If the BBM 3110 does not reproduce the pattern perfectly, we still use that as a reference to compare all other TVs.
Or is it perfect?
Nothing's perfect.
I know. It's just,
Nothing's perfect. Good question. Again, Claudio. If we go explicitly by the rules, then it has to match the BVM. However, that doesn't in this case make sense. So if I'm not
Case by case basis.
all right, case
Ask.
by case. Ask. Right.
Like, for example, if we see like artifacts in the BBM that result from the dual LCD thing, we're not going to expect the other displays to
Correct.
replicate that.
Yeah,
That is
so
just part of how it
case by
works.
case. So if you see something, point it out, and then we can go from there. Anything else, guys? Any other questions? Everyone ready to get some? Oh, yes.
Are the BBMs OLEDs?
No, they are dual cell LCDs.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
I just have one in general, in terms of, so something that I get really sensitive to is dithering artifacts and PWM flicker, like
That's not processing.
and that kind of thing. And so, is that something that you would consider being part of like processing, the clarity and grain preservation? Is that like that's what you would put that into? Because
Yeah.
like dithering noise, that kind
Yes.
of thing.
Or
Yes.
it might come out in low luminance, right?
Right. Yeah. Because I feel like there's
Right, because it could come out of the contrast gray cell section, but
Sure.
it will be, because it's a part of how they're processing the actual signal,
Yeah.
it needs to be in the processing
Yeah.
side.
Cool.
Yeah. It'll, case in point, it'll be almost like with the QD-OLED, some people can see the color fringing.
Yeah.
That's a processing thing.
Sure.
Physical down. There's
Right,
going
but
to be
it's-
some overlap though.
Right. That makes
Right,
right.
You're
Yeah.
right, there will be overlap,
Sure.
but your scoring has to be that. So in that case, when it comes to dithering, don't score that in the grayscale side.
Sure.
Score it in your process when we get to the processing.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay?
I have a
Yeah,
question.
Sure.
Some TVs have better viewing angles than others. Are we judging based on where we're sitting, or
You can, yes. Please get up. We kind of align all of these BVM. We weren't expecting judges to be on the second row. We thought everyone would try to be on this first row. But if you're off axis, like for instance, you're completely off axis to the LG here. You can feel free to come here and stand up and walk. Do whatever you need to do to get your judging done. Yeah, you don't have to sit back there because number one, you're too far away from these DVMs anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so yes, I encourage you to get up and move around. Anything else?
And you want to be at equal height with the
Correct.
BVM as well.
Right, because
Oh,
the
okay,
BVM
so
does,
we
right,
tried
the
to
BVM
enable
does have its
everything.
own.
Oh, vertical off axis too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other questions, concerns?
I love the Wu-Tang shirt.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm representing Staten Island today,
Nice.
buddy.
That's not a question.
Wu-Tang forever. Anything else? All right, let's get started. Close the door now. All right, so when it comes to picture quality, there are really 4 attributes that are the most important, right? The very first one is black level, okay? The deeper your black level, the purer your colors are gonna be. Second layer, the second most important thing is gonna be color, okay? Third, at this day and age, is going to be probably processing. And finally, I would say the least important thing is going to be resolution. Resolution is the least important simply because, as I pointed out with these screen sizes, this is the 4K resolution screen. However, at your seating distance, you're only at a 1080p resolvable resolution, pretty much. So you literally have to be somewhere around here. At this size, you're within the zone, but the further back you go, of course, the less important the resolution is going to become. So that's why it's not as important. So with that being said, the first thing we're going to check when we get all of the lights turned out. We know all lights turned out now? And that's her husband, so I can.
Sorry, Dwayne,
Yes.
you'll let us know when we actually score.
Yes, yes. I will let you guys know when to score. Right now, we're just doing like a little workshop on just test patterns. Look at stuff. Okay. One more light. That one. We need this light off too, yeah, if possible. Where's this remote for? Oh, weird, right? No, right here. What do you need the remote
Is that
for?
it?
No.
Remote controls over here, wait.
Oh, I left it over here. That's on me. All right. Let's see.
Wait,
Yes.
if you ever have to remove that Starbucks cup for me, so we can be in the picture. On your computer? Just- Thanks.
Okay.
We start with SDR or HDR?
We're starting with this is HDR, so let's just do HDR first.
Burn our eyes first.
Yeah, exactly.
Switch page.
While we have a good AC right now, it's probably best to take care of the HDR, the hot spot first. So let's get that out of the way first. Okay. All right. Let me see. What pattern do I want to use on this? Dynamic range. All right. Yeah, your light is killing us.
Sorry.
All right, we're gonna have to close that curtain back there because the other one's got, yeah, probably the other one, yeah, there we go. Pull it hard. All right, perfect. All right, so flues pattern. So this is, we're just gonna look at how these things come out of black in HDR. Usually with this pattern, you should only start to see flashing of this pattern somewhere around 68, not 65, 66, 67, okay? So as we look here, what's going on with this? Hold on one second. I'm wondering if this
Looks
is
like there's some light bleed on it, maybe from the.
no, well, no, this is something. Yeah, exactly. This is a, is that port in limited? You have a, okay. Let me find the vote for it. Sorry, guys. My light is bright. Reduce the light output where the menu is no brighter than 5 nits.
Please don't reuse SDR menu graphics in HDR.
Exactly.
You listening?
Please. Oh, let me try to block you guys from this. I'll you know,
It's
take
like
one
daylight.
protein.
I thought you opened the curtain. I'm not-
Yes.
Jesus.
It's on auto. So,
I think it's big Samsung.
Wait till it gets to
Anyway, or it's probably wage.
What is it?
So that's the V9 too. Yes, that's the Samsung.
unfortunately, and this has to be a 6. It's not black.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you see the new stuff?
It's gold. It's definitely gold.
across this way. I think that's what I'm saying.
It's just too bright.
Yeah, just.
There's not light here from the window there.
Well, that's what last week.
It kind of looks like there's light shining. on
There's
this.
light coming from probably like that a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
However, no, I can actually see the dither noise. in the
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, okay, yeah.
So it's not that.
Yeah, not just that.
So
I think so. I think they're gonna keep it.
let me just try this real quick, just for this particular thing, being that we're not judging it anyway. I'm just gonna go into white balance 2.9.
It's a hypnotic. Soon everybody's looking like that.
Help it either. All right.
I think you can go static.
Let me acclimate my eyes back to this pitch black real quick. But
What about input signal plus?
input signal plus doesn't. All right, hold on.
What survives?
Yeah.
Yes. This doesn't. Yeah, it's on. Nope. So, what I want to show you guys first, though, I'm not going to diagnose that right now, but if you look at the BVMs, of course, are going to do it right. So, as I was saying, you should not see any flashing whatsoever, and you guys feel free to get up and look at the BVMs, but you should not see any flashing to somewhere starting around 68, 69, because below that, it should pretty much blend in with the background, because the luminance level for those particular digital bits are so close to basically black that there should be no flashing. And what you're going to see with the TVs, honestly, none of them really come out of black correctly, and that's more so dealing with our wonderful restrictions that we have to deal with on the consumer side, which is the most detrimental thing ever to picture quality, is Energy Star. So dealing with that and just managing voltage levels of those subpixels, it's extremely challenging and it's cost prohibitive to resolve. If you got $40,000, to pay a manufacturer for a 65-inch TV, sure they can make it perfect, but no one wants to pay those prices. So there you go. So yes.
I assume you haven't run into that issue yet on that.
No, not on that size.
So Energy Star buys even if you turn on all
Yes. Energy Star mandates certain things. So they have to make their internal stuff around those things.
which doesn't take those over as long.
Well, the quality of these components, it's all about how much it costs. They can build it, be perfect, but how much it's going to cost. You can't get that level of precision for $1,000. $1,000 TV, it's not going to happen. Or $3,000 TV, it's not going to happen. So,
Do you plan on throwing up any like full field black patterns just to?
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious to that, because
Yeah, because I can.
this doesn't match what I was going to say, like,
Right. Yeah, you can see that it's right. That's what I'm used to trying to get it down to where I can't see it.
The reason why I'm showing this pattern first is because this is going to deal with ATL at the same time. Doing full field black and then just 1% above black, et cetera, or 0.5 above black. That's not traditionally how regular content works. There's always going to be APL differences across the screen with real content where this makes more sense. So this has more precedence than a full field pattern. But yes, we will look at that in a second. So a lot of dithering on this for some reason. A lot of dithering.
Yeah, because that's what, and because I'm curious at home, because at home I try to make sure that I get full black here without dithering, and to the point where I can just sometimes, get
there should not be any dither at black.
Correct. That means that they're coming out like that's the first step out of black.
No, but even black itself should not dither at is
Right.
there. That's not. Yeah, fully agree on like the one step above. That's all that's going to be dithering. Right. Already sounds like free.
Okay, I'm looking for a remote. I don't want to turn on a light.
Sorry.
You guys, go ahead, please take a look at the TVs. The LCD camp, unfortunately, you're restricted over there. These are the blue guys, you're the red guys. Please stay in your section.
You need a red rope. OLED bouncer.
Close your eyes for a second, guys. We're checking the setting, make sure.
It's not a levels thing. It's a levels thing. It would be really obvious. Dewayne, can you is it a 20-point thing that's causing black to lift a little bit?
That's all getting the remote.
It might calibrate this.
Well, that's the thing. It's not a 20. Well, the 20 point was for the 5% to get it to line up right in. But here's what I did though. 444. So this is the latest firmware.
Yes.
A lot of people do complain about this also.
If I could move it back here.
Yeah, this is 5.
I mean, I wonder, can you, out of curiosity, just temporarily take that down to 0 and see if this does it. Just curious if it's. It does.
You see it, and
It does, yeah.
So it's raising it. Well,
Yeah.
loss of detail on LG is spectacular.
Yeah, not
But again,
Blooming, yeah,
correct. But
you
again,
can see it here.
It was like a
The
snow.
backlights are working.
Yes.
LG is doing so much. Wipes we're not the sharpness of
I don't want to.
no.
No, no, not even. Yes.
Oh, because they don't go to Shootout. Okay, that's
But it's dual cell.
right. So I thought they had better blind.
They do, but they're not secret. It's 31 point.
Changed to do
I feel like I can see the historic. Zoomer Beats Pro. But these have a. You're saying they have a.
all of them have anti-reflective strips. This is something first year with them. LG. Spraying maybe yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
It's clear the technology is called micro mini LED.
Micro LED is LED considered OLED.
If I don't watch the BVF, this
Yes.
what an OLED
Everyone good with looking at this pattern? Do you need any assistance over there with the LCDs? I'm about to change the pattern. You guys are okay over here?
Yeah.
I'm very curious on what's going on with LG. I think all of us are.
Okay, so now we are talking.
What's up, guys?
Everyone's outside. Here, Dwayne, let me know in the comments below. So the judges are going over how to read these patterns. And in the meantime, Brian and I will introduce ourselves. FOMO, they made me put on a shirt. I took off my hat. I took off my gloves. I was walking around with no glasses. And they're like, FOMO, at least put on a shirt. Man.
Airport security here.
And look at this guy. He's like rolling up his sleeves. I mean, you can't tell, but they made me wear pants.
Again, it's very warm back here again this year. It's warmer out there.
No, but we got
fans.
We got the fans. We got the alley, opening the alley. And you guys don't know, in New York, the alley is where they put the garbage.
We're one step from there. To let you know.
And if you guys don't know, in the alley is where people go and relieve themselves. And then in the hot day, guess where the wind blows?
Yeah.
In here. And so you got just be happy. We're here on your behalf.
We are.
We are here for you guys.
Now, the picture quality of what you're seeing out there is not great right now. These are test patterns. They're
Right.
They're very dim. So give us a minute. Once they're done showing the patterns, we'll bring the camera back in. So we're not smushed like this, and you'll see the TVs that are in front of us.
Yeah.
Because the actual OLEDs are here, which is the S95H 5th Gen QD-OLED, Bravia 9 Mark II 4th Gen returning champion, LG G6 Hyper Radiant Tandem OLED.
Exactly. And you know, this is my favorite comment so far.
Yeah.
Poor production. What a waste of time.
Try doing it yourself, Ken.
No, no, no. It's not. It's not even a poor production.
Didn't start yet.
What is worse than poor? Impoverished production, Mumbai production.
Dude, not
You know
each-
what? I'm gonna own it. It's
What's
what
up,
it is.
DJ
Dude,
Randy?
this is YouTube, man.
Yeah, man, dude.
This is not. This is not
Take it
ABC
easy,
Sports,
bro.
SPN. Come on, man.
You know what? You know what? We'll do?
Jeez.
We'll actually refund your ticket. Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
no, no.
It's free content.
It's none of you fund your
Where can I
ticket.
refund? So give me your address so I can refund your ticket.
I know, dude. It's. I love that you guys show up, and
We
I
appreciate
guarantee you that nobody
How many
in
we
the
have?
world has a production. So
No.
it's kind of like, you know, when you get a Lego set, you're happy just to have 5 Legos,
Yeah. That's
and you walk in, oh, 5 Legos, you suck.
Yeah.
How about no
What's up,
Legos?
Resident Dog? So, I mean, let's just say real quick, you know, we're here at Value Electronics in Scarsdale, New York. FOMO and I have co-hosted this for a number of years now.
Yep.
And we obviously work together all the time. And
All
more
the
than
time.
anything, we appreciate you guys being here with us. It's the weekend, and we really appreciate you guys being here. Please hit like, hype the stream. And again, FOMO brings all his gear. A lot goes into setting up this particular stream.
Yeah. And, oh,
What's up, Carbon?
got a super chat from Super Googly
Googly
Glee.
again with the best name in the business.
Best
We tried this the
name
other
in the
day with the
business.
stream. How are you, my friend?
Both my G6 and S95H arrived today. Oh, side by side.
Oh, wow, good for you.
I am doing my own gaming shootout. Proper comparison will be done after calibration in a week's time. Hey, Super Google, let us know
Enjoy,
your
yeah.
decision.
Yeah,
Let me
let us-
predict one thing. If you're gaming on a PC, have fun setting that up. It is hard.
Yeah.
I do not envy
Yeah.
you. I predict you'll like the S95H more without having to mod the service settings. What's your prediction? Which one
So Super
will you
Google,
like?
I mean, if you're not familiar with Samsung settings, I would go into the original preset for gaming. And then if you feel it's not bright enough, put it in the active tone mapping. But the other presets are much brighter than the G6, but they're not usable. Like
You know what?
they really
Maybe
fall
he's
apart.
giving new instructions. To switch out to Frank in the other
Super
room.
Googly, I'll get back to you with that. But try original and active tone mapping if you want it to be a little brighter. But the other presets are a little too bright.
Good to go.
They won't.
Right,
Right. So please take note of these patterns because, again, when we come to content, you should be able to see these same anomalies with real content.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Can we get a, this right here?
Yeah, a little bit darker in the middle. And then
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
uniform.
that opposite of the
Yeah,
usual
that's
problem with dark vignetting.
yeah, exactly. That's uniform.
That's good for me to see.
I don't understand why the blacks are worth that. I've never seen that person with that term.
Yeah, that's different.
So you're saying that's
It's something that I didn't want to share publicly because I want them to fix it.
okay.
Yeah, the lifted one.
Oh, yeah.
They're working on it.
I know.
I can't believe that.
All right.
It's like, not quite developed.
Yeah, I know that's
How did that get out?
that would bother me a lot at home. So that's why I'm here. To see.
So, like for instance, on this LG here, talking to my OLED crew here, this is a processing problem. If I did full field black, it's off. What happens sometimes with the LGs, and I know this happens with the G5s, is when you power it on, if you're in a dark room, you'll see this where this will flash and glow just like this, and then once it does whatever it needs to do with the signal, it'll level itself out and be completely black. But this tricks that actual process they're doing to stay in the on mode. Sure. So this has to be, they're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah.
Is that the same with this Sony right here?
Well, no, the Sony right there is just simply, that's just zones.
Yeah. That zone is bleeding all the way across the.
Yeah. That's just zone control. The Samsung over there is doing it completely different.
Yeah, that's what.
It's
a
just
lot.
right.
Okay.
But again, yeah, torture test. Torture test. So again, you should be able to see these anomalies in real content, but I'm not going to try to point them out to you. That's why I want you guys to really examine these patterns, to educate yourself on it, so that you are more, you can do more precise actual evaluation. The back on this, yeah. Okay. Yeah, only on the BBMs and not OLED, so they can't use it. Yeah, no, right. Okay, well, that's 2 million demi-zones.
Yeah.
So this is why we need, until these get to 2 million demi-zones, this is gonna happen.
It's not 8 million. It's not full 4K backlight.
No, it's all the dual, it's dual cell.
Sorry.
Right, yeah, that's
So it's 1080p on board. Is that not on the video? There's lack. These zones are definitely off. Right? These are definitely off. Yeah, these are those are wild. This is like the main thing is specifically.
Would you just do there that drop that?
so.
Yeah,
Who was asking about this right here?
BBS?
Yeah. Someone was asking about the thing.
Wait, this one.
This one. It's already on. You're going back over here because you're LCD. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay. So, your question was this. Yeah, it's not 4 million.
It's 1080p as the
Right.
backlight cell.
For the light control. Crispy Eclipse. That's the exact same thing. Yeah, so it's one. All right. Okay. Next thing.
Right, that's why it's important for me to see now. That's why I'm doing this right now.
So I'm going to do one more thing here on the full field black. And then come out in individual steps.
Hey, can you guys hear us? All right.
So the challenge in filming the judging part is that, or at least the part with the patterns are extremely dim. They don't show up on camera, and the judges are actually in front of the camera a lot of the time, FOMO. So I know you guys are disappointed you can't see anything. This is a long stream. The TV should be on screen that we have back here, and FOMO's going to label them. But right now, it's the top left is the S95H 5th Gen QD-OLED. On the right is the LG G6 Hyper Radiant Tandem OLED, and the bottom right is the returning champion Bravia 8 Mark II 4th Gen QD-OLED. These are our three main competitors. Outside for the mini LEDs, we have the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II 75-inch RGB, true RGB mini LED. We have the micro RGB Samsung R95H, and then we have the 75 inches, and then we have the LG, I think it's MR98 micro RGB. I believe that's the number. So that's out there. So we have 6 TVs in total.
Yes, and let me start labeling. I'm going to move the other camera in here because I know we're slumming it with the MacBook camera for now. But as soon as they're done over there, I'll move it over. But I figured you guys can't see much anyway because we're going through all these patterns. Maybe when there's a bright pattern, I'll switch it back out. But in the meantime, I think you guys would prefer us kind of just discussing what the differences are. Why judging is so hard. And this is something that in talking with the other calibrators and reviewers, Class CC as well as here, it's something that people don't realize when you're judging TVs, why it is so hard. But let me add labels real quick for this.
Well, and the criteria is not as simple as you would think. It's not just matching the reference ROM That's the base of it, is matching the reference monitor. There are 3 of them or 4 of them out there today. So that's pretty incredible. But when you get into the patterns, what shows up, what doesn't. So, Dewayne Davis went through. See you, brother. Dewayne, love you too. I'll see you. Dewayne Davis went through and instructed them what to look for. But it's been simplified this year from a 5 being the best, 1 being the poorest. That way we don't end up with the half scores and a lot of the issues we've had in the past.
Well, actually, this is a good thing kind of to bring out.
It'd be better out there for the mini LEDs, but yeah.
So I'm going to pause right here. What you guys are going to notice, first of all, these TVs in here are not calibrated. Nothing was done. Out of the box, most current firmware on all of them. But you'll see that there's color differences. They actually look more similar than not, but there are differences that we see as well. So the S95H does feel a little magenta. The G6, there's always that feel that maybe there's a touch of green. My camera makes it even more green than it really is. And in this case, the Samsung also has a touch of magenta. It's the QD-OLED technology, right? Anytime you see QD-OLED on a camera, any reviewer, they have to adjust for that magenta. When you have just the TV alone, it doesn't matter. It looks fine. It's when you have another technology on the bottom here, like the G6, you go, wait, is it too magenta on top and not enough on the bottom? And
what's interesting is the 2 QD-OLEDs will typically look more similar, meaning if they were magenta, here the G6 and the S95H look more similar, though they are different panel types. Which is fascinating.
And also,
they're in their accurate presets, Filmmaker and Professional.
I was going to say, look at Filmmaker. They render the clouds differently.
Yep.
This is actually very different. This is exactly what I see.
Yeah.
You have balanced clouds on the Samsung. The Sony, the clouds are a bit dimmer. And on the LG, the clouds are a little bit brighter. So this takes me to why judging is so hard.
Yeah.
Without a reference monitor, first, you can't tell which one's correct. But here's the crazy part. Even with a reference monitor, let's say they all look like this. Nothing like the reference monitor. Then the judges have to decide, well, they all look different. Which one do I like?
And that's where it gets dicey.
Which error do I dislike the least?
Yeah.
And that's where there's always a bias towards what you like. And this is why when the judges are doing it, they're not judging based on the brand. Oh, I like a Sony. I'm just going to vote Sony regardless, right? No. It's like, you know what? I like how the Sony, the clouds aren't too bright. The LG, the cloud's too bright. And then some people are like, oh, you know what? That's true HDR impact.
Yeah, what's harsh.
Even though the reference monitor doesn't look anything like any of these TVs.
And that's why at times, FOMO and I talk about how the reference monitor has to be the way you like watching TV.
Yeah.
So if you like the way the reference monitor looks, but for those of you that like the standard preset or you like the vivid preset, nothing's wrong, even motion interpolation, this Shootout isn't helpful in that regard.
Right.
Because those features aren't here. Which is why many LEDs kind of struggle in these shootouts. It's not because they're not as good as OLEDs in every respect. They just don't do well when everything is disabled.
And I wanted to show right after the clouds, there was this. Okay, so, because I'm seeing, even though both the Sony and the Samsung are QD-OLED, you guys notice the Sony's slightly more magenta? It's because...
It's a lot more. Yeah, it's in person, too.
In person, right? It's not because YouTube. The Sony, out of the box, is desaturated in green. When you desaturate green, it always looks slightly magenta. And this is why the Bravia 8 Mark II, if you don't like that magenta, you have to get it calibrated. That's just how Sony Bravia 8 Mark II ended up being.
So even if I warm it up, it won't change it?
No. You have to go in and calibrate it properly. So you have to bring that green saturation back.
So actually, the only way it gets closer is in neutral, but in warm, Expert 1, Expert 2, it's the way it is.
Yeah, and so it feels like, and this is why out of the box, I've always felt the S95F and the S95H is closer to D65 in white point. The G6, it's not as green as it appears.
No.
It does have a slight green push in person, just not as bad as you see on the screen. No. So this is why out of the box, no changes to settings beyond Filmmaker, Professional, Expert 1 on the Sony. They're great TVs, but you really do have to get it calibrated if you want exactly what reference is and not, wait, is it my eyes or is there a little bit of green on the G6 or is there a bit too much magenta on the Bravia 8 Mark II? So
Let's
that's
move
just
this
something.
so we can see the comments.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
So again, we have 400 plus of you guys in here. Please hit like, please hype the video. We're just actually kind of getting started. We'll bring the other camera in here momentarily so we can engage with you directly. We got Jennifer Gala. What's up, Jen? How are you, my dear?
Wait, this is Jen's content.
This is Jen's content.
We gotta give her the shout out.
Special shout out to the one and only Jennifer Gala. She is my hero, our hero, and she is responsible for almost 100% of the content you're going to see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this isn't Jen's newest stuff. This is some of our favorites, so you'll see some of Jen's newest stuff that really push the TVs between 1 and 10,000 nits. This is the shot that I use primarily for local dimming, so this is definitely good for that. These chairs are great and terrible.
All at the same time. Put this right here. You like the squeaky chair?
Yeah, which is like, it's like tries to give me like that lazy boy vibe.
There you go. Okay, so we are in accurate professional mode out of the box. Now, most of you will not be in accurate professional mode, by the way. If you're in a bright room, you have the TVs in a bright room, you might prefer cinema, home or cinema on the LG, and movie mode active on the Samsung and on the Sony, either Vivid or Cinema, depending on what brightness you want. So, Brian, when do you choose your modes? Like, what is your favorite mode? Why? Do you like active professional mode?
So in the last few years, the cinema presets, especially this year, with LG, Sony, and Samsung are actually nearly as bright as the dynamic and vivid presets. Those presets in the last couple of years have just been more saturated and colder, but not necessarily brighter.
Right.
So for me, I tend to stay in those presets. If I'm watching old content, such as Columbo, then I'll move into the Filmmaker preset. But in professional on the Sony, it'll always be dark. Reference for SDR. So if you feel that's too dark, just move into another preset. But we want, for me, it's about preserving older films with a bigger, larger grain structure. Standard I use sparingly, but these TVs have gotten so bright. The cinema preset is pretty much where we recommend keeping them.
Especially, yeah, in your normal viewing mode. Now, this is a great comment.
How you, Lord?
I know you are familiar with what's happening with Jennifer. What's up with that? And let me check the camera outside.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're seeing Jennifer Gala now in places like Sony, is that they're joining her Patreon at the corporate level. And due to a lot of us using her content, I will take credit for showcasing Jen and actually shouting her out. Those of you that use her content, please shout her out or at least put her in the description at the very least, so the brands and manufacturers can actually see how good her content makes their TVs look. I know a lot of you don't want to keep seeing the content, but the point is, with copyright, we couldn't last 5 minutes. I mean, honestly, the shootouts, we'd love to be able to show you everything they're doing in there, but copyright, 3 strikes, the channels are gone. And chancing it isn't worth it. So I'm very fortunate to have Jennifer as a friend who I've known many, many years and have worked closely with her for 9 years now. And I'm very grateful that I can showcase, and we can showcase her here. I want the manufacturers to want to get custom work from her, because those old demos are getting very tired, and those demos are maxed at 500 nits. So Jennifer's doing work with a lot of the manufacturers now. So I'm very happy to see her with Sony and some of the other manufacturers. There's some projector brands that have her content in Germany and other countries right now. So it's an amazing opportunity for Jen and for all of us, actually. She's incredible. So we're going to move that other camera in here in a moment. And Sony really isn't the only brand. They all have the option to sign up and can get her services. But if I was a manufacturer watching this, I would want to have very specific content made for me. I'd want to have it say, LG or Samsung, so that's what I think is the best. Of course, John, my pleasure. LGs will push green, but the camera is magnifying that a bit. That's just the camera, because the Sony doesn't have that magenta either. The challenge is the sensor, no matter how good it is, can't capture all three at the same time. The judges, their background, I believe, will be on the website that Robert will put up and show who they are, if they allow us to, publicly. Let's see what else we got. Guys, be patient with your super chats. I'll have FOMO put those on screen for you. And in a moment, we're going to have... We got a couple super chats. You want to jump in? When you want to bring the camera back in?
They're still doing dark scene. I was going to do it.
We don't see any.
Huh?
We don't have it on camera, do we?
All right. Well, let's ask if they want to see the bright scene patterns.
Some super chats building up.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. Hey guys, so just real quick, all the dark patterns are impossible to see, so I'm sure you guys won't be interested. That's why we're kind of looking at this. Now, let me know. You guys want to see the bright patterns when they come up, or you guys are good to go? Because at the end of the day, you're not really the judges, and I can't accurately capture it because obviously cameras will mess things up. Yeah,
they're all different brightnesses anyway, and I think the way
they should be the same brightness, right?
No, I mean as far as how the camera can't the sensor can't grab them all. No. It can't grab 3 TVs, let alone 6. So
yeah, I just limit it to 3 right now.
Oh, okay.
Just the OLEDs, and then with the Bravia 9 peeking in. But at the end of the day, I thought it might be interesting for our viewers to understand what it takes, not just to review a TV, but judge to the nth degree. But it's also very boring. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, and Dewayne made this very clear, which I'm glad he did this year, is that some of the TVs are going to struggle with some of these patterns. That doesn't even show up in content.
Right.
So the TV may struggle on a pattern. If you strike that TV down, then you put a movie on it, it looks better than the one next to it. It's not built for that specific pattern.
No, it isn't.
I think that's where, if you're doing reviews based strictly on patterns, especially now we've learned peak brightness on patterns alone, the TVs will do the bright pattern and then not show up in content.
Exactly.
So we really don't want to be reliant on patterns, I don't think, anymore at all. Because if they can game it, or if the patterns aren't indicative of content, there's no point at all.
For the judges, we show them the patterns so they understand what the TVs are capable of and what they're looking for in real content for perspective, but that's it. The grading on the pattern is both, well, it's not fair to the consumer.
So pause this right here.
Yeah.
So this is one of Jen's newest videos. We'll talk about the super chat in a second. I'll shout out to Jennifer Gala.
Okay, quick shout out, because it is Jennifer Gala.
It is Jennifer Gala, one of the new videos.
Shout out to Jennifer Gala. Her content is the only thing out there that can really showcase these new TVs outside of gaming. I agree, super googly Lee. We don't want to look at the same scenes from Mad Max all day after all.
Well, and we're going to keep this scene paused for a moment. The reason you guys complain about content, first of all, these aren't AI generated, they're CGI. So Jen does these by hand, and what you're looking for in the TV's capabilities, you guys want to see real content. That real content maxes at 100 nits. A lot of the colors are muddy. Mad Max is the one movie that shows one flame. For the most part, they don't look great. But if you take a scene like this, and you look at the different lines of saturation, her content brings that out. If a TV lags here, so my point is, you guys think they all look good because of this video. It's the opposite. When you put on a TV that can't do it, they simply won't show colors at all.
Right.
They'll be too dark. So you really need something that pushes them. If we put Columbo on, they'll all look fine. And you don't want them to all look fine. You want to see the differences. So this is really a stress test for what we do. This is why Jen makes the LED stress tests and the OLED stress tests, because each one of these lines has saturation. What is fascinating, now that she's doing BT 2020 work, the QD-OLEDs don't look magenta on camera anymore with this content. In typical terms, if we did this camera 2 years ago with different content, they look different. They actually look very
They
similar.
look very similar.
So we can actually film them. That shows you the real color capabilities of her work.
You know what I want to do is, because I think this comment is actually great. So in Filmmaker
Hi,
mode,
Mats.
they're
Thank
very
you for your
similar.
chat.
Actually, they're indistinguishable right now in Filmmaker mode, right? So we're going to put on our favorite room modes. So on the Sony, that'll be the cinema.
We'll do it in real time so you can see.
Yeah. So cinema on the Sony, and on the LG, it'll be cinema home.
So I want to show. Here's actually, you know what? That's the
That's the LG. Yeah.
LG.
This is what I would recommend and what I use personally. And so this is what they look like. And I'll show you real quick the setting I have for Cinema Home. So all that's default, auto dynamic contrast. I take it off. It plays funky with the color sometimes, but if you want to see what it does, go to high. Oh, it doesn't do anything this
It
time.
doesn't do much. I think they limit it.
Because in the past, it's kind of sucks.
So I'm going to show you. Let's show them the Sonys. This is what I'll show you that's more interesting. We talk about signature. So if you look at the Samsung FOMO, I know we've talked about this. When you go into all settings on the Samsung,
right,
move down to your picture and expert settings. Samsung's tone mapping out of the box in cinema is in active.
Yes.
The Sony's is in brightness, or I'm sorry, detail preferred.
I set it to brightness preferred.
Oh, brightness preferred.
Just to keep up with the Joneses.
So in theory, if I'm comparing these out of the box, it's not a huge difference, but this is why we don't always max them for camera, because some of you might actually prefer that. But out of the box, the TV's not necessarily brighter, it's how the presets and signature are. Do you see what I'm saying?
And actually, and to your point, I cannot get the Sony to match the brightness of the G6.
Can't.
The Cinema Home on the G6 is, to me,
it's the brightest preset.
The brightest, accurate skin tone preset you can get. The Sony, you have to go to Vivid to match the brightness, but the skin tones are off.
So you guys watch this. When you go from brightness preferred to detail preferred or gradation preferred, it's not a huge difference. It's very subtle, but watch the differences between static and active. Night and day. So literally night and day.
Yeah, so I have, this is gradation preferred, brightness preferred, slightly brighter.
But look
but
at the
not
difference in
even
the
worth it.
Samsung.
Yeah.
Now I want to show you. Now I want to show you this for those of you that buy a Samsung that struggle with this. This is something that I've discovered. We're going to put it back in active. Can you put that on standard for me?
Standard mode, Sony?
Yep.
All right.
So the standard mode for the Samsung
Sony's on standard
actually
now.
doesn't look terrible here, but the reality is its tone mapping is active, but it's blown out terribly. It actually looks more comparable in the static preset.
Yeah, let me find a scene that you can see the blowout, maybe. Well, maybe
I only say this to you guys because the dynamic preset with static or active looks great, but when you use it on regular content, it's not really usable. So if you love, let's see. So we're in static. Yeah, so we're in static now. They're very comparable.
Except the Sony in standard is very cool.
It's very
change
cool.
The color.
But if you look at the
neutral
if you look at the G6, which has dynamic tone mapping enabled, actually no, that's not in us. Let me move it. Just move the G6 to a standard.
All right. All right. So Expert 1 now it matches somewhat the white point, still a little cooler than the other two.
All right.
But we're not in accurate mode anyway, so it's just.
Well, G6 is cool too.
Oh yeah, standard, definitely cool.
But now, watch what happens to the Samsung. It blows out the detail completely. Well, it looks blown out on the G6 too. It's something. It's a little bit of a bug where standard is bright enough and it's static, because they're almost the same.
Look how bright LG is in standard. That's crazy.
But look how. But this is it. It looks okay here, but typically it doesn't look great. But we'll leave them in their presets.
Definitely, I'll go to Cinema Home, mostly because it's as bright as standard.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't look good on camera.
Well, the standard, the color is so cool.
And what's interesting is standard and dynamic are pretty close.
Oops, wrong one.
Will you stay with movie?
No, Cinema.
Movie for for
Yeah.
this one.
I mean, for brightness, I gotta go with Cinema. I think that's LG's best. Bright room mode.
It's the brightest one, yeah.
Yeah, Cinema Home. There we go. And then for Sony, it would be Cinema is the most accurate as well, but also bright. There we
So
go.
these little nuances, guys, are important, especially for creators who will say, wow, this is broken, or that is broken, or this looks different. A lot of times that's a signature. Oh, we're missing something out there.
See, Vivid is the only way for the Sony to catch up in brightness. Look how dim Cinema is. And it's okay. Sony chose to make Cinema, this is the brightness.
They want to retain the detail.
But the Vivid gets it brighter, but a little bit pinker to a certain degree, because that's what I see.
Yeah. Well, and the TVs are very comparable, except in SDR, the professional mode on Sony is like level 3.
Yeah. We have another super chat from M. Parkin 1989. Thank you. Do you know if the S95H 83-inch is using the same tandem OLED? No, 2.0 is G6. That's what we've heard. Samsung will never confirm, but the performance bears that out. Brian,
Yes.
your thoughts?
Yes. I would typically not agree with that until I saw it with my own eyes, but several of our community members have actually bought them and are very pleased with them. I saw the S95F last year, and it was excellent.
Here's a great question. I think I'll have you answer this question. Let me check out there real quick to see if there's a bright pattern I can share with you guys.
Ask them what they were wooing and wowing about so we can share it. Thank you for your super chat. Pull head from S. Buy a 100-inch UR9, have calibrated, or spend up for a 98-inch Bravia 7 Mark II. I have the Trio I mean, if you're going to do that, I would, unless you really need the 100-inch size, I would stay with the Bravia 7 Mark II at 98. They're in the same family. They're going to work very well together. Love the Bravia 7 Mark II. The UR9 is very good, but you're going to have better refinement. Unless you want bonkers colors, I would go for the Bravia 7 Mark II and keep that same sound system in the family. I wouldn't wander out. You're going to see the UR9 compared to the X11L very soon, but I would go with the Bravia 7 Mark II at 98 versus the UR9 is great. It's just super bright, and it does the tone mapping just isn't as detailed, so you might not. And having a larger version of that, I don't think is going to be great.
And the skin tone's just not as good.
And he also has the Trio and the Sony sound systems.
Right.
Oh, if you buy them, yes, I would keep it in the family. I mean, they'll work with other TVs, but there's a lot of functionality to have.
You get the wireless on the Sony, so you can have an upgrade path. Start with a subwoofer, the Sub9.
Yep.
Let's say, you know what, I don't want to spend all at one time. Start with the Sub9. If it's good enough, you stop there. But you know what? I want Sub9 and surround.
Yeah,
Still,
build on it.
No dongle.
No.
Add the surround rear 9. And like, you know what? I want some more oomph in front of me. You get the Trio.
Yep.
It's that pacing. Oh, let me switch over to the audio out there. I think Dwayne's going to start giving instructions on this new pattern. And since you guys can see it, you might appreciate what he has to say. So let me put him up real quick.
They were all really confused by some of this seriously it's not gonna that because the digital RGB is going to is indirectly. So yes, our picture screen is RG. It's awful. Really bad because they want to be for your convenience. Yes, it's in Search Direct. Like just out of total curiosity. So why is nothing happening? What? Like, okay, hold on. The controls aren't doing anything. What?
Let's put it back to the source. We gotta move forward.
Huh?
We gotta move forward.
All right. I think they're still trying to set up the patterns, so let's switch you guys back into the back room. All right, we're back. So as soon as the outside is ready to run the patterns, actually, you know what? Let me put the camera, go to camera 2, and as soon as it's ready, I'll switch the audio on. So there we are. So I mean, the purpose really is not for you guys necessarily to review the TVs out there. It's just to understand the grading system, right? Oh, maybe it's time. Let's switch back to Dewayne.
This one is the one that matters because it's linear right now. It's down. So when you're looking at this particular zone plate, see if you see any anomalies compared to the BVM. That's going to be processed. That's good. Because there's extra processing going on that's non-defeated. Right. And I know right here on the Sony, I have a suspicion that one of them is detecting this pattern and cheating. I think so. Or what? Yeah, this one. I mean, it's a little bit sharp.
Sony does stuff out of the fine line, even if you disable it.
It should be fine lines, but you see little like circles. This is processing, extra processing going on.
Aliasing.
Yes.
Aliasing. Yeah. This is what
Even these two are really look the BVM on the left.
Yeah.
This one looks like it's clean.
Flipping a little more.
It's different.
I know. This one right here, this is
I was not there.
just no problem. Oh, I don't want this one. I don't believe that. I think it's doing some bullshit.
What are they doing on their own?
I don't.
You turn RC off.
Reality creation turned off.
This is really good. This is clean.
Okay, so if you heard Dewayne, what they're doing is looking at processing, right? Understanding how processing affects the pattern, comparing it to a non-processed signal, which is the reference monitor.
That's what happens.
Are you asking, do I want to see the LCDs?
I mean, there's all kinds of shit happening here that you never seen before
There's
in
some
your life.
hard work. I believe
It's hard work. Yeah, there's entirely new ideas about rendering pictures over here.
Now for this particular part, judges.
So what you're seeing like here,
Judges, for this particular part, this is actually something that I can grade on because with real content, this is very difficult to pick up on. But and because of that, you might be persuaded to say, okay, there's no issues, but this shows all of the issues. So you can judge this with
Put on vertigo.
You're asking to judge this?
Yes, you can. You can for this pattern. For this pattern. For process. Clarity. Right? Yeah, so you take clarity. So this one, okay, you're in the red zone here now. Get back over to the blue.
you want to see the crazy? Welcome to the crazy.
This is not the crazy. The crazy was dynamic range low. That was the crazy.
That's the most challenging thing for local LCDs.
Which one are we judging?
This is clarity. So this is going to be on the processing. If you guys want to score this, it's fine because this is yes.
Where's clarity?
But I think it's the first. Because there's no
Oh, we're on HDR. And they wait,
Yeah, they're doing
Clarity part of the process is your free score. Or you can wait until you see content and make your score.
I'm very confused.
Or be lenient on this one.
I mean, it would be under.
This one, I think, it doesn't.
Yeah, SDR has a clarity.
Because that's what the phone is based on. That's what all processes.
Let me ask you. Hey, Dewayne.
It's the first category.
So clarity is on the SDR sheet. We're doing HDR. Right?
This is HDR. We're on the HDR side of the house right now.
There's no clarity in the processing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stick it in there. Just stick it in there. Just stick it in posterization right there. Yeah, quantization. Yeah, stick it in there. Sorry about that. They stuff between SDR and HDR and something on your table. No, I want to swap.
Performs essentially. Nobody decides. Now it's just a different
The first reference one?
Who would have put those two
I mean, it's definitely warming. Oh yeah.
We're going to move on to some different demonstrations.
So, for my OLED, disregard this process. Content now.
It's a very good
Unless, no, we need to do most of it. That's going to be content anyway.
This is going to be we just have to get This is not going to be judged, and we just want to demonstrate using content about posterization and color banding. And move along. So
Right, because there's no test pattern to currently judge posterization just yet. So we're going to use just one scene to show you something in posterization. Do not judge this scene. We're going to have you another scene to judge posterization on, if you can see it.
So what are we looking at then?
This is just, we're going to explain to you how posterization looks and what to look for when it's time for you to evaluate.
Let's find that.
What were we doing last night?
that'll be the one we
That's the one you judge by.
This is the demo. So
I can't
can't really see it when it's paused. So you can't see it as well when it's paused. It needs to be moving and changing, but if you see changes, it like rings between green and pink, especially in low luminance scenes with fire generally.
Excuse me, Classy, speak up so the audience streaming can hear. We have this.
Where's the mic at?
Camera right there.
Yeah, so we're demoing posterization or color banding in low luminance scenes. So this will not be judged right now, this particular scene, because we're going to show it. But there will be other scenes later where you can look for that. And that's one of the main processing issues that a lot of displays have that we really want to bring to light so they can get improved.
Yeah. And FOMO, this might be one of those things where you're going to have to pause because of copyright.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hit play. And we're just going to do this quick, but you should pretty easily on some of these displays.
Just look at the fire, look above the fire, basically. That's all you got to do.
Just look for rings. That's color banding, posterization. You will not see it on the reference monitors, so you can see the difference.
Well, it's all the rings. It's the I think there is a lot of
It's funny, the Vaseline effect of LG is really good.
I remember you showed the like it's pretty concentrated. You okay? So when you see yeah, there's a lot of here. That's fair. Well, these are strangely yeah. We're trying not to rock. It's so small. It's not fair. The size this is a evil test.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. A lot of sadness. So
Very few rounds.
okay.
Because you want dark.
Sensing like a male, certain size, male, movie nerds, sort of
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an action movie.
I mean, let's go. Yeah, it's hard all right.
And so, and he was really afraid because the male came to the giant from a distance to his name, it was twins.
No, there's not. Clear.
Everybody's name was name the boy.
This is a Blu-ray? It's a disc. I see.
It's a
very short. The torpedoes are banding.
as in the land style. Oh,
We're just showing sponsorships. We're not meant to play this.
I think just doing this right here is enough. Right. There it goes.
So they all get in on.
There we go. All right.
It's crazy.
Now if you want to get up and look for a minute, it's going to AV. So you can look over
Are
here.
you looping? You're looping?
What if I just really shitty?
There's
Point out
there are
we're looking at.
Color band.
Okay, so
color banding around the flames.
I can tell you. So as we pan, look around, look at the flames, or as the light's coming and going to different luminance levels. If you see bands, that's posterization. Like right here. Here's the point. This is posterization.
And if you look at the monitor, it's smooth.
Is this 1,000 Nit content or?
This is a.
doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference. And this ATL, right, this is probably, well, outside of the light. All of this stuff is below 100 nits.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the light itself is.
Right. So this is processing. This right here, that's posterization. Over here, it's barely visible, but it's slightly like right there. That's posterization.
Put on your screen.
Absolutely.
Oh, good.
You shouldn't see it.
The fire in this is
Again, that's like
No, this is HDR. That's almost. So when it comes to HDR, right, most of the meat and potatoes of HDR is literally 150 nits and below. Everything else, specular highlights, like if you have a dynamic range scene or something, we'll show that will go above.
Like an alpha.
Correct. Yeah. We're going to go over all of that. So this is just to give you an idea of what to look for when we get to that point in real for the content for you guys to judge on how to see posterization.
This is 4K Blu-ray?
Yes.
If you want to look this way, you'll see more of it on some of the displays over here.
They all have posterization.
See, the benefit of the LCDs is they can't show the posterization.
You're going to see this on pretty much all of the displays to a certain extent.
Okay, hope you guys understand a little bit about posterization. Basically, they're choosing a scene from Nosferatu. And let me jump in real quick. Any questions about posterization, what they're looking for, let me know. Let me take some of these labels off real quick. Yeah, I'm running back and forth trying to host and narrate for you guys, so here I am. All right, so any questions about what you guys just saw, let me know. And let's get some of the content back in. There we go. Brian, did you enjoy the posterization lesson? Did you see any posterization? Brian, your thoughts.
So,
what did you see?
The issue is Dwayne's got the best. Him and Classy describe what it is. But the judges need to get up and get in front of each TV, because each TV off angle is going to look a certain way. You need to get right in front of them dead center. So I think, we need to have people step back. And because if you're saying banding and you're pointing over here and everybody's looking over here, they need to get up, which they are. But I think it needs to be a little bit more organized as far as what they know the criteria is going in versus on the fly. These are, very close tests. So, it's hard not to point out something on a TV and then say, don't judge it, right? Because you're pointing out on that TV, this is posterization. So then the next clip, you're going to hit that TV. Do you see what I'm saying? That's kind of the point I'm making.
All right. Here we have question.
No, it's just what I echoed that just now.
Yeah. Good job, Jasm. That's what they're doing. So we're
And
trying to
I completely
share
understand.
with them.
Completely understand. What he's saying. What a lot of them are saying.
And more importantly, we're trying to give you a taste of what it feels like to be a judge. You don't just walk in, I like this TV, winner, we're done. It is an
and
8-hour process.
Even though you have colorists and people that are in the industry, it's even if they know what they're looking at, it's our criteria that they have a hard time knowing. It's not what it is, it's the criteria. Speaking out specifically.
Very good.
Oops, let's see, there we go.
I had to take a bunch of pictures of the spot. Yeah. So next Wednesday I'll be delivering it.
Good. Very great.
Ah, the best judges are Brian and FOMO. So we actually have been invited to judge, but I think we acknowledge our bias. I have a certain bias for certain things, specular highlights and so forth.
Yeah.
And Brian likes just punchy scenes. Brian has said many times he's not a big fan of reference because the creator oftentimes you don't like how the creator does it, right, Brian? I mean, what are your thoughts on being
and
a judge
as far
for
as me
reference?
being a judge, there's a conflict of interest simply because my work talks about each TV individually. So if you've watched this content, oh, he has a G5. He's going to favor that. I don't have that bias. I love them all equally. I cover them equally. It just isn't a good look, and to me, it would not be something I would want to do.
And then would be called out. No wonder
Yeah.
FOMO gave a thumbs up to the winner.
He was
right?
at LG or he was with Sony. So I cover them all equally. I know them all. I have friends at all the manufacturers, which isn't good either. You need to have people that are in this industry.
Absolutely.
What's up, Robert? How are you, man?
Hey, Robert. Hi, guys. Hope you're having a good time. We are. Thanks, as always, for all your hard work.
Our pleasure.
Good morning. And thank you for the super chat. Good morning to you, Robert. If you guys don't know, Robert has many of these TVs in his home.
I mean, I think you guys ought to get to that this is, Robert Zone, who is over here on our right. This is 22 years publicly. And I think 25, 26 years that Robert was kind of
doing it in secret in his basement.
Yeah, the mad scientist. But, I mean, so, yes, the last number of years Sony has won. I believe we have Bravia 8 Mark II, A95L twice, A95K, A90J. Before that, Robert, I believe it was LG for 5 years.
That's right.
And then I want to say Samsung has been second many years. And Samsung won with the Plasma.
They did win.
Yeah. And then Sharp actually won with the Elite.
Yes.
So this is how far back we're talking about. So, I think once we all got into OLEDs, things got very even, right, Robert? And probably for years, the Plasmas, Panasonic was wiping the floor because they were the only ones that had Plasmas.
Yep.
The Cure Elite won one time. So you're talking about some amazing TVs.
Thank you for the super chat. In excess.
Excess.
I had the Bravia 9 Mark II 85-inch for 3 weeks. I just swapped it for the LG G6 83-inch. I absolutely love it. It's right here, baby.
Yep.
No going back for me. Blown away. And yes, glossy screens for the win. So the G6 has the anti-glare glossy.
Yeah.
Are we still in the bright mode right here?
I think we're in cinemas. But
I think because this is why people like the G6, honestly. This cinema home mode in a bright room is the most impactful. My favorite mode among all the TVs.
So LG took Cinema Home and Cinema and they merged them. Actually, no, the Sony's still in. So the Sony was still in Vivid.
Yeah, trying to keep up with brightness. You put the Sony in
Cinema. It's in Cinema now.
Yeah, now it's
but the thing is, in excess, it's not just the anti-glare, it's the micro contrast of OLEDs are nearly impossible to beat.
Mm-hmm.
The future for RGBs is going to be size, HDR impact, and coming out of black and shadow detail.
Yep.
But if you're somebody who's experienced OLEDs and you try moving over to an RGB mini LED, there's going to be a contrast ratio difference you're going to notice.
Tony, as soon as they change the pattern, something interesting, let me know.
Okay.
And I'll bring it back to. I'll cut back to Dewayne.
The Sony or
As soon as you
LG
start
have the
giving
known
directions.
reliability over the other. Does one use higher quality internal parts? I'm only considering one of these two brands and have a bad track record with Samsung. Really quick with Samsung, what I'll tell you is that it will always appear like there are more issues. The challenge is they sell at least
So
over
many.
years so many more. So my experience or your experience may seem like it's a lot, but the reality is they sell triple, at least they used to.
Right.
But between those two, Sony and LG, I think they're pretty much even as far as their reliability. I haven't had any issues with them. So FOMO, anything about those for you in regards to
Yes.
reliability?
So reliability, this is what I like about two of the brands at least. Right modes, cinema, movie. Okay. So first, I love that Sony Pro model kind of helps you solve the problem. Sony Pro, whether it's the Bravia 9 Pro, 9 Mark II Pro, or the Bravia 7 Mark II Pro, there's a 3-year replacement warranty now. So if there's anything wrong, they'll just replace it. Now
It's
you pay
quite
a little bit
quite a bit more money, but
it's a few $100 more, right? A few percentage more, which is about the same price as warranty, extended warranty, and includes labor, everything. So that's how Sony solves it. You pay a little bit more, they take care of you. LG G series, ever since the G2, you pay a little bit more for the G series, and they give a 5-year panel replacement warranty or panel repair warranty. Does not include labor, but it's still great, right? Because you have some kind of support. And then Samsung TCL Hisense is the classic 1-year manufacturer's warranty. I always suggest no matter what TV you get the extended warranty when you're paying that much. When you're paying under $1,000 and it's no big deal to replace it every 3 years, this is the reality we live in, right? If you pay under $1,000, I mean, that's a lot of money, $500 for anything. But to think that you have to replace it a few years in because you're not paying for more quality, it's just what it is. Now, to be fair though, at that price range, consistently, TCL is the most reliable budget brand. So I have to give TCL the kudos. Under $700 and reliability is important to you, get a TCL. You got, statistically speaking, and Consumer Reports has confirmed this as well with their history of complaints, TCL budget, the most reliable. Above $1,500, they're all very similar. Similar reliability or unreliability, depending on where you are in that range. Get an extended warranty when you're paying that much just to play it safe. So this is why I tell people, if you're stretching to get the TV, wait until Black Friday, prices drop, that savings goes to an extended warranty. Or for the Sony, it's the Bravia 9 Pro, 9 Mark II Pro. Right?
You lose the TV, so that's Jen's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, wait, let me pause right here because this is great to see that I noticed the LG clipping. See that? Okay, stop right here. So this mode that we're in,
Cinema.
It's in Cinema Home. Why is the LG clipping? Because we have it in dynamic tone mapping on. So a lot of you will turn on dynamic tone mapping to get the extra brightness, but there's a cost to that. The brightness doesn't come free. You're getting this pure brightness on the G6, and it's brighter than both.
But you're losing the details.
But you're losing the gradient color, right? And it's not just because it's slightly brighter and it's clipping because of the brightness due to overexposure. Let's just take off the dynamic tone mapping, and then you'll see. I'm assuming it'll come back. It might not.
We also lose all the brightness. So I wouldn't say the trade-off is great.
So brightness, let's start with detail. Does it come back? Nope. Detail doesn't make a difference, right? So let's take expression enhancer off. Nope, that didn't help either. Now for the big boy, dynamic tone mapping. And most of it comes back.
It actually has more detail than the others.
But no, but the color. Actually, there's still less color detail. Yeah. Let's go to Filmmaker mode. Now, let's say Cinema Home is doing too much, and we want to see if Filmmaker mode brings even more color back. So as you can see, brightness always has a cost.
It does.
Now it's all back.
Yep.
Ironically, still brighter than Filmmaker mode.
Filmmaker mode.
Let me check to see if I have dynamic tone mapping.
And the challenge I'll tell you with PC gaming, because I was just talking about this with my G series, is it's very hard on any of these TVs to scale the brightness back.
Yeah.
So when it's over brightened, then you have to crush things. So really hoping for these brighter TVs doesn't always. We really should stop looking for that.
So wait,
because you're paying for it somewhere else.
Can we pause right here and just say 10,000 nits, right? You guys see it. Only the LG can tone map everything there in 10,000, preserve the color, and be brighter than the other two. And it's in Filmmaker.
It's in Filmmaker.
Let me turn down the exposure because there's all the colors there.
But the funny thing is, FOMO, if you focus on what we're talking about here, is at first it looks like we're criticizing the G series. And at the end of it, and again, I failed to mention, this is 10,000 nits. Now the Sony's in cinema.
Look at that. I mean,
they put it professional.
Yeah.
But you lose the brightness.
Yep.
And let's put the Samsung in Filmmaker, because its Filmmaker is more accurate, but it's not necessarily very bright.
Yep.
And you lose all the brightness.
Yep. And the G6, this is 10,000 nits, my friend. Well, it isn't 10,000, but it is hitting the impact you want from 10,000 nits, right?
Yeah,
if you're watching 10,000 nit content, and thank you very much, Jennifer Gala, for creating this. Look at the red, Brett. Look at the red in that saddle in that dish.
Yeah.
That
look
pops harder.
Look how desaturated for all you desaturated guys killing. Oh my God, it's so desaturated.
It's because
throw
it's
it
not
in
as
the
bright.
bin. Throw it away.
The brightness.
The desaturated G6.
I'm telling you guys, it's so bright. The colors are there,
and it's more saturated than the other freaking two.
Because of the brightness, the camera cannot saturate it because the camera is clipping. Not the other TVs, right? No matter how dim I make the camera exposure,
it'll just dim. It'll just
the
dim
other ones will just look even more saturated.
They'll look worse
because that's how colors.
That's why we have
on
to let
cameras,
them.
Right. So yeah, I mean, It's just what it is. I think this is why I recommend the G6 for the impact enthusiast. But we'll see accuracy. Accuracy is out there. They'll let you know how good the G6 is. We're just letting you know, if you're looking for impact to the source, and in this case, the source wants 10,000 nits, why do you get 10,000 nits if you want to color? That's 800 nits. You want bright and 10,000 nits. That's what the G6 is for. I'm sure we'll get 1,000 nits eventually on one of this content. Then they'll look the same. So
They're doing shadow detail in HDR now.
let me
Is
see
it a
how,
movie? Is it a movie?
Yeah. Let me see how bright that is. But yeah, let me try to capture that for you guys right now. 1 second. Let's switch over. Cut to Dewayne. Oh, 1917. I'll be right back. Keep talking
You
about friend.
adjust the.
Yep, I'm adjusting exposure right now. 1917. Brian's favorite movie.
I like 1917. Let me get the comments. How you guys doing? It's very hot back here. Oh, we're way down. Even on the stream, the LG is more 3D-ish. It definitely has excellent pop. Tell these fools G6 all day. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, so here we are, shadow detail. Over here. Move us out of the way up here for you guys. All right.
Sub9, I wouldn't say the Bravia 3 is very good. I wouldn't say it's worth it over the Bravia 5. Just due to the local dimming, lack of local dimming, I would still go for the Bravia 5, but the Bravia 3 is an excellent value proposition due to the motion and viewing angles. But I'd still go for the Bravia 5, which is excellent. B Factor, my pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, and the Kabuki Theater, that is Jen Gala. So go over to Jennifer's channel, and you can find that demo right on there. That's her newest video.
Yo, Brian is still breathing.
What's up, Terry?
That green on the G6.
Pause now because there's something going on with the distribution.
Of course. Okay, so they're pausing because the splitter is dying.
The splitter is having a hard time.
So you want to comment on the G6 being green because it feels more green on the sensor. It's but not that.
It's not like that. I mean, I know you guys, unless you're super sensitive to it, but I mean, if that's what you.
And as humans, we're very sensitive.
I hear that echoed. I hear people telling me it's got green tint when there's red on screen. Like, oh my god, look at the green.
Yeah.
Just watch the cord, guys.
But there is a touch, just not that much because my sensor is very hypersensitive to green.
Getty?
Yeah, and we got a super chat, or let me see, we got it caught up. Let's see, watching major store. Oh, we got a couple of super chats. And let's get you caught up. Here, we'll start with Mr. Upscale Man. Friends don't let friends mat. Brian, what? So Upscale Man, thank you for the super chat. He's commenting on the matte screen of the Bravia 9 Mark II and of the S95H.
Yep.
What do you think?
Or any. I mean, if you go back, if you follow FOMO and I, when we were at CES 2 years ago,
yes,
we did a video where the freaking thumbnail is me going matte. I hated it. I mean, and I told Samsung when they first showed it. And then FOMO, he really liked it. And then he took like a spotlight. You're good. Go ahead. Just watch out for the cord on the floor.
Yeah.
So FOMO then takes a spotlight, goes home, lands it directly on the screen. Do you want cross? Go ahead. And then I liked it. So then the whole world hated it. I liked it. And we've gone back and forth. The new iteration of the anti-glare isn't necessarily matte. It's still black. It feels more like silk and looks like silk.
Right.
So if you haven't seen it, I understand you're thinking about IPS monitors back in the day. It is not like that at all. It's actually pretty incredible, especially in your living room. Everyone says get blackout curtains. If you have a nice home, Your partner or wife is not letting you get freaking blackout curtains in a nice
no,
home.
you will
So that's the
not.
stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Trust me when I say the wife does not like
She's not going to put
curtains.
blackout curtains, but they don't. It doesn't hurt the contrast ratio as much as you would think.
Yeah.
And in a dark room, I don't notice difference at all. So I mean, I think I totally understand what you're saying. It's just it's another level now. But I'm open to it. And I hate to break it to you, all these manufacturers are going that way.
Oh, well, let's talk about the X11L. I tested it in my living room conditions, right? And honestly, I prefer the Bravia 9 Mark II mostly because the reflection in my room was a distraction, and
So,
it took away from the power of. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be matte, but the X11L should have at least used LG's glossy
Type of
anti-glare.
one. So-
if I'm paying $4,500, by the way, it is the 75-inch is $4,000. The Bravia 9 Mark II is $3,500.
Yeah.
$500 more than the Bravia 9 Mark II. Where's my anti-glare?
So I'll say this to you as well. Shout out to Bruce Walker, who's in there somewhere. What's up, Bruce? We're just talking about the X11L.
Yeah, he's in charge of the matte, or the anti-glare. Bruce, it needs to be back on. I am sorry.
But for many consumers, it's a bigger challenge. For us enthusiasts, we typically watch in a dark room. But to tell somebody to put blackout curtains on a Sunday watching a football game isn't really going to work. So I think you're going to see more manufacturers go that route. The TVs get larger to 198 inches. It does grab every reflection in the room. When I shoot videos here, it's almost impossible. There's a ceiling light. There's all kinds of stuff. So I prefer it.
Here's a great super chat from Hal 9000 ABC. Thank you. Thanks for all the excellent reviews that you guys do. You're welcome. I'm leaning towards the G6 for gaming, as I don't like Samsung from experience, and I've heard the Bravia Mark II has a lot of blurring gaming. And I'm assuming you're talking about the Bravia 9 Mark II. Yeah, if you're a gamer, don't get LCD TVs. Stick with OLED. But Brian, what are your thoughts?
You're fine.
What are your thoughts on OLED TVs, gaming, and specifically the G6 over the Samsung?
So I don't like this simply because if you're judging a mini LED or any LED on its own merits for pixel response, you're going to be fine. If you're judging it against an OLED, you're going to have a problem. So to say they have heavy motion blur, the Z9D, the 940E, they were unplayable. These other mini LEDs, the blur is minimal. But because you're comparing it to an OLED, and we got to stop doing that. They're not OLEDs. They don't have that instant pixel response, which helps them in movies in regards to judder. So they each have trade-offs. You can game on them, but if you've gamed on OLED in the past, you won't be happy with a mini LED. If you haven't, get a mini LED. They're fine. But this heavy motion blur crap I'm hearing everywhere is because people are coming from OLEDs and they're testing them like OLEDs. Even with blur busters, put a game on and go buy the game. If you pan and you can't make out the image, that's heavy motion blur. But judging it against an OLED, the answer is buy an OLED. I would recommend a G6 for gaming because of pixel response, and it's got 165 hertz. For console gaming, they're both fine. But for gaming specifically, the G6 is a better TV for that.
Filmmaker?
They're not bad is what I'm trying to say. They're just not OLEDs. And for them to get hit for not being OLEDs, that's not what they are. That's like hitting FOMO for not being tall.
I get hit all the time. I am sorry. Not being
or me
tall,
not being small.
Not wearing
like, hey,
pants,
how come this Italian Irish guy is not 5'6"?
running
I'm
too
not.
slow. Speaking
So you see that hit training, baby, you can do that. But this constant judging off OLEDs as the baseline has to stop. They're not OLEDs. They're their own entity, and that's what I think is
But you
most
know what?
important.
I gotta stop here because here's a scene where the TVs look identical. So you guys remember that satellite dish scene? Okay, look, right? They look identical.
They do.
Now I will say the G6 is slightly brighter, slightly, but ultimately, if you put the three TVs in three different rooms, and then walked in one room and then the next and the next, you could not tell the difference. I would get any of these TVs based on the scene, but that's why it's very scene specific. So if you watch reviews that are scene specific, it doesn't matter who the reviewer is, whether it's me, whether it's Brian, ratings, right? They have that same pattern they've been using forever. If you can't reproduce that pattern, you have no idea what is going to happen on your TV. Because at different luminances, the color changes and the character, the tone mapping changes. And when I say different luminance, I'm saying if the content is super bright, it's a different TV than a content that's dim, and that's why we're doing a lot of testing here. Dewayne is doing a phenomenal job pulling different brightness levels, and even then it's not complete.
No, and even then, if you hear him talk about the patterns, he's trying to explain what they're doing, but not to judge on the patterns.
Right.
Because you can easily have the TV do the patterns, but not do the content.
Here's a great question from Broker Brad, real estate broker, stock broker, Bitcoin broker, let us know. If you could buy the A95L 77-inch or the A80L 83 at the same price, this is a good one. Which would you buy? Okay, I'll start first, and I'm going to go out and check, and then I'll let Brian finish this discussion. I would actually get the A95L Pro. That's only available at Sony Pro site for Hollywood. You have to get on a waiting list to get it.
You're not going to get it.
It's a few $1,000s more. There is no warranty.
It's $100,000.
I said a few thousand more.
Dude, you want it at the same price.
No. 83, I'm going to elevate the price at 83 now, right?
Yeah, but they're the same price right now is his point.
Oh, I pay more for the 77 Pro. No guardrails, no brightness limiter, unleashed, have fun, because that's the guy I am. But if it's as it is, what you're saying, 77, I get the A80L 83, because I know my family. They don't care about brightness. They just want to watch Netflix, Korean drama, Japanese, J-pop, whatever. They watch mostly Prime Video. Old shows. We're talking Three's Company, Oz and Harriet, right? Bionic Woman. I think my wife is binge watching the original Charlie's Angels. Why do I need an A95L for that?
The Magnetar player was it was sending at the wrong HDMI level, so full range, limited range.
It was sending.
So if you put the Magnetar into full, now we're getting limited on all displays. So that was the issue with the raised black on the Samsung and the LG.
Okay,
so everything's fixed.
All right, we're starting over. Take one.
Was judged for the dark scenes.
Okay.
So it's not going to affect anything.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And so that's
Sony.
Everything you've seen, don't judge, because we put up the Nosferatu. We put up 1917. Up to that point, the Magnetar was sending out basically miscommunication between the Magnetar, the splitter, and then it gets to the TVs. The raised blacks were actually artificially raised. They're going to redo it. It was not judged. So this was a test run, essentially. And so technical difficulties being what they are, this is what happens. And this is why running a shootout, you never know what's going to happen. So, all right. What content? Now the black levels are correct. You guys do 1917 again?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to run 1917 again for you guys right now. When does that start?
This chair's
5 minutes?
Everyone was on a break while we...
Oh, it's good.
Yeah,
So as soon as it...
My theory all along was somewhere in the chain there was a...
And so Classy, being the QC guy that he is, stop the presses. Let's do it again. My favorite TV is screw it up. Tony, let me know when they start that 1917 again.
So,
and then
Brad,
we'll
I'll answer because I had the A80L at 83 inches. It all depends on what you're coming from. If you're coming from a QD-OLED or a tandem OLED, it's going to be hard to go back to a WOLED that doesn't have that hit. If you've never experienced a QD-OLED and you want the 83 in size, the 83 in size is much different. And I would go for that because the picture is beautiful. It's basically an A90J, and I could recommend it. But if you don't have to go that big, the A95L is superior in every way. If you've, again, it's all about where you're coming from.
Colombo? If you're watching Colombo, where'd you go?
I mean, the A80L is beautiful and it's bright enough, but if you're coming from a brighter OLED, you're going to miss the brightness.
Or a mini LED. So you're coming from a QN90B, QN90C.
You'll still appreciate it. It's just not going to be bright.
Yeah.
But the 83 in size is epic. This
It
chair
is.
is killing me, bro. What is wrong with this chair?
Yeah, it's not orthopedic.
No, it's like kicking my legs out, dude. How do you adjust this chair?
So while Brian is struggling with the chair of death, thank you so much, Sean. Sean, you're back. Hey, how are things?
I think the
in,
controls are on your
India?
side. Are they on your side? They're not
Are
over
they on my
here.
side?
It's on the right side.
We don't have a right side.
No, I don't have it.
They all powered these seats.
No, that one is.
Okay, so Brian's on the chair of death. So last year Brian was the temperature was
We
killing
gotta get
him.
another camera in here. I can't be bent over like that. I'm freaking.
Gotcha. All right. So while Brian goes out and gets a chiropractic appointment, hi FOMO and Brian, hope you both are doing great. Thanks to you and also the shootout, as the timing is suiting people in India and Asia. Hopefully, right? I know it's 1 p.m. here. What time is it in Asia? I am watching you people on still King of TVs on my Bravia 9 if everything is taken into consideration. Yeah, what will be the King of TVs? I don't dare predict, honestly. I've been wrong and shocked before. Personally, I have been predicting the S95H, and I'm still going to hold on to that based on the rules. The rules are which one matches the reference monitor after calibration. I feel the S95H does that best. That said, if it was you getting a TV for sports or HDR impact, I'd choose the G6. So, and for myself, what do I choose? Bright room, challenging lighting, S95H, 83-inch. Doesn't matter if it's not QD-OLED. I think that matte screen works. Yes, it's annoying to have the bezel. I just plant it on a wall. I'm good to go. It doesn't bother me as much. And then I have the painting going on, right? The whole frame painting on the S95H. But the G6 83-inch is my second choice because at 83 inches, what are your options? The gloss is good. The anti-glare gloss is good. And that one, if I'm also turning off the lights to watch as well, and I don't need the anti-glare, the G6 is slightly better impact, and I like its cinema home mode better than Samsung's movie mode with active. So if it wasn't for the lighting, that minor difference, I'd go with the G6. So definitely got all use cases out there. Hey, Justin Goyer, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Watching stock at major store, high stock on Sony Bravia 8s. Yeah, well, it's an older OLED, right? It's been around 2 years now. Since older model discounts should be coming. 65-inch, about $1,000. Goodbye or get something new. So, the something new is always bringing new features that might be important to you. If you're just watching TV shows, 65-inch, WOLED, Bravia 8 is fine. $1,000, amazing price. Skin tones, rock solid. I don't have a problem recommending that at all for $1,000. Alternatively, if you wait until Black Friday, you have the LG B6. Is it better? Not necessarily. It's just priced to a budget, so it can be affordable. Brian, what are your thoughts on the Bravia 8?
Dude, I can't sit there.
You want to sit?
See if the controls are on your right.
I have nothing. And you see how it's separated, Brian? Mine isn't even connected to your chair, and I got nothing here. Yeah, nothing.
Mine is over here.
Yeah, but yours is.
No, that's just yours. Brian can't control it. Yeah, just yours. Brian cannot control his. He doesn't have this.
Right.
Yeah, see,
It's disconnected, so it's just kicking out. I gotta move it and push it closed.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Bravia 8, the regular Bravia 8,
Mm-hmm.
WOLED.
Yep.
65-inch is only $1,000 now.
Yeah.
Should he get something new, or just for OLED? How would you play it?
I mean, the
for
Bravia,
$1,000?
again, Bravia 8, you're talking about the cognitive processor. It's all about the processing. It's great. It's more comparable to a C series.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be as bright as a modern C series, but doesn't cost the same. Again, not the best gaming in terms of PC gaming.
But the skin tones
excellent.
would be excellent.
The Bravia 8 was very good. It was very underrated because it wasn't the brightest TV in comparison to the QD-OLEDs.
Yeah, absolutely. NXS is back with another super chat. Thank you, my friend. Hey, Brian, what do you think of the LG 95B? So we're talking the RGB 95B that's out there right now. I can't find any reviews anywhere on that TV. It's a ghost TV. So I'm going to go out there and review it right now.
So I spoke to LG about that because the plan was to at least capture some footage here and then at even LG headquarters, and due to a chip shortage, they've had a hard time getting them out. So there's a 75 at LG headquarters that I can go film there, and Robert has this one here. So we'll see how it does in the shootout, but again, the shootout isn't always indicative on how good a mini LED is, because in my opinion, a lot of the features are disabled in calibration. So I'll follow up and I'll film it either here or I'll film it at LG Electronics. That way you guys can see it. and we'll get an idea of how good it is. But judging it in this competition is only going to be one level of it, so we'll see. So but again, for LG, OLEDs are still their primary focus. I'll let him come out and grab the other super chat, that way I don't knock everything off. Yo, it is so hot in this room, just like last year, and the camera is freaking so low. I'm sweating my Belle Biv DeVoe's off. Let's see. When he comes back in, we'll do the other super chats, because I don't know which ones he's done.
Okay, so the people have spoken, and the consensus is the LG MRGB 95B, quote, my mom told me if I can't say anything nice, say nothing. No one would talk to me.
Oh, okay.
So,
there's that.
But there's the distribution issue. So they're saying maybe the distribution, but the criticism is the processor. Now on patterns. So to your point, Brian,
it's got the Alpha 11 Gen processor. It shouldn't have an issue.
Yeah, and so, but remember, it needs to be tuned, right?
Dude, this is pissing me off now.
What if all of the effort has been to tuning the processor for the G6?
Could be.
Right. So
here it is.
Oh, you found it? Oh, there you go. Oh, you did it. That was Brian's hit workout. So the MRGB, when the real content comes out, we'll see. Yeah. Because up to this point, the patterns, it's performed the worst.
But here's my issue, and a lot of you guys have echoed this. Explaining to them what they're looking at, I don't think is great. So as far as the Magnetar having the wrong thing, they should very loudly say, it's almost like a jury thing. Hey, strike that from the record.
That's what they did.
They need to be a little bit more forceful with that.
No, they're all taking a break right now.
Okay.
Magnetar's working. Judge, and it wasn't judged, by the way. There was no scorecard.
It's just a human element that's not going to remember.
Well, but what are you going to do? What can you do? Right? This is what happens when you have a shootout. Things happen. Heat wave, distribution thing messes up. And by the way, the team that's doing the distribution, Pro Edge AV is here. Yeah. They have 4 different splitters.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally have
yeah.
a team that's designing $100,000 systems with the very equipment they used to distribute to these very high-end homes. And even then, the handshake messed up from the Magnetar side. Yeah. And the Magnetar is supposed to be what, $1,500, $2,000 player? It's just, it is what it is. I mean, you can only do so much, right?
And it's always had issues with, it's almost got too many features for regular use.
Yeah, I mean, would have been better to use a $200 Sony X700 II that's on Best Buy? I don't know. I don't know what Sony was thinking, adding a matte screen to an LCD TV. They can keep that TV because I ain't ever touching the RGB backlight TV. So there you go. There are choices. Yeah. You got the R95H, you got the MRGB if you want big 98-inch, 100-inch. You got the X11L. So you don't have to get the TVs that has the what would we call, when you get a TV, right? You have must-have features and non-negotiable. Like these, if it's there, non-negotiable. I don't want it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Once you know what that is, it's easy to shop because no TV is perfect. Absolutely. Like for me, the non-negotiable is if skin tone looks like bright green, I'm not getting it. Robert Conrad says, for my use case, the G6, after the update, wows me more than my Bravia 8 Mark II. So if you guys remember, I had the live stream 8 Mark II versus the G6, and we were playing with all the settings, and I was wowed by the G6 too. I love my Sony, but watch it less these days because the G6 is so awesome.
Is that Robert?
Taste, yes. Well, yeah. Brian, you've seen both. What would you choose? Because, Robert and I always sound like G6 shills, even though we love Sony, but Brian.
Well, it all depends on what you want. I mean, for me, the Bravia 8 Mark II is all about refinement. And even as we look at these 3 here in a cinema preset, yeah, the brightness hits different on the other 2 TVs. But again, in a real movie, there's going to be more subtle details on the Bravia 8 Mark II. It's just Robert loves that wow, that hit. I love it too, but it's only because they're next to each other. Robert, it's because you have them, what you're going back and forth with. But, this is a 5th gen QD-OLED and a 2nd gen RGB hydro, tandem OLED. So,
hyper hydro.
Hyper radiant. So there is something to the fact that they're pushed harder. So,
Yeah.
but if you're buying a Bravia 8 Mark II, it's because you want the Sony processing and a more refined image.
Correct. All right. I lost my label. Oh, there it is. Is that the label? No, that's not the right label. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Is this the right label right here? Nope. Oh well, I'll just move it over. Okay, so Bravia 8 Mark II is right up here. And the G6 is right over here. In case people are wondering what TVs are what. Okay. Next up is a super chat from Mads Vosen. Mad V. Osen. Thank you for the super chat. Intelligent versus vivid versus standard presets on the TCL C9K, which is our QM9K. But the settings are set on the same. Will there still be a difference? Is there some sauce behind presets beyond saying users can change? Yes, there is.
That's how they're being pushed.
It's like the Sony, right? So all the TVs they do it differently. I don't want to say universally they're like that, but I'm going to use this year's TCL as an example. The QM7L, its vivid mode is more like the QM9L's movie mode in bright. And the QM7L doesn't have a true vivid mode in the sense you can make it cool like other people's vivid mode, but it's not hyper
Like they fixed it, but they're still on break. But you can see the difference in the picture now.
Oh,
so are they in there or are they not in there?
Yeah, but I think they're getting ready.
break. Okay,
They're
so as soon
breaking
as they
lunch.
turn on the lights, they're breaking for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if they're breaking, but they brought in.
Oh yes, 1 o'clock. So
Yeah.
okay, but you know us, we'll run right through.
Okay.
Who needs to eat? But the answer is you could tune it to a certain degree, but you have to get it calibrated to match. But then the question then is why, right? All the presets technically could be calibrated and done settings so that they exactly look alike, but that was the point of the preset, so you don't have to do that. You could jump from one brightness to the next, right? So it's more convenient. I'm going to use the LG as an example of that because it's easier to show on the LG because it's so extreme. So let's just use this. Let's use a scene with faces because I think that's it's the easiest to show these differences. Here we go, we'll use her face. So, and then I'll show you what these presets do quickly. But technically, you're right. Let's see this one. Yeah, she looks good. Okay, there we go. All right, so we'll play with the LG presets real quick. So you can see, as an example, because all the TVs could be done like this to a certain degree. So this in Filmmaker mode, right? Okay. Let's say I go straight to Cinema Home. Slightly brighter version. Skin tones are preserved. You go to Standard, suddenly a lot cooler. And then you go to Vivid. So the focus of each mode is prioritizing either brightness or Vivid is brightness and contrast. You can watch sports. So it's over contrasted. You lose a lot of detail, but that's not the point. You don't care about the gradient detail. You just want the obvious, right? Blacks, deep blacks. So for sports, that's what you want. You want to be able to read the numbers on the jerseys. You want to be able to read everything clearly, not necessarily focus on the gradients. So you look at the the LG, the gradients are gone. It's just the basic colors because that's the purpose of Vivid mode, right? But if you just want a bright version of Filmmaker mode, then you go to Cinema Home. All the gradients are back, slightly brighter, and TCL would be doing the same thing. So they would tune it to their taste as well. But the question is, how extreme is the Vivid? And you can cut all of that back, but go into the actual settings. Oh, I don't want this on, right? So let's go to Vivid mode, because these are all default. And what do I do in Vivid mode? To make it back, or take some of that off. It's all in the brightness area, as well as the color saturation. So auto dynamic contrast is on high, right? You don't like how it's making everything so contrasty? There's nothing. Let's just keep it off then. Clearly, auto dynamic didn't do anything here. How about dynamic tone mapping, right? That's on. Turn it off.
Gentleman and the scholar.
Suddenly it brings back the gradients, but now it's too cool, right? Oh, let's take expression enhancer off of brightness to off, right? Even more gradient detail is back. And then let's go to color. And well, we'll leave the color different. Like, oh, like why play with color? Give Vivid something to crow about, right? So now, this is just a different color temperature compared to the Bravia 8 Mark II and the Samsung. Vivid, when you take all those things off, the only difference now is the color temperature. Because, you know, you want it cool and vivid. Vivid, cool, I guess, is the match. Hopefully that answers your question, Mads. Next up is Mr. Upscale Man. Hey, thank you for hanging around and thank you for your generosity for that super chat. I love the fantastic mirror on my A95L. And you're not my partner if you don't respect the television. I've seen the Bravia 9 Mark II and it lifts blacks. Yes, you are not wrong. Matte in general does affect the contrast, right? So, you know, slightly lower contrast, AKA in some scenes, it feels like it's slightly lifted blacks, right? Very similar. It's a trade-off because there's also the argument that the reflection is more distracting than the deep blacks, right? So, but to your point, Upscale Man, you prefer the mirror. You don't mind that it's reflective, and that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. This is where the taste comes in. That's your taste. I love it. Die cut. Robert Conrad, yeah, Sony is declining. Don't see Sony staying in the TV business much longer. I see TCL getting full control of their TVs. So, too early to tell. Because remember, if this is the case, TCL had no reason to even create a JV. They would just let Sony hang on the vine and then continue what they do. There is something there in the Bravia joint venture. And that something is, and this is my prediction, I think they want a model to elevate and, you know, just start layering features that's more flagship than TCL per se, right? Like they're going to say, okay, TCL, you're getting the bare minimum awesomeness, like Denon, right? Denon and Marantz. If you're familiar with AVRs, Denon and Marantz, Denon got everything you need, got all the same features as Marantz. It's just lacking that extra this and that justifies the $500 or $1,000 difference getting a similar Marantz. I think that's where TCL Bravia is going to separate. TCL, similar features, similar specs, except lacking some of that final touch that justifies the extra $1,000 that's on the Bravia. But that's my prediction. Maybe the Bravia is an entirely different TV with entirely different tuning that appeals to purists, and maybe TCL ends up being the gaming TV for people. We don't know yet, but we will know soon enough at CES for sure. And super chat from Seed to Stripes. What's up, buddy? Thank you for your generosity. All right, FOMO and Brian, most important question of the day here. When watching movies in your living room, which TV are you currently using and what's your favorite brand of TV overall? So in my living room, I have two TVs. When the lights are off, total light control, I watch my Hisense L9Q on the wall because it looks amazing. It's big, it's 120 inches. I'm 10 feet away and it's like, wow. And when the lights are on, it's all crazy, whatever. The wife prefers the A95K, 65 inch. So that's the TV she actually likes. She's like, you know what? I like the lights. I like this better. She just loves the Sony look. And then the other room, we have the 98-inch Bravia 5. Basically, it's a Sony in every room because spouse loves the Sony look. She doesn't want to touch it. I'm constantly playing with a Hisense L9Q. She goes, will you stop touching the settings on that thing? I go, yeah, but in this one, I think it looks better with this setting. On the Sony, we don't even touch it. So Brian, I believe, I'll have to wait for him to come back, but for sure he's got the large G5. That is one of his favorite TVs. I don't know if the Sony is in his collection or not, but it's definitely LG's because he's a gamer. But the Samsung is actually making its way up his stack, I think. We'll ask him as soon as he comes back what his preferred TVs are. But mine, oh, and I had a TCL for the longest time in my other room, right? So, Brian, question for you. Most importantly, when watching movies in your living room, which TV do you prefer to use?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When watching movies in your living room, personally, which TVs do you prefer?
Which TVs I will. I am actually going to eat this here, so
So
thank
I
you
will
though.
take
I'll come back.
nitro cold brew with the non-dairy protein cold foam.
Let's see.
Small. I don't know. This yeah, a small, no ice. So cold brew, non-dairy cold foam, matcha cold foam, and that's it. I'm good. Thank you, Wendy.
Brian, you want me to bring your plate?
No, I'll come on and get it. Yeah, because I need a little bit of a. I'll be out. Thank you, sweetheart. What was the question? All right, FOMO Brian. Most importantly, question of the day here: when watching movies in your own living room. So previously, I had the Sony A80J. I switched, damn it bright, to my LG C1, and my LG G5 went down into my main gaming space. So the answer for me would be the C1 is still good enough, and that's kind of the issues I think when we talk about that OLEDs have, is they're so good that you're actually happy with one from, 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But my daily driver is actually an 83-inch G5. So I like the brightness. I appreciate it. So that's where I am at right now. Most of my home TVs are either LGs or Sonys, the ones that I own currently.
If you were to watch your 3 favorite movies, what TV would it be? To watch those 3 favorite movies.
G5.
G5?
Yeah, right now.
Go. Okay, I'm gonna.
Previous to that, it was the A80L in my studio, which I thought was very filmic.
All right. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you, Seeds to Stripes. And with a super chat from Shoestring, he wants to shout out himself, Shoestring or Shoestar.
Shoestar.
I'm sure you're waiting for to answer
follow
your
up with a
question.
question,
So
please.
yeah, do that. Oh, and Sean is back. Thank you
What's
so
up,
much, Sean, for hanging out with us. Saw both the Bravia 9 Mark II and the Bravia 9 in a showroom. I now am sure Sony didn't realize what they achieved for the Bravia 9. But after seeing the 9 Mark II, they also will not accept that the 9 is best if room has no reflection and they watch TV a lot, then OLED 2 is being. Okay, so I agree, Sean.
So he likes the
Bravia 9. I have been telling everyone, if you're debating between the 9 and 9 Mark II, start with the 9 and save yourself $1,000 or whatever that ends up being. It is that good, and not only that, honestly, I believe in a darker room environment,
what up, babe?
the 9 Mark I has better contrast. I feel it has better blooming control. Now, in certain content, the 9 Mark II does make color pop a little bit more. But for me, that's not enough. There's not enough of that content. Right? I watch normal stuff.
For you to go from a 9
Yeah.
to a minus 9, so I understand.
Now, anti-reflection, if that's important to you, 9 Mark II. Great anti-reflection. But that's it. I'd go with the 9 Mark II because the anti-reflection. Off angle, I think the 9's good enough.
Yeah, I don't think they're close. I think the Bravia 9 Mark II is much better.
There you go.
But then again, I don't spend my time watching professional. I thought once you put it in cinema, it's night and day.
So actually, let me agree with Brian there. I'm watching in professional.
I do not watch in professional.
If I was to elevate bad movies like Superman, calling you out there,
Terrible.
and I wanted to make it better, the cinema mode on the 9 Mark II kills it.
Yeah.
If you saw my live stream a couple of days ago, where I compared it head-to-head against X11L, it was brighter than the X11L. And you guys saw that.
So,
It was brighter because the X11L is only bright when it's a black and white movie.
Yeah. But for those of you that want to live in filmmaker and professional, there's nothing wrong with that. But do not expect to jump when you upgrade.
And do not pay more.
And for you, those of you that watch, say, Dolby Vision filmmaker, you have all said to me, I can't believe my C series is brighter than my G series. Well, here's why. The G series is actually following it accurately. My Sony A80J, we talked about this, was the brightest OLED I've ever seen in Dolby Vision. That means it's not tracking it correctly. So expect the TVs that you want to be in Filmmaker, Professional, or Dolby Vision, they're going to be darker than your older TV, which is counterintuitive, but you can't chase the same things. If you want the Bravia 9 Mark II to shine, it can't be reference versus reference. And the screen's going to hurt it if you go against the glossy to that new screen.
Perfect scene for this perfect super chat. Dice Cut H6K. Who uses vivid and dynamic picture modes on OLED?
Lots of people.
And LG figured that out. Here we are in filmmaker mode or professional mode. The LG, inaccurately maybe, looks like it's in vivid mode because they're like, you know what? People like it bright. We'll just make it bright, accurate all the time.
So I'll tell
And
you,
so you don't have to put it in vivid mode to look like this, Brian.
well, I mean, so the challenge that LG and many other manufacturers are having is they listen to us, they listen to you, they listen to ratings, they listen to Vincent. Someone will say, I don't like the TV, the EOTF curve is blah.
Yeah.
Then they adjust it, and then they'll follow up and say, oh, but you lost the brightness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it fits the EOTF curve. So they have to pick what their signature is. The Filmmaker mode on this particular G6 is brighter than I think the one I have at home, and it's not calibrated. So,
But you did not update your firmware.
my G6 is updated. My G5 isn't.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
this
my
one I
G's
just updated to the latest firmware, which is yet again different.
Yeah, my G5 is not updated for a while. So,
Okay. But then we have Robert Conrad, who watches in vivid and dynamic mode. And so let's put that experiment on. Let's go into dynamic mode. There we go. Nice and cool, right? The blue is suddenly more bright. Look at the blue. Dynamic mode. Do you prefer this blue?
No.
No.
I mean, normally I would, but
not today.
Not today. I mean, not.
And let's look at the Sony. It's just brighter, but not bluer.
No.
And let's put the LG in beautiful vivid.
Now, in fairness, well, Sony's live color is probably enabled. Samsung or LG does. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, look at this. Sharpening.
Yeah. So actually,
look at, and you know what people will say? I love that sharpness.
What happened to the Samsung? Is it dimming?
Yeah, it is because it's too bright. Samsung's protecting itself from death.
Oh, it's really dimmed quite a bit. Oh, because we're paused. Okay. Yeah. Now look at the G5. Or I'm sorry, the G6 had so much more detail, but as FOMO said, is that really detailed or is that over sharpened?
It is definitely over sharpening. And look at this one. Suddenly the Sony's a little bit brighter here in vivid, right? So it's scene by scene. When it's white,
it's really seen.
That's the LG's power.
It's really scene by scene. That's always been WOLEDs though.
Yeah, because it's called W, right?
G4
W for
was
white.
the king of that.
Yeah. We go bright modes. We'll call this vivid power. Okay, we'll watch a little vivid power here for you guys. All right, next up, Night of Cypher, another oldie but goodie. Thank you for being a loyal watcher.
What's up, guys?
S95H versus G6 color volume difference in nits. Red is 88% brighter, green is 230% brighter, blue is 180%, yellow 220%, cyan 222%, magenta 116% brighter. So this is a really good comment because if you're putting on a pure primary, that's exactly the numbers, right? The issue is always when you put it in mixed color, what happens next? The tone mapping happens. Tone mapping processing steps in and changes everything.
Let Gab jump on camera.
And that's key. Oh, look, high def news.
Whoa.
The man, the myth, he will give you news. And we are in vivid mode, in case you're wondering why the Sony looks so much better than everyone else. Apparently, vivid mode on the Sony is simply amazing. I didn't realize.
It is quite nice.
So what's
they all look good, though, honestly.
Yeah, they're all in vivid mode.
Yeah.
Now, what is your daily driver?
Right now, I'm still rocking a B4 OLED. I've got to upgrade soon.
B4, okay.
I've been holding off because I'm moving.
Okay.
So I want to go.
What size? What size?
I want to go 77 or 83.
77. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, 83 limits your choices.
To OLED.
If it's OLED, you only tandem W. But are you? Do you care?
No, not a bit.
Okay.
OLED or bust.
So it's OLED as long as it's OLED. You don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So right now, based on what you've seen the last 3 years, what brand are you leaning generally? Not necessarily because you're not necessarily buying it this year. You could be buying it next year. What brand are you leaning?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I've always been a Sony pony.
Oh, okay.
I'll always be a Sony pony. But that doesn't mean I don't like other sets.
Sure.
Like I love, like right now, looking at the G6, beautiful. Samsung, beautiful. But I always sort of lean Sony. But honestly, like I said though, I do have an LG B4, so I'm not like.
Oh, that's
I guess
true.
the way of call is
You're
brand
wait, you're a
agnostic.
Sony pony who owns an LG.
Yeah, that's correct.
There you go.
Exactly right. Because I mean, honestly, once you, to me, and listen, I love where their LCD is going with the RGB. I think it's great. But to me, there's like a clear divide between OLED
not OLED. And once you make that jump, there's less of a difference for me between OLEDs than there is just going from not OLED to OLED.
Right. That is true. That is a huge jump. And you prefer OLED, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
What is it specifically about OLED that you're like, you know what, I've tried others and I just go back to OLED? What's that one thing that OLED separates itself for you?
I'm allergic to blooming.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
fair
it's all
enough.
blooming.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of my pet peeves. If I see a little bit of blooming, it bugs the heck out of me.
Wow. You know, out of Vivid, the Sony really drops in brightness. And it's purposeful, right?
So is this SDR or HDR?
HDR.
That's HDR. Okay.
Yeah.
It shouldn't drop that much.
But yet it is.
Yet it does.
Yes.
So what are you in now?
So Sony is in cinema.
Oh, you're in cinema. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to the brightness.
It's so funny. When I first came in, I looked at the two sets, the three sets I'm in, and I was like, I couldn't figure out which one was Sony and which one was LG, but immediately I knew exactly which one was the Samsung.
Yeah, you did. You know what?
Bezel,
I'm going to keep the Sony
that bezel,
Vivid.
brother. That bezel.
I got to keep the
Cannot
Sony Vivid. The bezel,
ignore
yeah,
that
of course.
bezel.
The bezel. Okay.
Same thing out there. It's like boom. And I'm a bezel hater.
Oh, you are?
Oh yeah, founding
Too
member, president.
Too distracting?
You know. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. If it's on a wall, and I should take that back. It's not bad. It's better in person than it looks in pictures.
Sure.
And it looks in videos. And if it's on a wall, it's actually not that bad. It's when it's on a stand.
The problem also is the bezel doesn't change size. The smaller the TV, the worse the bezel looks.
Oh, yeah.
The larger the TV, it begins to disappear.
Correct.
So if you get an 83-inch, I think the bezel is fine.
That's a good point. That is. I just think I would have loved it if they allowed you to play around with it a little bit.
Are we
like they
resuming?
allowed color.
Everybody's eating lunch, but I got everything working.
Oh, you got more info?
No, I got it all working.
Everything's working out? Okay, so when you guys resume after lunch, what is the first thing we'll be... have they started judging yet?
The only thing we've judged so far was posterization.
Posterization was judged?
Shadow detail next.
Okay, so shadow details next. Now, it is 1:30. Lunch will probably be over by 2 o'clock, I'm assuming. What are you predicting when this entire process is over and we can start scoring?
I don't know if I'm the one to...
Kai's like, I can't make promises.
I'm just a judge.
I'm just a judge. I'm not a host.
I work in commercial AV now, so I was able to troubleshoot and fix the problems.
Okay. Well,
outside of that, it's someone
that's
else's decision to make.
Rush him along. Thank you, Glossy.
I'm trying.
So we'll be revisiting shadow detail next. They've only scored for... Oh, let's talk posterization.
Okay.
Now, you're not a judge. No. So you could be an unbiased observer.
Okay.
What were your thoughts on posterization generally? First of all, explain to them what your understanding is of posterization, the whole circle with the little rings around it.
Yeah.
What were you looking for, and which TVs did what to you? I remember he's not an expert.
I'm very, very far from an expert.
Yes.
I will put a caveat before I even say anything. I'm not very good at recognizing posterization. So one of the things when it comes to TV evaluation, other people say like, oh, this is horrible. I can't stand it. It bothers me.
Right.
I rarely see it, especially in content. So I'm probably the worst person to ask about that. To me, the things that really stand out to me when it comes to picture quality is blooming control when it comes to LCDs, and then color accuracy.
Okay.
I'm very, very
so
obsessive.
you're waiting for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm obsessive.
Fair enough.
I'm one of the individuals who will sit there, and if I see one shade off, I will just point it out to people. People are like, "What are you talking about?"
Now there is a difference between accuracy and then the TV doing a little bit of editorializing is how I describe it, right? We're like, look, we know this is accurate, but we think consistently if we add this extra warmth, I'll call it, it's more pleasant because most people don't get their TVs calibrated. And occasionally when the creator makes it too green on the creator side, we want the TV to be more pleasant, AKA in a showroom, we want to look better.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay with that, or do you need to calibrate it? Because every TV will do the editorializing. Every TV. What are your thoughts on that? Because here they're all calibrated, so you know.
Yeah. I'm not obsessive about calibration. I like accuracy, but I'm not obsessive when it comes to exact accuracy.
Right.
I just notice when I know when something's off by a large margin, and I can just see it immediately. But I'm not obsessive when it comes to the minute detail. There are individuals here who put me to shame in pointing out all of the little
Right.
minutia.
Yes.
But I'm very allergic though to modes outside of the reference mode. So
the professional,
yeah.
filmmaker, gotcha.
Filmmaker, professional, ISF, all those modes automatically go there. Automatically put SDR at 120 nits or 100 nits depending upon the environment.
You can get it. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a person who a great example is my iPad. I have an iPad Pro, the OLED one, and I immediately went in, put it into reference mode. I always use it in reference mode, even when I'm doing work with it.
I get it.
Reference mode. So I'm very, very sensitive to brightness and probably color deviation. But I also don't judge anybody. If you want vivid mode, go for it.
Well,
I
think that takes us to Robert Conrad's question. What is the most popular picture mode for Samsung TVs? And I don't know if you guys will be surprised, but I've been told it's dynamic mode.
Really?
Dynamic.
That's interesting.
Outside of default.
Yeah.
So let's just take default out because that means you didn't choose. So when people actually choose, when they bring it home, they don't have a reference TV. They have nothing to compare it to. People like dynamic. And we're talking not this year's Samsung, prior years. This year's dynamic is even more accurate than ever, in my opinion. But people like how Samsung tunes dynamic. Maybe it's the word dynamic. It sounds better than vivid. Maybe there's something about dynamic that makes you feel, you know what, I'm a dynamic person. I don't know how much of it is the actual descriptor and how much of it is, I just prefer it. But if they're like steroid mode, I like steroids. Let me put in steroid mode. Or, skinny obese mode.
PED mode.
PED mode, right? I mean,
PED mode.
And actually, I was teaching Panasonic this. I was saying, look, guys, if you're going to give me 20 presets, let's have fun with the modes. Because at this point, 20 is a bit much, right? I mean, Panasonic, the Z95B, literally had more modes than you can throw a stick at because there's so many. I'm like, what the difference is? Like, and so the engineer went through them with me. I'm like, you got to change your names then. I mean, how about give me one mode? Call it FOMO mode. We'll have fun with it, right? Or call it, right? Let's call it blinding light mode, right? So but yes, the answer to answer your question, Robert, dynamic mode has been the most popular mode on Samsung TVs. And next up,
I'd be interested to know what it is for every manufacturer.
I don't know.
I think LG is.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Sony said standard, right?
Standard. So Sony watchers prefer standard because let's stop and talk about what you watch. News, sports, TV shows, and movies. In standard, news and sports actually look better because white looks like white. When you see white, you don't want to see D65. When you're on ESPN, you see the ticker.
Some psychos do.
Yeah,
but most people aren't me.
Right, because the ticker, it's a digital ticker. Why is the D65? It looks yellow, right?
Yeah, sure.
And so when you're used to watching sports and it's like white, slightly cool, you're used to that. And then you switch to news, same thing. News is very, how you describe it? It's news. There should be no warmth to news, right? It's like a hospital, right? Very sanitized. And so already those may be 30% of your watching. And then you go to movies, and at that point, professional is such a jump from what you're used to, because your eyes are now accustomed to standard. You go to professional, like, I'm so glad I'm not a professional. You go back to standard. Yeah. And I think it's because people are used to watching, TV shows, news, and sports. Standard fits that bill.
Yeah. And I also think it probably, like you said, about the naming convention.
Yes, a standard.
So when it says standard, people are automatically going to get it.
Well, so if you put mediocre, you're never going to choose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is horrible.
Yeah,
like,
horrible
I don't
mode.
like that mode.
Put it in horrible mode. Notch.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Interesting.
Dice cut. Vivid and dynamic is how to kill your OLED fast. Yes, ask Robert Conrad. He's fucking burning. Can't handle. And I've told you guys this. If you're putting it in vivid and dynamic, you got the wrong TV. Meaning it's not bright enough for you, and there's something missing, right? So OLED is designed for specific use cases. That's a strong point. I mean, it's okay to watch sports in a bright room with it, but it's not designed for that, as well as other TVs. The way Mini LED can, there's a tool for every job,
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy too. They really are specific tools for specific jobs, and you got to know what your environment is and what you want. Too many times people are like, "Is this best or this best?" It's like is it best for your environment?
Right.
Is it best for what you want and your preferences?
Right.
Those are very much the more important questions than which one is the best.
And even comes down to, I just don't like matte screen. There you go. It doesn't matter how good the Bravia
Correct.
9 Mark II looks
Exactly.
in any environment. It's got a matte screen
Yeah.
out of here. You don't even get to the scenes, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the G6, which has the excellent anti-glare glossy. You know what? I don't see reflections. It's not matte. I don't care. The G6 is a good TV. I'm done.
Well, I mean, it's like everything has pros and cons.
Yeah.
Every set has pros and cons. And it's really a matter of which pros fit what you like and which cons can you live with. And that's basically what you should pick your television. Trying to find a perfect television, that unicorn television that fulfills everything you want and like, no, that's not going to exist. Never has and never will.
And some people are like, they watch a lot of moody, dark movies, Nosferatu, Last Voyage of the Demeter, 1917,
Yeah, that's me. That's
right?
1000% me.
You got to get an OLED because even the best LCD, Bravia 9, that does this on all the LCDs, it still falls just short of OLED. And so if that's you, you're done. I mean, get the largest, even a 97-inch G2 would do you better for
I
those
was
movies.
just having that conversation with somebody. We were talking about how he was thinking about going RGB TV, and he was like, "Well, I'm doing that because he wants 100-inch size."
Sure.
And I was like, "He's like, but would you go with an OLED?" He said, "Oh, I'd rather do that." He said, and I was like, "But what if it's only a B series, or what if it's only like an entry level one?" He was like, "That's fine. I would still do that if it's 100 inches. I care about the size." And that's the other thing too. People don't realize how immersive and how, I love OLED. I'm always going to go OLED even if it's smaller. Most people don't feel that way. Most people, the larger the size, the more immersive it is.
Because
and they love it.
they're looking at this. I mean, first and foremost, the size is what's impactful.
Yeah.
So if you have a fairly accurate size, filmmakers, fair enough, you're done. Because that, it's like IMAX, right? No one cares that IMAX is accurate or inaccurate. It's IMAX, oh my God, right? So it's like watching Dune. Super warm movie. And then you have these scenes where it's like super black and white, right? And the gladiator stuff. So it really doesn't matter what the creator's intent is. You just want that scale at that point. Yeah.
It's really going to be interesting what happens with the SE panel from LG. Because
the cheaper, more affordable one?
Yeah, I'm really interested in that because they, at best, they're selling both at a lot of locations.
Yeah.
They're selling the B6E and then the B6. And it's interesting to me that the fact that there's only like a couple $100 difference between them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious how well it's going to sell, what it's going to look like in comparison to each other. And if that is going, because if it takes off, we all know what's going to happen.
Well,
you're going to have a 100-inch one next year. Probably,
in my
or 2 years.
opinion, I think the OLED panels are done. It's all processing. I've seen how Samsung can take the same panel, do better processing than LG.
It's just like Panasonic too.
Yeah. So the OLED, I think we're done. So LG is thinking, and this LG display, they're like, look, if we start taking things away and your processing compensates for what we took away, you just saved money. And your processing software development's free on your side. Let's see what you can do. So we'll see. No, that's a good point. Sean, thank you for the super chat. FOMO Brian, after watching sports in SDR 1080p on cable, there was no difference between the Bravia 9 Mark I and the 9 Mark II. Do you feel RGB, the best of RGB is yet to come? Maybe the Bravia 9 Mark III will take care of all modes and does a true justice. So this is the issue. Whatever the strengths of RGB, which is color luminance, and the issue I have is the content and the source needs to be in a way that elevates it. And even when I use Jennifer Gala, and I will tell you, Jennifer Gala has spent so much time on her content to make sure there's new colors that BT 2020 she didn't use before so that we can separate it. Ultimately, you cannot, the differences aren't there to me yet. So maybe it's on the technology side. So the source is doing its job, right? Jennifer's adding these colors, but you can't see the differences really. So is RGB to blame, meaning the processor's not there yet? Possibly. It's so hard to say. Maybe this whole BT 2020 thing that RGB is all about, maybe it's bogus. This is the analogy I use with Brian. You know, you have crayons, the Crayola, the box.
Mm-hmm.
You got the primary colors, just 5 crayons.
Sure.
And then you go up to 16.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a box of 100.
Mm-hmm.
And you got crappy colors you never use.
Mm-hmm.
That's BT 2020.
Yeah, it's like when you're a kid and you take those 5 colors.
Right.
Yeah.
You got the weird olive color, like what the heck? So BT 2020 introduces more of those colors.
Yeah.
But you end up with a 64. I mean, there's a box where you use all the colors. That's the 32, the 16, maybe the 64, but not the 124.
Well, it's not the same problem we've been having with HDR in general for years. The question is, like, when it comes to brightness, it's like, if the content's not there, if the content's not there, like, people keep chasing the brightness of the brightness. But the reality is, B-Series OLED is probably going to take care of 80-90% of your content. It's going to look exactly the same as almost every other OLED. It's that 10%, 5% of content that's going to actually test it.
We're watching.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's the same thing when it comes to color with RGB sets. 99% of probably movies are never going to even test those extreme colors. And so until the content catches up,
and we're talking
really needed.
We're talking Oscar award-winning movies.
Yeah.
Shot DCI P3, and even not pushing the. I mean, they're probably still Rec 709 for all you know, right?
Yeah.
So the largest studio colorist company in Hollywood, they're not even using the BVM 3110.
This is entertainment.
It's something 3. They use the original.
Oh, are they still going with the OLED?
No, the 300 OLED.
Oh, wow.
They bought all of them.
Wow.
And they will use them.
So the OLED or the original LCD?
The OLED.
The original OLED. Okay,
OLED,
right.
Right?
Gotcha. The one they had to make the whole judge work around.
That OLED to them exactly is what they want. But guess what? The OLED's like what? 200 nits?
Yeah.
You're not doing the HD. So anything that's graded a company 3, right?
Yeah.
By company 3, anything that's colored there, it's not HDR. And they do what? 60% of Hollywood, maybe more, right? So that's why it's so different. Because they've been directed to do it in a certain way. You choose them. Now, if you want HDR impact, you don't choose them because they don't have it. They don't care.
Exactly.
We're all about subtle colors, right?
I'm actually amazed when you actually talk to professionals in the movie industry, how few of them even like HDR. They
hate it.
Yeah, lots of them.
Well, because to them, it doesn't elevate storytelling.
Yeah.
It's like a one-trick pony, like Aquaman.
Yeah.
Perfect for Aquaman. That's a one-trick pony, right? Action, boom, you're in the lava, it's hot, everything's constantly coming at you, Marvel movies. So HDR is perfect for that, and I'm fine with that. But then when you're watching more, let's say, the Odyssey. Does the Odyssey need HDR impact?
No. I'm pretty sure it's black. I'm pretty sure it's black and white. Seeing the trailers, that might actually be in black and white.
Maybe in SDR.
Yeah. It's barely testing SDR
because
colors.
it's all about this size, right? So
Christopher Nolan films are actually like that a lot. I love Christopher Nolan films, but he does not like HDR. He does not love HDR color. He barely tests the SDR.
He does, even when it comes to audio, he's like, "Why do we have to do Atmos?" So,
I know. Well, I mean, do you really need to hear Christian Bale, that gravelly voice in Atmos? No.
Right. I got a message. So thank you, Rob, for the super chat. I got a message on my G6 that one of the updates this month will allow you to turn off Dolby Vision.
I saw that on
so
the
that
forums.
is on native, right? So all of you asking, why can't you just turn it off? Yeah. If your TV is receiving Dolby Vision natively, you cannot. The apps automatically receive Dolby Vision. So only on the external streamers were you able to do that. That's why we've been choosing external streamers, because we prefer not to have Dolby Vision. It cannot be made accurate without a reference monitor, and as we know, there's no such thing as a Dolby reference.
Yep.
You could try to create one, but ultimately it's more trouble than it's worth. But at least with HDR10, the TVs have all figured it out.
Yep.
And it's easier to get closer to accurate, but it's different. I'll give Dolby Vision that. It's different whether you like it or not. That's your taste.
And this is a fantastic move, I think, on LG's part.
Yes.
Because for years, I was hoping some manufacturer would do it. I loved Sony's because you could turn off the, I forgot what it was. There's like a mode when it came to their HDMI signals. And if you didn't do enhanced, it effectively just got rid of Dolby Vision. You only had HDR10. Or you even turn that off, you can get SDR out of it. So the fact that LG is actually going to allow you to turn it off and choose HDR is fantastic. I think it's a fantastic move, personally.
Yeah, well, and hopefully, basically they're being Samsung.
Yeah.
Samsung has figured that long ago. Like, we're not going
to
exactly. Right?
Exactly.
So now you're like, you could toggle Samsung mode.
And you know what? That's actually a good question, because you think of the fact that back at CES, they talked about how they weren't going to pick up Dolby Vision 2, and now they're allowing you to toggle it off.
Fighting words.
I wonder what's in store for the next couple of years.
The irony is they are the client monitor for Dolby Vision in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So, it's like, wow, that's interesting. Jun Lee, thank you for that super chat, Mr. Lean 04H. Sean, I have the 65-inch first generation Bravia 9 and recently returned the 85-inch Bravia 9 Mark II because I didn't like it and couldn't really tell the difference between them. And I don't care what nobody says, the RGB is a scam. And I will tell you this, my friends, after seeing SQD, which is not RGB, after seeing the Bravia 9 next to the best RGBs, I've yet to see it next to R95H, but we'll see it today. I don't want to call it a scam, but definitely it's not walking forward.
Yeah.
You're paying more for not more. Maybe I am calling it a scam without calling it a scam.
I will say, the R95H, better than I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Compared but then to again, then again, though, I don't know if I was actually looking at the correct stuff because of all the technical difficulties. Okay. So, but it was more impressive than I thought.
What?
The computers had a problem last night, so the distribution boxes lost the custom EDIT settings for the monitors. That's why everything was kind of fouled up.
Okay. Yeah. Now, have we fixed it? Okay, so technical update, more fixes. Since the judging hasn't really started, we'll have accurate judging. Thank you so much for the update.
So here's the question. So here's the interesting part about the different RGB sets is how long they actually stay in RGB mode versus falling back to white when it comes to challenging scenes. Because I know the Samsung and the Hisense, according to ratings,
right?
I can't vouch. I trust ratings. I like ratings a lot.
This is
but I can't personally.
The OLED or not OLED?
No, we're just talking about like the RGB sets. They said that the Sonys, if you have it in medium, they will actually fall back to white more often than the Samsungs or the Hisense. You have to shift it over to high local dimming to get it to stay in RGB mode more often, which is interesting to me because they made a big deal about it. So
which brand is that does that?
Sony.
Sony.
So if you have it in medium, according to ratings, it will fall back to white more often than the Hisense and the Samsung.
So it depends on the brightness. It actually toggles itself.
Yeah, correct.
In order to avoid the artifacts.
Yeah, the crossfacts.
You know what? I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it too. But it's interesting to me that that's a choice they made. It says something.
Because they tested it.
Yeah,
Like, you know what?
I know.
We're seeing something.
But if you switch it over to high local dimming, then it will stay in RGB mode more
throughout
often.
More often, not throughout.
Yeah, not 100%, but they said like 95% of the time. But then they said you will see a little crosstalk.
So that takes us to, is RGB a scam?
I don't think it's a scam. I just think you're talking about first generation product.
You know what?
Right? You're talking about first generation product.
So it's a first generation product, and RGB is a real technology. Yeah. I think people are upset that when they put it next to a SQD, that's not RGB, just more dimming zones, and last generation's Bravia 9, they're like, looks the same.
Yeah, it would.
And that's why they're upset.
It would.
Yeah.
I will say, though, something you talked about in another live stream was something I agree 100% with. I would trade RGB for more dimming zones.
I would too.
1,000%.
Yep.
And I was hoping there would be more dimming zones. And that, to me, that was more of a...
Yeah.
I don't think it's a scam at all. I just think it would have benefited from more dimming zones. And I know that's a trade-off because I know the computational power needed to make that backlight work is a trade-off.
I think that's it. I think the computational power...
Yeah.
We're maybe 10 times... When that goes 10 times, then we'll see something.
Yeah.
So the RGB is there. We just don't have enough computational.
That's kind of what you need to be. I remember a while back. I don't know if you remember it. I remember reading once that there was I think it was flawed though. I think it's changed since then. So take this with a caveat. But there was a study done I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, where they looked at dimming zones, and you had to get. Did like a calculation. You had to get a 65-inch television. You would need plus 10,000 dimming zones to where the average person on the average seating distance couldn't tell the difference between LCD versus OLED.
We're getting close.
We're getting close, but that's kind of where you need to be, though, I think. And I think that's the problem with RGB. They need to go up 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times before people are really going to see a huge difference between RGB versus mini LED from, let's say, last year or the year before. That's when you're going to see a meaningful difference in my opinion.
But then at that point, the prices go up. The response might as well get another.
I know. And OLED keep getting brighter, so you can't go, the brightness.
Well, I think the brightness wars are over. Because I think what the G6 is doing, I thought the G4 was bright enough. Now the G6 is slightly brighter, but we're there. Junleen, thank you for the super chat. Sony's main focus probably was to make the Bravia 9 Mark II for bright rooms only, rather than dark room and dim rooms. Because I don't know, why else use a matte screen? And yes, the matte screen does affect the contrast. LCDs, on their LCDs, Sony out of their minds. So they're not out of their mind if they were designing it for mixed room use, and I agree with you. They already have TVs for dark room use. It's called an OLED.
Yeah.
They just don't have the 100-inch size for that in the dark room. And the 83-inch, they have a very old TV. I think you have to go with the 80L for that. But ultimately,
For now.
For now, maybe next year.
Or maybe later.
But they're thinking most consumers don't watch in a dark room.
Yeah.
I think Sony's feeling is, look, if you're in a dark room, you're probably getting a projector or something else, right?
Yeah.
Or 77-inch is good enough for you, 895L. So it's that dead man's land between 77-inch, higher in a dark room. Sony's like, Samsung, LG, take it. Get your 83-inch OLED out there. But I agree. I think the Bravia 9 Mark II definitely was designed for a brighter room. I mean, to Brian's point, the best modes are cinema and vivid. That's a bright room mode.
Yeah.
You cannot watch that in a dark room. I mean, you could, but why?
The only caveat is the fact that the Sony still does very closely match the BVM monitor. It has more abnormalities because of the local dimming, so you have the blooming and you have some issues and some clouding and whatnot, like you do on any LCD.
Right.
But it is very close to the reference monitor. So as much as it's like it's only a bright room, it's not only a bright room. It's just that it's like, again, like we were saying before, where's the majority for you? Where's the majority?
Right.
What's your preference? Are you would you prefer more of a bright room TV, and every now and then you'll watch it in a dark room? It's a great set for it because it does both very well. But it's more on the bright room.
It's a compromise.
Yeah.
You choose your strengths and your weaknesses.
Yeah. I guess the only problem I just have calling it strictly a bright room set is the fact that it makes people think that it's not accurate, and it's a very accurate set.
It is. I think it's more accurate than the Bravia 8 Mark II out of the box. The Bravia 8 Mark II is very desaturated and green, so it looks magenta.
Agreed.
And you guys see it on my stream all the time. Samsung, thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Samsung 8K. I used to love standard for sports in 1080. It was natural. The Bravia 9, I'm watching everything, even SDR HDR in IMAX Enhanced. There's a mode that I don't use. I don't know if you use it, but
Which one?
IMAX Enhanced.
I have.
You like it?
I have, but it's not one I use often.
It's a good combo of dynamic and standard. So says Sean.
Yeah,
And
I actually agree with you. It's actually a very good mode if that's your preference. I'm like I said, I switch over. The only time I ever used IMAX Enhanced was when I was watching a content that would actually call for it. But I would say that it actually is a nice compromise between more of the reference modes versus more of the preference modes.
Yeah. I'm going to go brightness preferred here. Oh, it doesn't make much of a difference anyway. You good?
Yeah.
All right, so Brian's
back on?
Brian's got his break. He went to his chiropractor.
Oh, I hear you, man. I'm going to my chiropractor too. Stopped on Wednesday.
Went to mine 2 weeks ago. Hey, I know ratings. Thank you for the super chat, Dice Cut. I know ratings gave the Bravia 9 Mark II a high score.
Okay.
But it's still not a great TV, and everybody need to just do what TCL does. Go the SQD route, which is not RGB, right? Just extra dimming zones. Because like I said before, RGB LED TVs are cutting corners with less dimming zones. They're definitely prioritizing something else. Because here's the problem. RGB LEDs have less dimming zones, but it requires more processing. So it's actually more expensive to deliver the image quality you want with RGB. So it's kind of like they're making a more expensive technology, requiring more processing to get to where you were with the Bravia 9. Except in certain cases, the 9 Mark II took a step forward. So I think they're still figuring that out. Oh, where it started? All right. So they're starting again. They fixed everything. The computer is fixed. The settings of the computer is figured out, and we're going to start shadow detail right now. So let me put that on real quick and see where we're at. Okay, you guys don't want to watch this.
I was about to say that is
thrilling
test pad.
Yeah. So they're still doing that shadow detail thing. So we'll do this. As soon as we get into real scenes, which I know you guys want, we'll jump over there. Probably 1917. Okay, let's see. John Garcia, thank you for that super chat. Why does the LG G6 look so dark and less colorful here than the other two TVs? I don't know, man. The G6 looks brighter here.
Bright on camera too.
It's less colorful because it's too bright. I could lower the brightness and then you will see. Actually, you know what? We'll use this one.
Oh, LGB4 right now. I was just talking about. I want to.
So,
I'm holding off.
Let's put it in
77, 83.
Let's
because
see.
of movie. Or like to, and I keep holding off on it because this movie's just been slow.
If I color
And
match
I keep
it-
saying I'm gonna wait to get the big home theater, get everything set up, so I just keep rocking the B4. But to be honest though, and this is like a heretical thing for an enthusiast to say. I watch most of my content on my OLED iPad now. I love it. I love that thing. And it's like, it's kind of spoiled me when it comes to like OLED screens because I don't know if anyone's compared it to like a bigger OLED. But my gosh, is it good?
Yeah, pixel density is a big factor.
It's not even that. It's more the highlights. However, and I don't know if it's accurate, to be fair, because I've never seen. I don't know. I've never seen anyone compare it to a reference television like a Sony or whatever, or an LG when it's calibrated. But my gosh, the highlights are beautiful. Everything just looks and pops so well.
Who makes it?
Makes the panel.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I know Samsung and LG both supply panels to Apple.
Okay.
I don't know which one supplied. I have the 11-inch one, so I don't know which one supplied that panel. I think maybe
RGB
Samsung
OLED. It's
did.
an RGB OLED, though, no?
Correct. It's RGB
So
tandem.
it's like but it's like a phone, like your phone.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like
right.
these
Yeah,
things, if you put like Jen's content on these, they're perfect.
They're amazing.
You know, they'll burn in like a minute.
Yeah, of course. I will say that I'm on year 2 now on my OLED iPad. I use it for everything. I use it for content, work, whatever.
Oh, it's good.
Nothing.
No,
Nothing
nice.
burned
That's
into it.
great.
I think that's one thing people need to relax about when it comes to OLEDs. They are hard to burn in. I know it happens. It's hard. It's
Yeah,
hard.
one of our guys, Robert, who's in the chat.
Yeah, I
he
saw
watches
Robert,
like
I
the
know.
weather
Yeah,
channel.
I know.
I'm like, dude, what's the? But like, it's popular. I guess if it's got really nice graphics. I mean, I never watch Weather Channel like that, but
You know what's strange is I cannot get the Sony bright enough in Filmmaker mode. So these are both in Filmmaker mode. I had to take the brightness down to the LG because it was over brightening in Filmmaker mode. The Sony in professional mode, it's
not going to let you anyway.
Yeah.
Controls it.
So let me take the exposure down so you guys can see. That
Which is interesting because, well, if they were the same year, the Sony would be the same brightness, but it's a year behind.
So you see that at the same brightness, the LG and the Samsung actually match. The Sony is just not that bright in this scene.
If you change the brightness preferred, you can.
I tried to just to get it up.
Look at this.
What are the other settings?
Okay,
in,
put in brightness preferred.
LG?
Was that?
What other settings are on LG, like advanced contrast, things like that?
Yeah, those
Is
are
that
all
all stock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is
Yeah.
Filmmaker mode on the LG.
My
But the,
gosh,
the
it's good.
Filmmaker doesn't have tone mapping on. Does
Yeah,
it have
it's off.
VTM? So I have to use brightness preferred tone mapping to have it compete.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks fine.
But you see, now that I've adjusted the settings, it looks just, the color saturation is almost identical to the Samsung.
Yeah, what is Samsung? Filmmaker?
Filmmaker.
Wow.
Static. That's what I'm saying. Samsung, to me, is an easy reference out of the box, which is all these TVs are uncalibrated out of the box. The G6, you can make it match the Samsung. The Sony needs a little bit of loving.
Yeah.
A little TLC on the Sony side.
I'll be honest, that is a fantastic image.
Which one?
The Samsung.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my prediction
Horrible
is...
bezel. Fantastic.
Yeah. What's funny is the bezel, the larger you go, the less intrusive it is, actually.
Yeah, we were talking about that before.
It doesn't
Yeah, yeah.
grow.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, when I have the 77, I'm like, oh, it doesn't look too bad.
I also think it's okay on a wall. I'd be okay with it on a wall. The problem I have is when you try to put it on a tabletop. That's
Well, like the
Yeah.
Bravia 8 Mark II, its legs are completely on the ends.
That's true too.
So if you look at my
Yeah,
video
yeah.
yesterday, when I compare 65, I have to bring out like a 9-foot table. Like, Jesus, really for this thing?
Okay,
You can carry it around.
so let me finish the answer. So John was saying, why does the G6 look so dark and less colorful here than the other two OLEDs? I thought the HDR pop and color is not much different from Samsung. So what I did for you, John, is, like I said, the LG was just so bright, it was overexposing. When you are too bright, you lose color. So I took the brightness down, as you saw, on the LG to match the Samsung. Now that the brightness matches, they look identical. But if you saw the brightness that was originally on the LG it's the same color saturation, just more brightness. And I could not get the Sony to even catch up, to keep up with them, right? So it's what it is. These are the differences of the TVs out of the box. If you get it calibrated, they'll look more similar than different. So I didn't want you to like, oh my gosh, the G6 just doesn't have color saturation.
And
it absolutely
the
does.
dimmer TV will always look better on camera and more detailed.
Yes, because it's dimmer. That's just how camera
so
sensors work.
counterintuitive.
Absolutely.
That's the one thing when it comes to the just video and YouTube in general. You really have to listen to what people say,
100%.
not just the image. And
Yeah.
it's hard. It's hard to get even my. I know it. I know it intellectually, but even when I put on a video every now and then, I'll go, "Oh, why is it?" I'm like, gotta calm myself down. Like, no, gotta listen to what they're saying.
We'll always say to people, like, this isn't clipping. I leave it bright so you can tell which one's brighter. But if I lower it down to show this one, the others will get dark. I'm not cutting them in half in post.
So now we have the opposite question. Hey there, thank you for the great content. Why does the Bravia 8 Mark II always look brighter than the S95 Age? Okay, so as you saw, different modes.
Not in person. Not in person.
Different modes are different. So now that we're in Filmmaker mode, the Sony is dimmer, right? What you guys saw was the Sony in Vivid mode. Each mode is a different
interesting.
power,
Okay.
right? So in
Yeah, you're right.
Filmmaker,
We don't-
Sony just
we might be
doesn't do
looking
it.
at a different point than
So,
we're looking at right
you
now.
know, let's try that so you can see that the Sony in its most powerful mode, Vivid, boom. Okay, now the Sony's brighter, right? Because I'm in Vivid, but you don't want to watch in Vivid, trust me. No, what about standard, right? So standard, it's right in the middle, but it's still dimmer.
Yeah.
The Sony cannot get as bright in the more accurate picture modes. That's just how it is. I just wanted to demonstrate that the LG can match the Samsung in accurate mode. We're not doing Vivid, right? Filmmaker on the Samsung static, and Filmmaker on the LG, but I had to lower the brightness just so they match. Otherwise, the LG is too bright. So yeah, it's all about playing with the content brightness, my friend. Let me see what
What
I'm
do you
in
want
now.
them on? Cinema?
For which one?
Either one.
Yeah, put it on movie, and I'll put the Sony in cinema. But
I'm
it's
actually
still not
really
bright.
impressed with the Samsung. When they were in Filmmaker and the Sony was in Professional, that Samsung is gorgeous.
Yeah, their processing is underrated actually.
It really is.
They actually come in second almost every year, and that's why a little half a point here they could have won many times. Even with the screen.
Didn't they win HDR last year?
They won.
It was it was the SDR that put Sony on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like even in Vincent's shootout, he was shocked. His is blind, and he still won. So, we'll see this year.
It's hard to beat Sony when it comes to reference. Just is, and it's not a conspiracy. I can't.
No,
It's one of my big pet peeves. I get it why people are skeptical. There's lots of things to be skeptical about on the internet, but this is one of the few things where I know the truth of it, and it's like it's not a conspiracy. It's not rigged. These are honest people doing honest judging, and Sony is just very good at replicating reference. I mean, they've been doing it for what 50 years, basically. It's amazing.
And the Sony reference monitor is a Sony, like their cousins.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have a similar look, especially the RGB LED. I mean, that's what it's designed for.
Yeah.
It's basically to be a reference monitor.
Yeah. But even if it wasn't, I think if you even used a different reference monitor.
Yeah, that
used
would be
one,
interesting.
It still would. I think Sony's would still be very close to that reference monitor, closer than everybody else. But again, we're talking about splitting hairs, right? Like when we're saying like, oh, the Sony is closer by like that much. Like
And
the
then
Samsung
again,
is so close.
And then it depends on what you want and what you use it for.
Yeah.
So that's the conversations we have all the time.
Yeah. I just think sometimes when I see people say like, oh, this one destroyed that one. This one destroyed. These are great sets. All these top tier sets are great.
And
you'd be lucky with all of them. You'd be happy. Very happy.
Sean, thank you for the super chat, my friend.
Yeah.
Why does Samsung not promoting their RGB now as much as Sony? Or they don't care, and their sales will take care of themselves. Also, I feel Samsung does it better with color, vibrancy, and RGB could be their strength. Ironically, isn't Samsung promoting RGB a lot? It's just we haven't been showing it because we didn't get the TVs yet. Sean is wondering why Samsung's not promoting their RGB micro
RGB.
RGB.
I've done videos on it.
But the promotion, why isn't Samsung talking about it?
I don't know. I don't watch the commercials, so
I mean,
I don't know. I've never seen TV commercials anyway.
Well, no. Promoting it mean among YouTubers and stuff. No one's talking about it. Everyone's talking about the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II.
They're doing motion now.
Oh, motion.
I mean, none of them promote anything. I mean, they've sent out the samples. I think.
So maybe the creators don't care. We're talking about they're not seeing it on YouTube the way they're seeing the Bravia Network too.
I have videos on it. I mean,
On the R95H. Yeah. Okay, well there you go.
Several shorts. I got like a dozen shorts on.
I have yet to film anything on the R95H, 95H because I only have the S95H.
Yeah.
I'm getting the R95 in a few weeks.
The way they send out their samples is different. It's one per one. Other manufacturers will send the whole lineup. You know, so if you've paused or you're not interested in it, they're not going to send it to you.
I think also that I think Samsung actually is promoting it. I just think that Sony is promoting RGB more. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all they have.
because OLED is old.
Yeah, they don't have.
There's
They
nothing
don't
to
have
promote.
OLEDs this year.
That makes sense.
Or the wait, they don't have OLEDs this year so far.
Well, in
but
the
I
trade,
won't get that.
but in the trade magazines, everything is Sony True. Sony True.
Yeah,
you know, so
exactly.
that's what they're doing. The other manufacturers, LG does none at all.
Yeah.
And Samsung, I think, is I haven't seen anything on them.
Yeah.
And they were first to market, so.
I mean, it was a big thing at CES.
Actually, R95H. I was surprised. I was better than I thought it was.
Here we go. Shadow detail.
Right there, the 115 is
Yeah.
135.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying the RGB one in there, the R95H. I was like, I did not expect it to perform as well as maybe I should have. I shouldn't have been have preconceived notions about it. But it performed a lot better than I thought it was going to. Yeah. It was a trade-off. Obviously, there's a difference between the Sony. The Sony matched the BVM a little bit better, but some of the trade-offs that Samsung made.
No, I think what you're saying we have to judge probably based on his content.
Yeah.
Now in this scene, if anyone needs me to pause something, please let me know and I'll hit pause.
My screen. Sorry, that's from over that or hopping over here.
Solid front.
Don't want to tell you where to go, but.
My apologies. My apologies.
It's torture. It's a torture test for.
Yeah, this is movie shoot.
So that's not an issue for display.
They should give away free OLED goods in RGB. Deliberate.
Which made it difficult to judge.
Yeah, it's amazing. But the sun is kind of hazy.
Yeah, because the last one bringing it up this was the movie time. It's having more Samsung's controls.
How about that? Great, temporary just flickering on low electrical.
Yeah. The question is, do you see it?
Vertical. Looking at the light coming in. Vertigo. All right, let me back it up.
Is this Nosferatu?
Alright. I'll run this last time and then we're going to go to another scene for you guys to look at.
What movie is this again?
1913.
1917. This is still 1917?
Yes.
Low level saturation or low level.
Yeah. I mean, for shadow too, I think coming in out to masks shadow detail just as much as it'll crush it. So to me, it's the same part. They're all the same.
Noise in the image.
All right, we are watching Shadow Detail. Let's cut back to the back room. Let me know if you have questions about Shadow Detail, and we'll talk about it.
And shadow
Okay,
detail is tough
so that
because,
was them
you know,
redoing
really
Shadow
much
Detail
so it's-
in
you
the
can't
other
have both.
room. 1917, which is perfect for Shadow Detail. we are not doing shadow detail here. Just comparing the TVs. Bravia 8 Mark II on top. That's G6 right here, and then the S95H on the left. Okay. All right, let's get back to your super chats real quick. Okay. Pull head Fromas. If we're just comparing TV inch TCL X11L or the Sony Bravia 7 Mark II 98 inch, is TCL $1,000 better? What is your priority? So the shadow detail on the 7 II 98 inch is consistent. You don't need to change the setting scene from scene. As you saw, the TCL X11L shadow detail is kind of crushed. You really have to go in there and tune it. Out of the box, the 7 II has better shadow detail. However, the contrast on the X11L is record-breaking among mini LED TVs. It'll have slightly better blooming control. Specular highlights will be brighter, and it is a brighter TV. So it depends on your priorities. Is it worth $1,000 more? If you watch a lot of moody movies, we're talking Oppenheimer, I get the 7 Mark II for Oppenheimer. If you're watching Oscar-awarding movies, award-winning movies, 7 Mark II. Skin tones, spot on. X11L, skin tones are very close. But it bothers me that for that price, their shadow detail out of the box requires so much hand tuning. It is just too crushed. So I am not a fan of the shadow detail, but it can be fixed. You have to put the black level to 51, and that kind of makes it as it should be. It's still not perfect, but it's closer. So yeah, that's kind of like the disadvantage of the X11L, whereas Sony, they've always focused on shadow detail, as you saw in the last outside, right, where we had shadow detail. The Bravia 9 Mark II looked phenomenal with shadow detail there. Okay, let me get caught up with all of our super chats real quick. Broker Brad, hey buddy. If LG sold the 97-inch OLED for $6,000, would they lose money on it? Yes, they would. They're selling it for $24,000 right now. Ask yourself, I mean, if they're selling it for $15,000, that's below cost. There are so few takers for the 97-inch that it's very expensive because it's a one-off almost, and so that's why it's over $20,000. So forget $6,000. They cannot make money selling it for $15,000. Yes, they would. Thank you for that question, Broker Brad. Next up, Dice Cut. Hey, thank you for hanging around for another super chat. Samsung needs to offer two options, matte and glossy on their OLEDs. I think they do that in Europe. You Europeans out there, let us know. Don't they have a 99H and a 95H? One is matte and one, or no, that's bezel.
Yeah, that's just
one is bezel-less, but the matte are in both of them. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I wish they had done that actually in the U.S.
They did
I
it in the F. 95F they
Which
had.
shot is this one?
Correct,
This might not.
yeah.
This is not Jen, is it?
Is it? I think it is. It has no views.
That's
Who is
not
this?
It. Yeah, just make sure it's not. Make sure.
Oh, it's her.
It is her.
360 environment. Yeah, yeah.
Just because you're gonna.
Yeah, Jennifer Gala.
Yeah, I wish they had offered that in the U.S.
There
this
is,
year,
yeah, it's
the
this
95 and the 99, separating it like that. Because I think a lot of people would love this set and love this panel. But they're shying away from it because they don't like the bezel. And listen, we're talking about a very small minority, but I'm part of that small minority. I hate the bezel.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I would probably buy this in a heartbeat if it wasn't for the bezel.
What about the matte?
That doesn't bug me that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it would. When did they introduce it? Last year or the year before?
Oh, 3 years.
3 years ago. Okay.
S95C.
No, it started with last year.
So just a D?
No, they had it the year before.
Really?
Was it the D? Or was it this F?
F. It was the F.
Just F.
That
yeah.
was their first.
That was first.
And then this year they doubled down by adding it to the 98. That's what.
Yes,
it said
that's
everywhere.
exactly what it was. Okay.
They doubled down
Okay.
this year,
Okay.
right? By putting it on everything.
All I know is that when I first heard it and I saw the videos of it, it looked atrocious. I hated it. I thought the matte was going to ruin everything. And when I saw it in person, it's not that big a deal.
Fine.
Yeah. And not only, it's not that big a deal even with lights on. You turn the lights off when you're watching a movie, critical viewing, it's not a big deal
You don't notice
at
it.
all.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Like, I'm looking at it right now.
Yep.
I can't tell the
I
difference.
cannot tell it's
at all.
matte. Yeah.
I have no idea it's matte. You only know it when it's off and there's a black image on there, and then you can see some reflections, but who's watching it like that?
Well, it takes us to RRC6064's comment. I spent months ruminating over the small differences on each TV's picture. Too easy to get caught up in the little things when they're side by side. Now that the G6 is on my wall, I could care less. It's amazing. That's the
1000%.
point. Any of these
1000%.
TVs on your wall,
Yep.
the right size, right? The size you want. This scene, they're identical.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell me
Fantastic.
one is different than the other. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, in this
Very
scene
good
right
point,
now,
R.
these scenes right now, they're almost completely identical.
Yeah.
Sony's like I'm like my
Yes,
my,
magenta.
Yeah,
It's the
I can
it's
see
it's
it
the
there.
green
Yeah,
desaturation
yeah.
coming
What's
out.
this though? Which one is this? I don't even have this one.
Set unlisted.
This
right?
is Jennifer's special video that only I have access to.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding. But I found it.
FOMO special.
It's a secret channel.
Yeah.
Go back to see what it is. I gotta see which one it is.
It was a blank tile and it said no views, so I'm assuming it's unlisted.
It's this one right here.
It's on HDR Super Channel. A 4K Vision Pro. Okay.
Yeah. See, Brian doesn't watch the Super Channel anymore. He's not like me. I'm loyal to the Super Channel. They're both made by Jennifer Gala. So Brian's like, you know what, FOMO?
No, I have a
You
lot of
keep
those.
the Super Channel. I'm going my way.
First of all, Jen's stuff is great. It's always been great, but she's taken it to a next level.
Oh,
Like,
this is
past
next
6
level
months.
stuff.
It's wild.
Dude,
And that's why she's
she's on a helicopter. She's hang gliding over Hawaii or wherever, the South Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. With her Vision Pro, she's like this, yelling in
Phil
French.
Holland.
Yelling in French
Yeah.
at the guy flying overhead. Stop the boat! Stop the plane! I gotta
Stop
capture
the FOMO?
this. Stop the FOMO! We love you, Jennifer. Okay, Sean, thank you for the super chat. I just saw a glimpse of shadow detail. The G6 looked the best on my Bravia 9. The irony. Why does last year's and this year's shootout? It seems besides reduction in days due to the TV's quantity going less, also fun is less. Do you feel the same? So, Brian, do you feel that it's less fun? You know, I'll tell you why. Maybe it's the reduction in days. It used to go 2 days, and then judges stopped showing up on the second day because they're just so exhausted. Maybe it's less fun because we're not seeing Brian suffer and being tortured and yelling and screaming. Because right now the air conditioning is on, the fan's going, and you know it's like that whole Schadenfreude. When Brian's not yelling and screaming out of pain, there's no fun. Now that things are happening smoothly, right? I mean, we're just a FOMO pulling his shirt off away from
the answer is keep you away
from
from
hijinks.
Yeah, it's a hijinks. I think the difference is like we have these things. When we started doing this, was like our first time seeing it.
All right. Brighter is not always better. Let me know when they change the scenes. So
you think you know, and then you don't.
You know, KG's right. It just started.
Ah, my boy KG.
Literally.
Love KG.
You guys didn't miss anything. The first 3 hours was instructions, getting everything, technical difficulties overcome, right? We're back in shadow detail now. And, you know, much to Brian's dismay, we may end up leaving at 8 p.m. again.
Oh my god! Last year I was like screaming at the camera. I'm like, "What are you?" Because they're like, "We gotta
No,
do
no,
a
no.
recount." I'm like,
No, no,
"A
no.
recount."
No. After the recount,
shenanigans.
there we go.
Yeah,
Brian,
yeah.
this is shenanigans happening
You
back.
think I got shenanigans back here? I'm dying. I haven't been out there once. That's why I take a break.
They had him trapped. He couldn't get out because it would affect the lighting. So, and they would bring him water once every 3 hours. And you guys love that. Give Brian some water. Turn on the fan.
I cannot find that video. It's crazy. I like that.
All right. Hey, Mr. M. Park in 1989. I love my OLED iPad. It has perfect near black handling that OLED TVs can't match yet. Oh, that's ironic. And the tone mapping and color science from Apple is unmatched. So the iPad Pro uses similar, it's OLED, except on the iPad it is direct view RGB. That is one step better than OLED.
Disconnected some component, I don't know.
Technical difficulties, judges are rebelling. They disconnected some component. So the tone mapping and color science, let's put that aside for now. The actual technology on the panel of the iPad Pro, their tandem OLED is RGB direct view. It's the same technology that's on phones and elevated tandem. The tandem on the TVs are not the same. It is WOLED. It is definitely inferior, and arguably even QD-OLED is inferior to iPad Pro's tandem RGB direct view OLED, except they don't make it for TVs because you cannot get it brightness, and if you do, burn-in risk is a lot higher. So if you have the iPad Pro, that tandem OLED RGB direct view is magic, but because it's self-emissive like these OLEDs, black levels should be identical. Shadow detail is probably where you can see the difference. But yeah, no, good point. That's a great
He's part
technology.
of the club, man. I'm the same way. I love my OLED iPad. It's the highlights, the way
the tandem RGB.
Yeah, tandem's amazing.
Well, FOMO, we were saying that if they did bring it to a TV and all of a sudden the TV was 500 nits, people would lose their minds.
Oh yeah.
Even though it would look better.
No, forget 500, 1,000 nits. They would lose
150.
1,000.
150.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say about that? About the old tandem? I will say, when it comes to burning though, I am very impressed with the tandem OLED because it's a daily driver for me. I use it for everything. I use it for content, surfing the web, any sort of work, and no matter what it is.
Yeah.
It is my daily driver, and it's not a hint of burning. Whatever they did with that panel is amazing, absolutely amazing. I think whatever they, I know.
But look how much it is.
Well, that's the other. I was about to say that.
It's
No,
only
you
this
actually remind me.
big.
No, you actually remind me. I
How much
said,
is it?
well, I mean, it's $1,000 for the 11. But it's an 11-inch iPad.
Yeah.
So like
Per capita.
I always joke. I've joked around with a couple of people online. I joke around with KG about this, about how like I would love an Apple OLED.
Yeah.
That was basically the iPad OLED, but made large. The problem is it would be it'd be 25
Apple TV
grand.
now. All right.
It'd be 20 if they made a 55-inch OLED that was the same quality as their iPad. It'd be 10 grand, and everyone would just be like, "Oh no, I don't want that."
What you need is a magnifying glass that can go off a mirror and shoot it on the wall. Like,
Yeah.
All you need is a big magnifying glass. That's better. That works.
Yeah. We go back to rear projection.
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
Brian, guess what time it is in India? It's almost 12 a.m. and I may go to sleep. Sean is still hanging in. Thank you for that super chat.
Sean, good night, bro. See you in a couple
Brian
hours.
And guest. This is
I'm guest.
This is High Def News. If you're on Twitter or catch any of his news posts on Twitter, right? Mostly X.
Yep.
You'll catch them.
I'm gonna be doing more YouTube soon.
All right.
I'm gonna double
All
down
right.
on my YouTube account. So if you guys
All right.
want to go there too, I'd appreciate it.
Nice.
Bravia 9, no reflection room in the room, 85-inch, lots of sports and 1080p HDR movies on Prime and Netflix movies. I shouldn't change from my Bravia 9 and wait for next year. Am I right? You're an expert take. Yes. And next year you're going to have another TCL X something or other.
Sean just got the Bravia 9.
Wait until there's a Bravia 9
Like
Mark
4 8K
III.
TVs that could not work.
Let's wait till the next generation of processors, right? I really want to see what they can do with a more powerful processor and I think more dimming zones. The 9 Mark II is going to run its course over the next 2 years. In year 3, they're going to have more dimming zones, and we'll see how that goes. I agree. Hold on to your 9 until it drops. It is such a good TV. And anyone else who hasn't decided, if you're on the fence between the 9 and the 9 Mark II, get the 9 first. The only thing that 9 Mark II, I think, is a big difference in terms of visible, it's the anti-reflection if your room is bright. Other than that, the 9 is such an amazing TV. There's no doubt about it. Okay, thank you, Sean.
And the 65-inch is cheaper than the 7 Mark II. It's
Yes.
a no-brainer. That's
Yes.
a no-brainer.
If you could still find it, right? They're sold
Yeah, that's
out.
a good point. It might be sold out at this point, right?
They're almost gone.
Yeah.
So here's one where surprisingly the G6, I'm going to pause here because remember I took the brightness down? Here it's not, it's too dim because I took the brightness down. There it is. So let's bring it back to where, yeah, I mean it looks more colorful now, right?
Oh, well, they're in Filmmaker. Are those in Filmmaker too?
Yeah, they're all in Filmmaker.
Oh, they're all in Filmmaker. Oh, wow. Okay.
Let's make sure
My
they're-
gosh, that Samsung looks great in Filmmaker mode.
doesn't it?
Oh, it's in movie. That's why. Yeah. Because I was going to say, if that's in Filmmaker mode, it's
I
blowing
think
the
the
other ones out of
Sony's
the water.
not in Filmmaker anymore.
Yeah, I don't think the Sony's in Filmmaker.
Maybe it's in movie mode?
Yeah, I think it's in cinema.
It's crippling the freaking LG this whole time.
Yeah, because I was looking at the...
It was too bright,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was looking at the Samsung. I was like, if
it's
it's...
still professional. But I have the brightness up. Let's put them back to where they should be.
Yeah.
Let's go back to what it is out of the box because brightness
Yeah,
should not
reset?
be. No, it's just brightness shouldn't be brightness preferred.
Well, that's a good question. Are
Yeah,
they
pretty
are they
great.
doing out of the box again this year, scoring it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
All right, so they're all accurate now,
Oh, maybe
right?
they'll just do the... I would think Dewayne mentioned he would do, like, the calibration reports or something. Yeah. That's all you really need anyway.
I mean, do them truly out of the box. You have to go through the presets. It's a score them for standard, score them for sports, score them for whatever. And that gets dicey because some manufacturers have sports, some don't prefer standard.
Yeah, but as long as you have the calibration reports, you can figure out how far off everything is.
Absolutely.
All right.
So now
this
they're all
is-
Filmmaker mode?
They're all in Filmmaker or professional mode.
Okay.
No brightness preferred. Let me double check. LG and Samsung match the best, actually.
The Sony.
The Sony is just a touch dimmer.
Yeah, what's the HDR tone mapping look like?
Brian put it in gradation preferred. Yep, this is all off.
It's natural.
Okay.
Wow. That LG is, that's,
It's a Canon.
yeah. That's
specular highlights.
That's
in the
pretty
buildings.
nice. I will say though, I still, as much as I like that, I keep gravitating towards Samsung. It's like a happy middle ground. It's like a great middle ground between the three.
It's a different signature.
Yeah.
But Samsung's been more accurate over the years, where it used to be TCL's taking up that mantra of just.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That okay. I'm impressed though, actually, the strides Samsung's made. Because when I first got into this stuff, when you said reference, you shot way away from Samsung.
It was a cartoon.
Yeah,
It was a cartoon.
Now, wow.
Yeah. No. Well, now even the dynamic reset, well, not in this content, is actually decent. Versus, it's not as bright as it used to be.
Let's say so. Jamie Rollo agrees with you, Brian. I completely disagree. The Bravia 9 Mark II and even the Bravia 7 Mark II are so much better than the Bravia 9 Mark I.
I hear you, Jamie. I hear you. These guys are stuck in professional, bro.
I am stuck in professional. I am looking at shadow detail. But you got to get a TV for you, right? Absolutely.
I'm the Luddite, man. I'm part of that camp, though, man. I really am. I love reference. I was saying before about my iPad Pro. Like, it's in reference even when I'm just doing, like,
and Lisa, hey, Lisa, I like colors on the fire
but it's a preference.
and purple.
You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Better on the QD-OLEDs. Yep. That's why you get QD-OLED, right?
That's fine.
But I think people need to realize it is a preference. It's not. Some people go like, this is right and this is wrong. It's a preference. I don't begrudge people their preferences like some people.
Can't do it.
So this is a good response because someone says they saw a lot of burn-in at a Best Buy store because it's in torch mode, retail mode, right?
It's because they don't shut it off at the source.
Right. They don't shut it off. And so Rich is trying to give it some context. Home burn-in is very rare. I think Best Buy burn-in that you see is unlikely at home unless you're watching Weather Channel in vivid mode 24/7.
Well, because they don't shut them off at the source, the TV can never re-pixel shift.
Correct.
So it just literally turns off. It never gets that ability to do its thing.
Well, actually,
let's be honest though, if you're watching the Weather Channel 24/7 in vivid mode, you've got bigger issues than TV burning.
And image retention is a real thing too.
And here's a good question for those in the know about technology. How much time before blue full LED, phosphorescent OLED, RGB from LG? Never. For TVs. Monitors, phones, maybe. TVs, not happening. And the reason is it's too expensive to adapt to a larger size. You guys aren't going to pay for it, meaning consumers like, wait a minute. And most importantly, once they've done all the expenses to update the entire TV to full LED, RGB, direct view, then what? Raise the prices? That's even worse, right? They have a hard time selling TVs now at these prices.
And also the other problem is, right, when you're talking about stripping out the white subpixel, let's say LG. You talk about stripping out the white subpixel because they're like, oh, well, we've reached this pixel, this brightness level.
Now we're back down here again.
And then you're bringing it back down again. If you keep the white subpixel, it'll just go higher than that. And the reality is, when you're in Best Buy, that's what sells. So the vast majority of people are going to see that and go for it. So why are they going to change for a minority of people like us that would love the purity of not having the white subpixel?
But they're in a trap now too, because if they lower that brightness and these TVs are 1,000 nits, people aren't going to buy them.
Exactly.
So you're screwed anyway.
Even if it's just a linear thing, not linear, but like a lateral move. Like let's say it's 3,000 nits, and next year it's still 3,000 nits, but you drop the white subpixel. People are like, well, I'm not buying that. Buy last year's model.
Yep.
So KG has a public service announcement. Burn-in is a scam.
I agree.
Someone talk to Robert Conrad.
I agree.
Unless you talk to Robert Conrad.
Unless you watch the Weather Channel, which he's the only person I know that actually does that.
To be fair, though, KG and I are both OLED iPad guys, so we're daily rockers of those things, and there's no burn-in. I bet he's the same.
Here's the ultimate dream. You rock an iPad Pro and a Plasma Curo.
Hey.
That's all you need.
That's a Luddite's dream.
I love it. Good point, Star Rider. Okay, a couple of super chats here. Oh, Shah, you didn't go to bed yet. All right, let's see if we can send you to bed. Thank you for the super chat from India. FOMO Brian and High Def. We'll see the result in tomorrow morning. Kindly, all respect, experts, can you, if winner had to be decided, how much would win according to you all? Okay, we're going to predict the winner right now. Also, can't wait for your take on the shootout next week. Good night, stay blessed all. So when I saw, like, this is why I'm not out there. I've already seen a lot of the scenes, and I saw the reference after calibration. I felt the S95H matched it better in the scenes that I saw. I didn't see everything, right? So in the scenes that I felt was important to me, I felt the S95H matched the closest. So I'm going to stick with that. I predict the S95H as the winner. High def, limited scene, prediction, no right answer.
Yeah, the only caveat is the fact that there was some technical difficulty, so I don't know if I was seeing the correct thing that was supposed to be seen. But like you said, out of what I did see, I thought it matched the BVM the best.
Which one?
In the vast Samsung.
Samsung.
I'm the same as you.
So
the S95H.
2 out of 3.
I thought it matched it best.
Brian,
Same.
prediction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
thought Samsung was that way last year.
I did too.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I don't know if that'll make it win though. I
Yes.
think it would. If
I
I was the one judging it, it probably would.
And we didn't see
but I'm not.
SDR. Remember,
And I
Sony.
didn't predict. I predicted the Z95B last year,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the Samsung looked more like the reference monitor last year.
Yeah.
And I feel it was the same here. I thought it was definitely going to win, but it was that SDR. It was weighed so heavily.
To the
SDR.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen SDR yet.
Yeah.
So
I'm really curious about that. I want to see SDR.
thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Good night, my friend. We'll let you know who
In
wins.
fact, I think I'm actually gonna jump out and
Yes.
look at some more content.
Go find out.
I'll be back, gentlemen.
Watch the real content out there.
Thank you for having me on.
Of course, bro. Oh, so you want to come sit down over here?
Righty. And super chat from Partizan BGD. Thank you, my friend. First, thank you for all your hard work. You're welcome. Oh, wait. There you go. Now we see you. First, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. You're welcome. If brightness is not overly important outdoor, you consider 77-inch A95L over the 77-inch Bravia 9 Mark II, or the A95L being the 2023 Tech. Spend that money on the 77-inch G6. So ultimately, I would choose. So brightness is not important. You're watching stuff, light control, all that good stuff. I agree. 77-inch A95L and the 77 G6 are what you would choose. If you don't need the brightness, really the power of the G6 is lost. 77-inch A95L is great for everything. If get the cheaper TV. If the G6 is cheaper,
The A95L is not cheaper though.
well, that's what I'm saying. He'll get the cheaper TV.
So it's hard to buy. It's hard to pay that price for an A95L.
that's-
It's 3 years old at this point.
Yeah, that's the issue.
It's an excellent TV, but it's going to be very natural looking compared. It doesn't have the ability to get as bright as these, even close.
But he doesn't care about brightness.
He says that, but
He says,
you say that
wait,
until you get it.
you don't care about beauty. It's all about the inner beauty.
Yeah,
You
she's
say
got a
that.
great sense of humor. And it's like, well, it's not that pretty.
Robert Conrad, thank you, my friend. FYI, it was only an hour or two every morning for Weather Channel. So, for context, the Weather Channel wasn't running 24/7. Robert Conrad was watching on the G5, the Weather Channel, in vivid mode, no more than 2 hours every morning, which is not a lot. I now watch it in Filmmaker mode because he didn't want the burn-in, and it looks terrible. Oh, wow, right? Weather Channel got to be in vivid. Demos
But
on the mute
he said,
button.
look, the mute button, because when you lower the brightness, the stupid thing says it's a crossed out horn. So he had that in, because you had it in mute. When you turn it down to 0, it goes to that. It
Yes,
stays
turn
on.
it to 0. You can't use the mute.
Yeah, don't need that. That's a static image, my friend.
Yeah, and even that static image.
It's very
Did you have
static.
pixel, what is it, the pixel motion, pixel moving?
You gotta turn that crap off, but you gotta keep it on.
You gotta keep it on. Well, that's a good public service announcement, Robert. Yeah, don't mute, but take volume down to 0, which is what I do as well.
Yeah.
Dice Cut, thank you for the super chat. What time are they announcing the winner? Hopefully, it's not another 5 hours. So Brian,
If you're hopeful, it's 5 hours, bro. I mean,
right now, it's
right
2:30 Eastern time. Last year, the winner was announced at 8 o'clock.
Oh my God.
If things hold to, Brian's already losing it, and the temperature is perfect. Can you imagine?
Perfect. What are you talking about? It's like Iraq back here.
It's the humidity.
I'm hot as
Is it the
shit.
humidity?
You're not hot?
No, it feels like I'm back in Cambodia.
Oh, my Cambodia, man. thought you were gonna say San Diego, Cambodia. Yeah, you're right. I need a machete through the woods.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
god!
in Ecuador.
Some bamboo. What the? Oh my god!
All right, but honestly,
It's gonna be
when
a
is
minute. It takes a while, man.
it will definitely be in, I don't know. To be honest,
Hi,
guys,
Richard,
I'd
sir.
say at least 4 more hours. I think so.
And then we keep having technical difficulties too. So.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean,
There we go. Okay.
They have to double check too when the Magnetar had an issue. So
Yeah, well, the
So,
Magnetar had an issue. I think they're, I don't know what they're doing now.
I think they're using now the Apple TV.
yeah, why do you exactly, bro? You know, a sauna, trust.
Oh, well, this is the only question that you could answer. Why do you guys always host the event at a sauna? Like, Brian, why don't you go to the polar ice cap? What is up with you,
I don't
Brian?
know, dude. And the fact is, like, we're back here with these 3 monsters that are throwing off heat. I got this light on, and I'm scrunched up like a ball because we're using this crap camera. I got IMAX out there filming the freaking TVs you can't see.
Oh, wait.
And why do the little guy's got the camera at his chin and the big guy's got it on like 500 pounds?
Right. Let's see what they're doing out over there.
Yeah, great job. Put
All
this
right.
piece of crap out there and bring that thing back in here.
Yeah, Brian's, you can't tell. Brian's not happy.
Yeah, put your phone out there.
Let me go out there and just.
The camera's not doing a damn thing.
All right, 1 second.
I feel like I'm in Cool Hand Luke. I think I'm in the hot box. Put him in the box.
I feel nothing coming out of the AC vent.
Oh, not a damn thing. That was nice and cool back there. I'm like, back where? What's up?
I can't see nothing coming.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's dark as hell in there,
It's
right?
so dark. Yo, we were doing shadow detail.
Yeah.
And the door, the light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the wrong room.
This is like a cannon.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, we don't play in here. We don't worry about that shadow. We don't want no shadows in here. we want vivid the whole time.
Chase them away.
I don't even know if the audio. Are you guys the audio in here, guys, or is it out there?
Sure, both phones are out there.
No, yeah, I can't tell. You guys hear me? Yeah, no, we're here. This is
want me to check?
MacBook. No, it's okay. I can see the thing moving. Would you still recommend OLED if gaming all day with a HUD? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, OLED gaming is not an issue. Burn-in is not an issue. The only time it is an issue is if you don't shut it off at the source and you click off, you don't turn the TV off, and if you game with the same game every single day and you don't switch games, you may have an issue if it's, say, Fortnite or whatever you're playing in, Battlefield. But even then, you'd have to be hitting it really hard, and the game modes aren't going to allow you to be in Vivid anyway, so you'd be fine. What's up, KG? Harry Potter Green Tint. These guys. Yeah, Natho, it's not going to burn in, man. You can make anything burn in if you want to, pause things for 3 days, but it's the same 3 games, 5 hours a day. Well, damn, DJ Randy, I wish I had your life. As long as you alternate the games, those 3 games, and turn the TV off at the source. If you want to be careful, what I would do is, after a long gaming session, go on YouTube and literally run a full video like Jen's, get those pixels moving, and you're good. But if you want to run the same game every single day and turning off at the source, meaning turn the TV off. If you have them on a surge protector or something like that and you just switch that off, that's not really turning it off at the source. Turn it off with the remote.
Yes, because if the TV does its refresh while it's off.
It needs to know it's off, not off on the.
It needs to be powered off. Yeah. So here we are doing. This is 4000 nit peak specular highlights, and they're on break right now.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Randy.
They're on break right now. So Glossy is setting up this peak specular highlights right now. So this is specular detail at 4000 nits. They're watching. What is it? Beasts? Is that that Harry Potter Beasts?
Fantastical Beasts. Or
Fantastical Beasts.
Crap movies out there, man.
Hey, they're the only one that does
some Pacific Rim, baby. Get out.
But it's not 4,000 nits. Tone mapping 4,000 nits. This is one of the few ones, and it has all the little flames and stuff, right? So, all right. Because if it's dimmed, I'll do it well.
So Mozart, that's a Fantastical Beasts. Which is not
Fantastical-
a great movie.
fantastic.
I don't know what the timestamp is.
All right, here we go. 4,000 nit, 4,000 nit, tone, mapping. Okay, that's what they're doing.
Dude, looks like we're in a freaking interrogation room.
You're in Cambodia.
Right? Nah, so where were you last night?
Yeah, what scene is this, Mozart? It is Fantastic Beasts. The dragon.
Dragon! Yeah,
dragon flying,
yeah,
fighting, killing.
Yeah. I'm sorry, losing my shit,
That's
man.
the one.
Eat cocktail.
Yeah, let's get caught up.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay.
Cyber Barrage. Thank you for that super chat. Or Cyber Rage. I need a 97-inch, 98-inch TV for the new house. If the G6 97 had the tandem, I would go with that.
Me too.
But then it's the Bravia 7 Mark II 98 or the X11L 98 or the LG RGB 95B100. I'm really curious about the RGB. Are you going to test it? RGB is out here. It's going through the testing now. I'm going to channel the results from this because at the end of the day, the interest in the RGB, well, first of all, unfortunately, LG is not known for doing good LCD processing. They're back in the game this year, but can they do it this year?
We don't have any experience with it, honestly. I would go with the X11L. It's the flagship. Bravia 7 Mark II is very good, but the Bravia 9 Mark II and the X11L are more a match. So X11L knows it too.
X11L will be the best of the best, basically. Just make sure if you have issues near black, call Brian. He has the perfect near black settings.
What? Oh, we know that.
51. Black on 51. There you go. That's the solution. Are you going to test it? I'm not going to test the RGB 95B. Are you going to test it, Brian?
No.
You're getting it?
At LG. I'm not going to get it, no.
Oh, okay, so Brian's going to go to LG and show off. Yeah, I'm not even going to go to LG for that. I'll defer to Brian. So, let's see. If this is QD-OLED last year, does that mean LG got the last laugh? If this is QD-OLED's last year, since Samsung will be buying tandem WOLED from LG Display from now on. So we don't know what's going to happen with QD-OLED, Brian. I mean, we've been predicting this, actually.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
We're guessing
not
QD-OLED.
next year, but the year after you'll be done.
They're winding it down for TVs.
Yeah, I mean,
great
to have
for
one
monitors.
To have one model makes no sense at all. They're making a fortune on the monitor space because they can sell to any manufacturer. A lot of the brands use them, but for TVs, the S90H I think is an experiment. If they sell well, S95 is done. There's no point in having it.
Yeah.
And they're so close. Like, I have the S95H. The differences that we see here between the G6 and the S95H is less of a color issue. I mean, the tandem OLEDs are very close.
And it's not a brightness issue. G6 is brighter.
Issue. I mean, they're almost there.
Well, you have the S90H, which is WOLED.
Yep.
Did you like the S90H more?
Oh, is that for my boy? Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, love. No. Well, the S90H was actually very impressive. I think if I did the switcheroo.
Oh, actually, I'm at S90H versus S90F.
Yeah, I mean,
H is WOLED, guys.
Yeah, versus
and
QD-OLED.
F is QD-OLED.
Surprisingly, the S90H, it's not surprising actually because the G6 is brighter and the G5 is brighter than the S90. It was definitely brighter and more impactful, but could you tell that it wasn't a QD-OLED if it wasn't on camera because it had the magenta? Not really.
Yep.
So they were just tuned differently. My point is the majority of people aren't going to notice.
Mm-hmm.
Once S90s are done at Costco and they run their course, they're going to buy an S90H and that's going to be ballgame.
I agree with you. I think the S90H is so close to, well, again, I don't mean so close. The S90H in brightness is a step forward, and then you add the matte screen, and people think it's a better TV, a different TV. And if it sells better than the S90F did last year, and it sells better than the C series this year, Samsung's like, why are we selling QD-OLED? Let's just move to everything to tandem OLED. So,
and unfortunately, Samsung has always treated QD-OLED like the stepchild anyway.
Yes.
They never really wanted it to succeed. Their money was in the Neo QLED, so they basically cannibalized their own lineup. We always said that. So I think they're pretty ready to let it go.
And I think for the last laugh, I completely agree. LG Display is laughing all the way to the bank.
I mean,
Samsung, now Sony is the last holdout. They'll be updating their OLED TVs next year probably. will Sony be the last QD-OLED next
Not if
year?
they're teaming with TCL. They're not vertically integrated. There's no.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have
TCL would have to make their
TCL's
choice.
never going to let them buy OLEDs. They're trying to make money. Then TCL's whole thing is vertical integration. To go back to, and here's what I'll tell you guys, OLED lineups for Sony hurt their LED business. The Bravia 9 is one of the best TVs ever made. No one could buy it because they wanted an 895L.
Let's be clear. Night of Cypher is saying that Samsung quits. They're not quitting OLED.
Not quite.
They're moving to tandem WOLED.
Well, I'll tell you this.
TVs. For TVs.
Well, and to
I
say,
think they are quitting
bathroom?
QD-OLED for TVs.
Bathroom? Or back in the
Downstairs.
showroom?
I'll come from this way.
Yep. Just watch the cord.
Okay. Thank you.
You're good. And it's not wishful thinking. None of us wish for them to disappear. It's simple economics. And it makes no sense to have a run for one panel with 3 different sizes if the majority of people don't realize it. So, and it's not fear-mongering. The thing is, we've seen these companies change on a dime. Samsung's going from New Jersey to Texas after doing this massive renovation. They chose that not for 2 years, for this year.
Actually, I don't think people realize this. So, guys, Samsung headquarters used to campus. I mean, this is North American headquarters, right? Used to be New Jersey. I flew in. Brian flies
just
in.
there.
We fly in every year to New Jersey to headquarters to look at the TVs. Guess what? No more New Jersey. They're closing up, and they literally just renovated it.
They just finished.
Millions spent.
Last year,
they
were working on it. This year, they finished it. We were the first ones to see it finished. And literally, they're not leaving in 2027. They're leaving this year.
Literally.
So when I
pack
say
your
to you
bags,
guys
we're
that
out of here.
LG might say, you know what, we're done with OLED, that may happen tomorrow. If Korea decides it's not working.
Right. It happened in China.
Yeah.
Unexpectedly, Samsung announced, you know what? We looked at the numbers. We're done in China. Let's get out of China.
And that's why we did the whole OLED is dying video. It's not fear-mongering. It's saying if you want to buy these products, support them. Support it. Buy them
while they're still
but
here.
Like, hey, I don't like the remote. I don't like this. I don't like that. The problem is they're going to be gone. There's nowhere for OLEDs to go.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. You used to have a dedicated TV division that was their headquarters in a very expensive campus. Now you're merging with an existing chip division that makes 10 times more money than you in Texas, and of all places, it was like Plano, I don't know, somewhere near Dallas-Fort Worth. That's where they're moving to, into a chip-producing facility.
Taxes.
The reason was the taxes in New Jersey were too high.
Yeah.
They were here for over a decade, and suddenly the taxes are too high.
And nobody thought that Sony would do what they're doing with a Chinese company, but it's survival.
Survival, that's what it is.
And then you guys are mad because of the tax. But really quick, back to what we were saying about talking to Wendy Zone, the owner of this store. The most popular size this year and the end of last year was 85 inches. This is a store that sells volume that way. What does that tell you? OLED's not an option. So people, even though you have OLEDs and they look better just like Plasma did, once they see the size, they shift over and they want that. And that's what the industry is catering to. On the low end, you can go into Costco and for $1,800, you can buy a 100-inch TV.
Absolutely. I love this comment by Ryan because we're always looking for new scenes, or I am. Brian,
it's a terrible
they're all terrible movies. He doesn't like putting out real movies, but you know what?
I'm not risking my channel for
that. I got hit by NCIS.
He loves
I got hit by
Circus Soleil over here.
What can you do? Ryan, I will do it.
Of getting pregnant. That's a terrible movie.
Play the opening fight scene of Black Adam when they wake him up. Dark scene with incredible spectacular highlights.
The whole.
Watched on 83-inch S95H last night. Wow. So yeah, I'll check it out.
I'm glad you like that scene.
I tried Speed Racer. It was okay.
It's another
but I'll definitely do that. We'll see Black Adam, and then of course more Black Adam comment. Thank you, Ryan, for doubling down. Please pay the opening scene of Black Adam.
So, nice, thanks.
Just to give you a heads up, we only have what's loaded on Kaleidoscape, so I would have to take the time to download it on Kaleidoscape. That's going to take 10 minutes.
So he'll use your super chat to buy it.
Exactly.
You gotta buy it. I'm not buying it
because it costs like $15 to $20, whatever. So thank you for the super chat, Ryan. I will use your super chat to download
some Black Adam.
To download Black Adam on my Kaleidoscape.
The movie that killed the whole DCEU.
Could have been. Wait, you weren't hoping for the sequel?
Oh man, I'm all rocked out. I'm
dude,
like, bro.
Oh wait, you're not watching Was it?
He's terrible.
What was that one?
Oh my
The
God.
Disney reboot?
Moana. We had to wear a
Moana.
bodysuit. Moana, the real one.
Moana,
Oh,
the one that failed so bad.
bro.
Okay, Moana 2 did better.
Yeah, but dude, there was a remake of a movie that's 5 years old.
No, it's a remake of a movie where you go, oh, they're just so lazy.
Literally,
They sang the same songs, went through the same motions.
Put the rock in. Dude,
Except-
his head is this big, and he has a bodysuit, and he's like, bro,
No,
trash.
it's too much. Too much. Oh wait, our faces disappeared. Sorry.
That's not a bad thing.
Now let me put us back on again. There you go. What happened here? Oh, I screwed up. All right, let's change this back. There we go. Okay, yeah. So thank you, Ryan. I will definitely invest in Black Adam for my next review. My next review will be the R95H. I pending is the UR8 versus the QM7L. Maybe that should be the one for Black Adam. UR8 versus QM7L versus the R95H. Let's see who wins. If all, and Dice Cut, thank you for the super chat. If all TCL and Sony plan to do with their deals to make more mini LED TVs instead of OLEDs, that's going to hurt Sony even more because people love OLEDs and want OLED more.
You're still missing the point, my friend.
OLED's already, I mean, not OLED. Sony's already hurt.
You got to understand, people, meaning us, in this chat and on these channels is such a small minority. They're clearly not making enough money. They've been in the OLED business since the way before, for years now, and it's not making money.
Mm-hmm.
Mini LEDs are cheaper to produce, and they're larger, and people want them. So OLEDs, people are afraid of burning for a long time. So I know what you're saying. People love OLEDs, but they're not surviving catering to people. Enthusiasts.
Love OLED.
But see, but Sony's biggest weakness, DICE, is they really listen to the enthusiasts, and they're behind. You know, Samsung is the one shifting over to matte and artwork and lifestyle.
Because they were falling behind.
They're falling behind.
It wasn't working for them.
And, and that's why they're okay letting TCL, go ahead, man, win the way they did the same thing. They ate up the market at a lower price. They got to the top, and they couldn't make money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you're seeing it. And OLEDs, the reason why DICE, why I think OLEDs are gone is that no one's going to buy the mini LEDs if OLEDs are around. So if they released an OLED this year, the RGBs are dead in the water.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
They don't want to muddy it. So, and coming out with a QD-OLED with two sizes, that was the end right there.
They're bringing in ice.
For Brian?
For us to sit on.
For you to sit on?
You could put it over my head.
Oh wait.
Yeah, I think the air conditioning went out again.
The air conditioning went out. Is that why Brian feels like he's in Cambodia?
Wait a minute, cool hand, Luke. Put him in the box.
So, John, are you ready to share some of your thoughts?
You want to jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, come over here.
Because Brian needs to go visit his chiropractor.
I need to go out for a walk.
That's all right. I need a chiropractor. My back is killing me.
Yes, 8 hours of this. Everyone needs a chiropractor.
You got a bad back at your size? That's tough.
Yeah, I woke up the other day. I'm feeling a lot better today, you know, over the days. I woke up and my back was killing me. I don't know what.
Okay, John Reformato, also otherwise known as JRef at ABS Forum, and also otherwise known in Florida as Sexy Man in Tight Pants. 1965. Okay, so this super chat from Dunn Mansion kind of takes me into your comments, which is LG should stand for L, Green Tint 6 TVs. Okay, because we're seeing the green tint on my stream, because as we've said, camera hypersensitivity being what it is, it makes the green look more evident. But I want to hear from you because, so first of all, if you guys don't know, JRef, John Reformato, he is a calibrator. He's been calibrating for decades, and he's still doing calibration in Florida. So if you live in the villages and you want a calibration from a man in tight tights, this is the man for you. But John, tell me about this green thing. Before calibration, after calibration, so two questions. Is it really that much greener? And can you calibrate it out? Or is this something that the LGW OLED just...
No, it's something that could be, you know, the problem you have is you have different panel technologies. Okay. So the WOLED's always going to appear greener with the camera. Mm-hmm. In real life, when I'm looking dead on at the LG, it looks fine.
When you go off angle a little bit, it's a little on the
It
tiny
is,
bit of
it
green
is
tint.
tiny. So
Tiny
there
bit of green
is.
tint.
To be fair to LG,
Yep.
my camera was off angle a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So every now and then I put it on, like, oh my god, it's green.
Yeah, yeah.
But then that's also a fault of LG. People don't know that
Yeah.
it does look green off angle, and sometimes.
But it's a little bit. You know,
a little
what I'm
bit,
trying to say?
not like terrible.
The reason why you're seeing a big difference with the camera is because you have the QD-OLEDs next to it, which tend to push red, right? You know what I'm trying to say? So
Actually, here's a great example
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Okay,
yeah.
so this is the monitor.
Yep.
This is what YouTube sees. It does look a little bit
Right,
greener.
but when I look at that, it doesn't look anything like what the monitor shows. It looks perfect to me.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a touch. If I had
And
to
you're off
argue,
angle,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you are off angle.
Even off angle, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a touch. And like I always say when you read all my comments on AVS, if you don't have a reference in your house, you're never going to see any of this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's only when you have something to compare it to or something next to it or a reference is when you're going to see these subtleties. But it's really, there's really not, I mean, you can go ahead and adjust the white point even more to get that green out. It's just that what tends to happen is this: when you calibrate the TV, and all the TVs are calibrated, when you try to then go ahead and try and adjust it, just to have the TVs match the white point, sometimes you just don't want to make too many changes, right?
Right.
Because otherwise you start wrecking the white point, start wrecking the calibration. So, but like, look at that. That was great. The YouTube thing looked perfect to me, right?
Yeah.
You know.
I agree. I think, well, okay, so this actually takes me to a different place. So you've been calibrating for Vi Electronics for years.
Yep.
And,
not anymore, but I used to,
yeah, you used to. So you retired. So Dewayne Davis is doing it now. Your experience as a calibrator, tell us about what TVs you've bought and why, and what's your current daily driver today?
So over the years, I've been buying Sonys, only because the LGs always had tinting and
is it on? Are you guys on?
banding problems.
We're starting again?
So, But this year
what are you doing, Cassie?
I think we're going to be starting again, folks.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm coming. I'm coming.
What are you judging now?
Huh?
What are you judging? What's the next scene?
Oh, Crimes of Grindelwald.
Crimes of Grindelwald, the 4,000 nits? Perfect. I'll
Okay.
put it back
I just
on.
want to say one last thing, and I'll come right out. So the final comment is I've been using LG. I've been buying Sonys all these years, and this year because I wanted an 83-inch, I had to get the LG. So I got the LG G6, and I'm like amazed on how good it is. Actually
G6.
very, very good. LG has come a long way.
Yeah.
Nothing's 100% perfect, but it's a really good TV.
And that says a lot.
Yeah.
A calibrator, he goes, you know what? Off angle, slightly green, doesn't matter. It's an amazing TV.
Right, exactly.
No TV is perfect. So
Anyway, I got to go.
Go,
Bye-bye.
do your thing. Thank you so much. All right, let's join. I'm going to bring in the scene out there. Let's move audio and hear what Dewayne has to say.
Are we missing judges down that way? Multiple?
Yeah.
We're missing multiple judges.
Oh my goodness. All right, so who's missing?
Eric's.
You're right, exactly right. The red shirts.
Okay.
Raise your hands if you're not here.
Just Eric. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah.
We good?
I guess. Let me get out of the way here. I'm gonna let you hold that remote seat. So
Yep.
This is your favorite piece of content. So
Yeah, this is a little bit more $1,000.
by the way.
Everyone quiet.
Yeah.
So this scene will actually exceed the BVMs, so they will clip in the brightest parts. So this is the HDR tone mapping. You're going to vote on how well the details retained and how bright it gets.
This is 4,000 nits content or 10 nits?
It exceeds 4,000 across most of the screen.
Okay.
So it's very high to get.
Okay, thanks.
And interesting.
Fantastic. Are they defending Winterfell?
No. It's Hogwarts.
says 1,000 nits before.
As long as the blue light is on, it's fine. And it's definitely on because that one's going crazy with the yellow light. So it's very different. Like this one.
Why is it so loud? Okay, why is it so loud?
Because this one can't get up to, let me know.
2 BVMs.
Well,
Why do they look so
Crew Joe, we can't get up.
But they're the same model.
Doesn't matter. You cannot get
So
up.
one of them's the less. Is it that much for panel monitoring or professional monitors?
It needs, it might need some light.
No, seriously, though, why are you doing it? Any ideas?
No, there's something wrong with that particular piece. That's the problem, child, yes.
Okay, hopefully you guys caught those scenes. I don't want to run it too long, just in case, but we are back. Let me know, what do you guys think? Obviously, YouTube being what it is, you can't tell, but that is the scene we chose for 4000 nit tone mapping. Let me jump back in here right quick. All right, okay, here we go. All right, so what you guys just saw is what the judges are looking at right now to see how well they tone map. Which one is clipping, which one isn't clipping, which one is preserving perfect shadow detail. Won't know, but you'll see in the scores, right? So again, if you are wondering, the LG MRGB 95B is there. It's just, we have so many TVs. If I start with the S95H, it cuts out the LG. So you know what? You got to choose your poison. Yes, I know. FOMO, you should have brought your 14 millimeter wide angle and then step 3 feet back and you would have fit it in, and you're right. But I didn't. I didn't want it to overheat. I have the FX30 with a APS-C, what is it? AS, whatever, the smaller format. At 11 millimeter, that's the best I have, and I didn't want to put it too far because then you lose detail. So next year, when I get the FX5, I could bring my 14 millimeter, and I think I would be able to fit the entire thing in next year. So, yeah. Predictions. What do you guys think? Which TV will kill in the 4000 nit tone mapping? I don't know. I'm here, right? I have my predictions because remember this. Here's the problem. If you tone map too aggressively, you get all the detail, but you don't get 4000 nits, or rather, you don't get bright enough. So the BVM hits 4000 nits and all the details there. So the TVs, each one will choose something different. One TV will hit the 4000 nits or get close to it, but lose detail. Another TV will not, but have all the detail. Both are wrong. So what does the judge think? So if you ask Jennifer Gala, I know you're here, Jennifer, hopefully you're still here, she would say, I want impact. Give me the brightness and a little bit of clipping. And I guarantee you, the G6, you saw some of the white flame. When it's a white flame, the G6 will do both. It will get the brightness and it will tone map because white is its strength, WOLED. However, in the yellow flame, then maybe it's the Samsung or the Sony. Like, who will unleash the yellow flame? Because LG, once it's yellow, they will aggressively tone map to preserve the yellow. Because if they lose both color and brightness, then you're going to get hit hard in judging, right? So, you know, the judges have to make a decision, which is the one that best matches the reference monitor, and they don't. Each one will be different, and so now the bias comes in, and it's fine to be biased because none of them are accurate. Do you err on the side of bright but lose some detail, or have all the detail but the impact isn't there? It might as well be SDR. And it's 4000 nits, so it's definitely not SDR, right? So this is so much fun for me, and you guys know me. In that scene, I would choose the G6 all day long. Why? I want that impact. It's fast, it's furious. I'm ball, right? But some people are like, you know what? Pause right there. I want to catch some of that color. Let me appreciate the yellow. All right, I'm good. No wrong answer, my friends. No wrong answer. But I want to hear your comments. What are your thoughts? In a test like that, do you prefer the impact like me, or you want more of that color gradient because, you know, you're an Oppenheimer kind of guy, right? That's the kind of movie you watch, nice and moody. But yeah, so this is what the judges are doing on the other side. This is the best TV nerd channel ever, isn't it? Right? Me, you enthusiasts, I cannot get enough of it. You know, I wish when I watched my first Shootout, there was this, right? And this is why I'm here. When I caught the first Shootout coverage ever on YouTube, and you know, our friend Shane, you know, he's just letting it run. And I'm like, I have so many questions. Is there anyone there to answer those questions? And so I inserted myself and says, I will do the work. Let me jump in there and do everything that I think should be covered at a Shootout. And Robert's like, if you think you could do better, come on in. And here we are. So and every year we try to improve and make it an experience for you guys as well. It is for the TV nerds. Thank you very much for recognizing that. Okay, we'll start with, it's a horrible movie. So Ryan P95, this is in response to Ryan's original suggestion about 15 minutes ago. Hey guys, Black Adam, opening scene, fight, boom, bam. And Brian's like, it's a horrible movie. And honestly, all of my test content that you guys seen, they're all horrible movies, right? I use Alpha, I use Superman. It doesn't end, right? But they're great demo content. So yeah, demo content, not great movies, but you know what? Great demo. So definitely we will try that. Thank you for that super chat, Ryan. He's helping me pay for the download of on Kaleidoscape of Black Adam, and we will use that. Thank you so much. All right, XKR2 steps up with a super chat. They definitely need to include bright room testing. Yes, we will. Right now, it's reference. In bright room testing, we really have to turn off the reference monitor, right? Because the reference monitor is literally designed for dark room testing. So once the lights go on, so here's the problem with bright room testing. You don't have a reference. So what are they looking at? If it becomes personal subjective in a bright room, you know what happens? The brightest, most colorful TV always wins. And this is why Samsung used to outsell all the TV brands in late 2000. They were the brightest, they were the most saturated, they were always in dynamic mode, and they won every single time. But then as consumers became more sophisticated, they wanted reference, they wanted accuracy, Samsung kind of stepped back because they got criticized heavily by reviewers. You know, myself, Vincent, oh, Samsung, you know, dynamic mode is fine, but don't make Filmmaker mode dynamic. Let's make it more accurate. But then they eventually made everything accurate, right? But in a bright room, it may actually look better, a little oversaturated, a little bit brighter than reference. So bright room testing will be interesting. I don't know how they're going to set it up this year, but we're going to have that. And I will definitely show you guys what they look like in a bright room. So yes, my A95L used to struggle consuming dark shows during the day, unlike my S95H and G6, absolutely. Like, for bright room, both these TVs, golden. I have a hard time deciding which one, personally, right? So I have the G6 fully calibrated at home, and I'm just, you know, in my studio, I'm like, man, which one should I take back to my family once the season is over? S95H or the G6? I'm having trouble deciding because maybe the bezel will offend the wife. Maybe she might not like it, or maybe she will like it. I don't know. Personally, I'd bring home the G6 because I think for sports impact, man, I currently have the A95K, and I'll tell you right now, if I replace the A95K in my bedroom with anything that's not a Sony, I'll be sleeping on the couch. She loves the A95K. So I'm going to have to find a different place for the G6 or the S95H. But definitely, bright room testing is my favorite part of it as well. So, second favorite actually is a 4000 nit specular highlight. My favorite will be bright room testing. We'll see how that goes. All right, next up, S Gaming. I wonder if you're a gamer. 7764. Thank you for that super chat. Who's winning so far and which is losing? Okay, I don't like to call out names, but starting with who I think is losing, I think that LG RGB 95, you know what? Give me a minute. Let me check in real quick. All right, I take it back. They are doing this one now. I'm going to have to cut to the other room. I think you guys will want to watch this, trust me. You guys recognize this? It's everyone's favorite bad movie. Actually, among the Bright movies, this is probably the best one. Mad Max, Fury Road. Easily the least of the bad movies. Arguably a great movie, right? So we're still doing 4,000 nit. And rather than me jumping the gun and saying anyone is losing, let me adjust the exposure real quick so you guys could enjoy 4,000 nit tone mapping of Mad Max. And this one is even brighter than the flame, but it's white. What does that mean? It means that G6 is probably going to kill it, but we'll see. I'll be right back. Let me adjust exposure for you guys. Let me see what you guys see, if I'm seeing it. Yeah, the G6 runs away with this. Why? Why does the G6 run away with this? And you guys know why. It's white, right? So of all the scenes to put out there, if you want to set up a victory for the LG G6, black and white scene, pure white, and the G6 is destroying everything by getting closer to 4,000 nits than any other TV because there's no color in the scene. And I mean, none of the RGB TVs can match the G6 brightness. The Bravia 9 Mark II comes close. You see that? Close, but even that, it's not close enough. Only the G6 matches the reference, nearly matches. This is amazing, but only if scene specific, right? So this is, you know, sometimes if you choose the right scene, you set it up for a victory. And in this case, the G6 can do no wrong in this scene because it is a legit 4,000 nit scene, but it's white. Special power of WOLED, W for white. This is why it's so hard to create a shootout where there's no innate bias. No one wants the G6 to win, per se. But when you choose a scene that set it up for victory, of course it's going to win, right? But if you choose yellow, then suddenly another TV, maybe the Sony RGB steps up. So when you guys create your own shootout in your mind, what is it you watch, right? If you watch colorful TVs, then the G6 may not be as bright as you had hoped. It's still bright, by the way. But if you're watching Ozzy and Harriet black and white, HDR 4,000 nits, vivid mode, this is what you're gonna get. So yeah, it's I love just commentating on this choice of scenes because, I mean, it's a legit movie. This wasn't created by Jennifer Gala to show off 4,000 nits. It's created by the director of Mad Max, not realizing that this scene was designed for the LG to really excel. And since my camera is off angle, there is a slight green tint on the G6. Oh wait, let me put out the labels again. Wait, what the heck's he talking about? Which TV is what? Oops. And 1 second. G6, right there we go. Yeah, it excites me greatly to talk about these TVs with you guys because now they're beginning to separate themselves, right? Brian,
yes, my friend,
you made it. Check this out. Favorite movie of all time, Mad Max Fury Road.
Great movie.
Look how the Bravia 9 Mark II, when it changes to color, it becomes the brightest one. But when it was black and white, you know who was brighter? The G6. I'll let you comment on this. I'm going to play with exposure, but what are your thoughts on how they're doing, right? Which TV is brightest? What were you seeing, Brian?
So this is S95H. The R95H is out of the shot. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the one out of the shot is the LG MRGB, and I'll tell you guys, it's actually a good-looking TV. So I'm not going to say anything bad about it yet. It is actually keeping up with the other LED TVs, so they haven't separated themselves yet. But what are your thoughts? And let me... this is a good one for you. Because, so, John Reformato, his response is he really likes the G6. And these scenes, he's all like, G6, right?
He owns a G6.
Affirmation bias. Confirmation bias. Brian, I'm going to let
I could care less
you,
which one I
you
own.
don't, so for you, it's a running tie. How about this next super chat? If Sony doesn't come out with a new flagship OLED in 2027, I'm done with Sony. It doesn't matter to me. We'll never choose a backlight TV over a self-emissive. Now, you and I, we're both OLED fans.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about enthusiasts who only buy OLED?
I mean,
are they leaving anything on the table?
I mean, Dice, I totally hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm simply stating in our last super chat that it doesn't matter. I mean, if they're not making money off it, it doesn't matter if you're done with them or I'm done with them. I still continue to buy OLEDs for myself. If they don't make money, it doesn't matter. The same thing with plasma. People hate when I compare OLEDs to plasma. It's the same thing. They were superior in every way, and they still were limited by size, and they still disappeared. So, you know, you can be done with them all you want. It doesn't mean that they're going to build one for you to make money. It's not profitable. So that's what I'm guessing. If they were selling a ton of them and they were making a fortune, yeah, they'd still be king. I don't know why. I mean, they have to buy the panels as well. Maybe it's too expensive to buy QD-OLED. I'm not sure, but they kind of backed out of regular OLED as well. So I'm with you. I love OLED. It's still my favorite technology, and I have a bunch of them.
Okay, I got to make this commentary. I am
What are we on? Are we on a Flame?
Huh?
I want to just check out the LG real quick.
Okay. Guys, the Bravia 9 Mark II is running away with this scene. It has the, let me take this off. Okay, so the reference monitor, it is the, okay, only two TVs are accurately matching the brightness and the deep red saturation. You guys can't see it, but there's a lot of red in that lightning bolt. Only the Bravia 9 Mark II and the LG MRGB, which you cannot see, is doing it. The LG G6 slightly desaturated, Bravia 8 Mark II slightly desaturated, and the S90 and the R95H is the most desaturated. Let me change the angle so you guys can see all the TVs on the other side. All right, we're back. Let me relabel everything real quick, shifting everything over slightly so you guys can see. S95H has now disappeared. It is 9 Mark II is right here. Taking that out. G6 is here. And boom. Okay. It's so hard to see on YouTube, but let me see if I can adjust the color saturation so you guys can see the differences. So it's easy to talk about the biggest loser in this one. The R95H is the least bright and the least saturated. 4,000 nit peak brightness, right? In a real movie, Mad Max. MRGB 95B and the Bravia 9 Mark II, very similar. G6 slightly behind in saturation compared to the S95H, but the S95H is also behind the saturation compared to the rest. Brian,
That was easy.
he took some close-ups. I felt the 9 Mark II and the RGB 95B were the winners in this scene. Your thoughts? Because you had a closer look at everything.
I mean, I looked at all of them.
Yep.
So for me, it's the...
Oh, and just for flavor, because it's so hot, one of the monitors
just
overheated and just shut
so
down.
One of the judges, criticizing the judges, picked up on the detail on the LG had more than the reference monitor. That's how they knew it was blotchy. So for me, the only ones I could really look at, the Bravia 9 Mark II, looked closest to the reference monitor among the mini LEDs and almost in general. And then the S95H to me was the most impressive.
So this was S95H. So this was a flex among mini LEDs, the 9 Mark II and the S95H.
Yeah, the S95H matched the reference monitor in terms of detail, brightness, also the saturation. There's a little bit of purple in this flame that's not on all of them. So it gives you a little bit more color.
What about the Bravia 8 Mark II? Because that's also QD-OLED.
It just didn't have the same pop.
It didn't have the same pop, right?
So no, it looked flat.
They preserved the color saturation, but couldn't get bright enough. G6 got the brightness, but lost the color.
A little too bright, yeah. And then the RGBs, the Bravia 9 Mark II was still saturated and accurate. The R95H had a palish look to it, and the RGB from LG was just bright. It just didn't have a lot of it. So S95H for me so far, be the one I give love to.
FOMO, there's an S95H label next to your head. I can't remove it. Right? So no, it just means
they're gonna say
it's like FOMO's bias. It's in his head.
The check is in the mail.
You know, I tried to remove it, but I can't.
X-Files.
I can't get rid of it.
Really, you can't get rid of it.
Oh my god! But let me see if you can answer this question. I'll go out there and see what's coming up next. So, thank you for the super chat, Alan Farkas 007. So it seems, even given the accuracy of the Bravia 8 Mark II, the S95H still isn't as accurate. How about the brightest highlights? I guess the S95H kills the Bravia 8 Mark II.
It's very accurate.
The
S95H is extremely
accurate. Speak to the accurate. I voted it for accuracy, not just brightness.
So I think Alan is, we're kind of, especially in person, Samsung has really moved towards a more accurate image. Even their dynamic has been less crazy. But their Filmmaker's been accurate the last few years. Here, they're easily the most detailed, brightest, and most accurate. Where the G6 might be over bright, too vibrant, losing the accuracy. Their Filmmaker, from our panel in here, is brighter than anything else. But as far as which one does all three, it would be the S95H.
Oh, classy. Any updates to technical difficulties?
Nothing else? We're good?
We're good.
what
are you guys thinking of? What are you guys thinking of
Look at his face. With his haircut and everything. He looks good. Classy look good as shit. You want to sit and show off your new physique?
Dude, this guy is like, remember the movie Avatar? The villain, the father?
Yeah, he stole my haircut and everything.
The colonel?
Give me a shout out for your haircut.
You got a shout out. All right. And, we got Classy joining us. So I'm going to ask a few things about the judging because I know less about the judges than you do because you invited some of the, or some of the enthusiasts were invited to judge, right? Can you speak to why we chose enthusiasts in addition to experts? We have calibrators judging. You're a judge. We have enthusiasts, and then we have industry colorists, maybe? I don't know if they showed up. Okay. Speak to the selection of judges and why they were chosen to be a judge.
Just basically to have a variety. What's going on with this couch?
Yeah, you need a chiropractor when you're done. Believe me, Brian's been struggling with that couch all day.
Just to have it, so 3 different types of judges, and then 3-ish judges per type.
Okay.
Just add variety, and it was requested that enthusiasts be able to come be judges. So,
now, what is it you want them to know about this year's shootout compared to last year's in terms of how it's better, changed? Why did you make those changes?
One thing I just thought of is there's 2 judging groups. There's a group judging the OLEDs and a group judging the LCDs.
Okay, why did we do that?
mostly logistics, so we're not tripping over each other, moving back and forth.
Which was what happened in prior years.
And also in prior years, people just ignore the LCDs to go look at the OLEDs.
Because that's what they wanted to see. And now they're being forced.
Yeah, they're being forced. Do not cross this line.
You know what's funny is we tried to get John Rufamato to judge the LCD. He's like,
nope,
I'm done. I'm going home. I'm like, wait, what's wrong?
I don't blame him. Yeah. So the problem, though, is we're all limited to judging 1 to 5. So the people in the LCD group are also judging 1 to 5. So at the end of the day, there could be LCDs that have the same or similar scores as the OLEDs. It doesn't mean that they match the OLEDs at all.
Correct.
It's just they're being judged in their own world.
You know, that's a good point. So when you see, let's say the Bravia 9 Mark II, if it gets a 4.5 and the Bravia 8 Mark II gets a 4.5, they're not the same scores.
No.
It is among the OLEDs that got a 4.5 and among the, well, let's talk about LCD TVs.
Yeah, bottom line, people with expectations of these RGB LCDs matching OLED are coming close. They don't. Like, it's just, it's very obvious here, they don't.
And that's been an ongoing theme we've been reiterating. OLED is the enthusiast choice.
In a reference setting like this, they just will not compete.
Okay.
With the lights on and you're just watching general content, it's different. And that's for most people. So we're not talking living room setting.
Okay.
But if you want a close to reference type display, it has to be an OLED.
Now, I want you to comment on this because you're seeing it on the monitor, right? Because I'm having trouble kind of commenting on this. So they're all in filmmaker mode, professional mode. And this is not like a super bright Jennifer Gala content. Why is, if it's reference, why the different brightness levels? What are the TVs doing differently? Because shouldn't they at least look similar? But
that's the LG on the bottom right.
That's, yeah, you could tell, right?
Yeah.
So that's LG.
Yeah,
Let me double check.
LG is boosting their.
It's boosting,
highlights.
right? That's what I
so,
thought.
So if you were to look, basically at a
filmmaker mode, and it's not brightness
APL.
preferred. Yeah, and tone mapping is off, by the way.
Yeah. So depending on the APL of the scene, at a certain point, LG is just boosting that brightness.
I mean, look at the white on this thing, right? Anything that's white, boom, on the LG. And I think it works. Everyone loves the LG G6 this year.
Yeah, so it's not accurate. Yeah. So if you're after reference, that's not it.
Get it calibrated if you're after reference. Now, after calibration, will the LG look like the other TVs, even after calibration? Or is it still boosting?
It is. The limitation with WRGB OLEDs is you can make the center of the screen measure better than anything, putting a LED on it. But the fact is, you move a few inches away from center, it's completely different. So depending on how you're looking at it, where you're looking at it from,
and what luminance it's on.
You can be straight on, but your cone is still centralized. So as soon as you look to the right of the screen, it could be pink, and you look to the left, it could be green.
And that's what we saw with the LGs. You go off angle a little bit, and then suddenly it's a little.
And you're still off angle when you're on angle.
Yeah, because the far edges. Yeah,
depends where you're sitting.
Absolutely. So then you have a problem with the 83-inch TVs.
And then also with WRGB is just the metamerism problem. So
explain,
one scene,
I know we talked about it.
Green, one scene is too
what
pink.
is metamerism, so that people understand it's a real problem, but it's new, really, to us talking about it.
Yeah. So there's display metamerism and observer metamerism. So if let's say someone has a 10% deficiency in red in their own eyes. It will depend on the SPD of the display if they're going to actually see that deficiency.
And SPD is spectrum power distribution, so it's those spikes you see often in the images that people share.
Yeah, so that's why with a triple laser, where you have super narrow peaks, if you have a small deficiency in a certain color, you can completely miss that color, and then it looks way green.
Because it's your fault. And if you don't know you have a deficiency, you're yelling and screaming and arguing. You're both right, because you can't see it. They see it. Doesn't mean that it isn't there, though.
Yeah, but with these technologies on the TVs, you have wider bands, so it's less of an issue for your own eyes. But the displays themselves still have issues, and so the way the WRGBs drive the green and the red subpixels, depending on where you're looking at the screen, it just changes. So there's times where the skin tones look pink, times where they look green. Times where the clouds are green, times when they're pink.
So let's talk about practical application of this issue, right? This artifact that's biological in a sense. How do you choose your TV? So you got these, we have the 3 best TVs of this year here. The S95H, Bravia 8 Mark II, and the G6. Which one would you choose for your personal? We're not talking judging, and why?
The S95H, posterization. So that's the thing that bugs me the most. That's why I made a point to really show that this time.
So I did. I captured the posterization scenes that you showed, which was the Nosferatu.
Yep, 1917.
And 1917, and Nosferatu was that the yellow light. What were you looking at? Because it was hard for me to capture.
So
it.
the color banding, color rings.
So the rings, right,
Yeah.
from the fireplace and the candle. Without, so we're saying that the reference monitor doesn't have the banding unless it's the source.
Yep.
And you're looking at different grades of banding, because do all the TVs have it, or was there one TV that didn't have it?
The last few years, Samsung has not had. There is a minor. Like, you have to really go looking for it, know what scenes is going to show it.
Okay.
This is where LG and Sony have had issues with their
And
OLEDs
I
the last
agree.
few
I've
years.
seen it on the Sony Bravia 802 as well.
And everyone is affected differently by it. So just because I'm sensitive to it doesn't
Mhm.
mean someone else is.
Fair enough.
And so for me, that's something, if I'm watching a movie and I see the posterization, I'm removed from the movie now looking at a display.
Because you're so sensitive to that.
Yeah.
It's like stutter or motion for
So
other
I will
people.
sacrifice 1,000 nits off the peak brightness of the display to have no posterization.
Okay. And so your choice of S95H, everything else can be corrected in calibration except for the posture. That's another thing. It can't be corrected in
It can be
calibration, right?
altered, but no, it's still there.
It's still there. Okay. All right. Well, are we on break right now? Is that why you're here, or you're just
We
bailing?
were switching content, so I just
Okay.
was taking a minute out of the heat. I need to go back.
Next to the alley. What is the next test? So we finished peak
Ridge
brightness.
Racer.
What was it?
Ridge Racer.
Ridge. Oh, are we still on 4,000?
Or, sorry, not Ridge Racer. Oh my gosh, Speed Racer.
Speed
Speed
Racer.
Racer for
4,000 or what?
color gamut.
Color gamut.
Yeah, high luminance color gamut.
What are we looking for? And I'm going to try
Color
to
saturation,
color
high brightness
saturation for these scenes. All right. So as soon as your break is up,
Yeah, it's
we'll share that. I've been doing Speed Racer too. I like that. The color saturation is pretty immense. So, are you looking at? I mean, okay? That takes us to BT 2020.
Yep.
What do you? I mean, everyone's saying, "Oh, RGB is a scam," whatever. Okay, but what about BT 2020? This 100% or 95%?
It's not. It's so basically it just brought it up to the same level as QD-OLED, and
Okay.
even that is dependent on stimulus range or luminance range.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so little content that it makes any difference
No
in
big deal.
that it doesn't matter.
So when you're looking at Speed Racer color saturation, we're not talking BT 2020. Just is it accurately saturated? That's all.
Yeah, is deep saturation at a high luminance.
High luminance. What luminance are we talking about approximately?
I guess Speed Racer goes up to 4,000. I haven't gotten to really see it yet.
I haven't. I'll look at the scenes with you. When I put it on my waveform on my BVM, it didn't hit 4,000.
Was it a streaming or disc?
So that's the thing. So I did it on Kaleidoscape. Definitely no. I have the disc, but I haven't put it on my waveform to test yet.
Okay,
So,
so we were just doing Crimson Grindelwald, which I know for a fact exceeds 4,000 nits
On disc.
On disc.
Yes.
We were using Apple TV, and it wasn't.
This is what pisses me off.
Yep.
So you got Kaleidoscape, you got Apple TV streaming, which is everyone else's streaming, and then you have disc. So I'm going to have to double check on my disc now for Speed Racer, because Kaleidoscape's supposed to be mezzanine,
No,
1500
no.
capped.
That's another thing. So Kaleidoscape will get the mezzanine file just like any other compressionist, and then they compress from there. That you are not getting uncompressed. That's a
Yeah. And you might not even get
misnomer
4,000
that
nits.
shouldn't exist.
So there actually may be a streaming peak brightness version and a disc version graded by two different colorist teams.
Mhm.
Back to the drawing board. I will look at the scenes you're doing for Speed Racer, and I will mimic those scenes on disc. So I do have the disc, so we'll see what happens. But thank you.
Yep. All right.
All right. Any questions, guys? Let me know. We'll bring Classy back in when the time comes. This chair. Everyone's going to chiropractor when they're done here. All right, let's get to your super chats real quick. Oh, I feel hungry just looking at that pizza, my friends. Okay, let's see what we got. All right, here we go. Mark, thank you for hanging around and for that super chat. Just took a pic at Best Buy, and it looks like the S95H 83-inch has BWRGB subpixel structure. Yes, it is a white OLED, tandem OLED, and not RGB of the G6. Oh, I see what you're saying. Is there a possible panel lottery? So here's the thing, and this is a good point. So you're saying you're comparing 2025 generation with 2026. Remember that when it goes from generation to generation, half the time, more than half the time, the panel makers like LG Display are trying to save money by remixing the chemicals, trying to match prior year performance at a lower cost. not necessarily exceeding this year's performance, just matching it, and then letting the TV makers use software to exceed last year. So the G6, 6 nanometer plus new software is elevating the performance. Not necessarily it's because of the panel. And so to your point, M. Parkin, whether it's RGWB, pixel structure, or BWRGB, it may not make a difference technically in terms of the actual performance. More of that performance difference is because the G6 is on 6 nanometer, new software specifically tuned to 6 nanometer to fix posterization. And before you say, well, the posterization would have been fixed with the new RGWB, no. Samsung fixed it last year with the old BWRGB. And that's what I called LG. I go, wait a minute, LG. You didn't really have to go to 6 nanometer, did you? Because Samsung fixed it without having to change their processor technology, right, to a smaller, more efficient processor. So at the end of the day, software tuning, I believe, is more important than the base technology when the base technology is so close. Now, pixel structure when it comes to text reading, graphic artists, I get it. So we're not going to talk about that, but we're talking movies in this. I think the processor made a bigger difference. So yeah, I don't think it should affect your decision making much though, going 83-inch G6, but that's just something for you to consider. All right, Super Google, Lee. Do you guys think HDRG should always be turned on for PC gaming, given that HDR pipeline of most games are broken? Yes, 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 they are broken. Not yes, HDRG. Once we apply a tone mapper like Reno DX, the intent is already tainted anyway. Absolutely across the board. So let's go into the history of HDRG in terms of its purpose. HDRG, if you go to the HDRG website, it is very clear. These are guidelines. It is not a standard. It is not a picture mode per se. As a matter of fact, if you read deep into why it was created, they don't want TV makers to create an HDRG mode. They're just telling you, look, you got creator's intent. If you do these things, you'll get closer to creator's intent. Go at it. But do not say this is HDRG because there is no standard to measure HDRG. Filmmaker has more standards than HDRG. But with that in mind, this is why people are disappointed. They're on the G6 or the G5 or the G4. They put in HDRG and it's nothing like what they expected. Is this creator's intent? This doesn't look right. And the S95H has their HDRG. TCL has HDRG. And then Sony doesn't even have it. It just says accurate, right? But in speaking to Sony, they're like, no, this is HDRG. It's just we follow the rules. We're not going to use the term HDRG because we were told not to. I don't know why everyone else is calling it HDRG. So everyone has their own interpretation of what it should be. Right there, whether or not you turn it on, it's up to you. Tune it to taste. You do not know what creator's intent is because unless you know, one, your TV can be accurately calibrated to HDRG. That's a big if. You don't know that because you don't have a reference for HDRG to calibrate it to. Every one of these TVs calibrated, it's very easy. You have a reference monitor, you have patterns from a reference meter, a reference pattern generator, and then you have the TV, and then you have a computer connected running the patterns. You have a workflow. There is no HDRG workflow that has an accurate source. Your pattern generator is accurate. The PC Windows is not an accurate pattern generator. It's a nightmare, and that's why HDRG is a guideline. Like, basically, don't screw up the picture. And these are the guidelines not to screw it up. So if you are hard up for creator's intent for gaming, I'd stick with Reno DX and do what looks good. Because then we have game-to-game engine issues, right? Anyone who's PC gamer or console, wait, what does this game look so crappy in HDRG? I turn on tone mapping, it looks amazing. Because maybe the game ended up being mastered in tone mapping on their freaking monitor through their Windows or Linux or whatever there is using to generate their own reference image. You don't know. And the workflow is not established in gaming like it is in Hollywood. If you go to a gaming studio, 10 different gaming studios, one is using an iPad, literally, the iPad Pro as its reference monitor. One is using maybe a BVM, and one might be using a Samsung. And they're all telling you this is what we see. So unless you match their reference, you have no idea what they're doing, and no one shares what they're doing. You can't go to a game, the actual game engine website, and look at what their colorist stack is, what technology they're using, how they're. If you had that, at least you can mimic it. You can't. So I'm sorry for the rant, but it's like gamers are so much like enthusiasts. At least enthusiasts, we have a workflow to fall back on, right? We have a reference monitor, we have a dark room, we know what the reference TVs are. You got the BVMs, 3D technologies, the OLED, the 310, the 3110, right? You have a bunch of different ones that you could choose from, and you know it's all to D65. You have no idea what game developers are using. How can your HDIG ever be accurate? Okay, off the soapbox, and so at the end, super googly, do what looks good to you. You're right. HDIG on or off, whatever looks good, have fun. But at this point, it's so unfortunate that gamers are the forgotten enthusiast as far as the whole workflow sharing. Hollywood shares the workflow because they want you to see that perfect image. Game development companies are just trying to stay alive. Forget sharing the workflow. They finish the game, they're fired. Like, wait, who colored this? I don't know, he's unemployed. All right, Jun Lee. What LCD TVs doing to compete with OLED? Thought they were getting their own shootout. So the logistics was a nightmare. Judges do not want to come on another day. They all want to come at the same time. Everybody wants to see an OLED. So we split the judges in half. Same scenes, except half the judges on one side doing their thing and the other half on the other side. Let me see. Speaking of which, let's look at what they're doing on the other side. Let's see here. Oh, Speed Racer, color saturation. Let's do it. Excellent. So, hopefully that answered your question, Junlin. Let me make sure get everything labeled up again for you guys real quick. Okay. And take this one out. And what is this? Oh, the G6 is right there. I see it. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'll be right back. I'm going to check out what looks like what. And then once they get to the right scene, I will put it back. I think they're just searching for the right scene right now. I'll be right back, guys. In the meantime, enjoy this. All right, so color saturation, they found the right scene. Let's cut to color saturation. So we're on Speed Racer doing color saturation right now. There we are. So I think you guys want to see the S95H on this. So I'm going to move it over. And unfortunately, I cannot fit them all in. I know you guys are complaining, but I'll be right back. Let me get the Bravia 8 Mark II and the S95H in view. Okay. This is wrong. This is wrong. Bravia 9 Mark II is now here. LG G6 is here. And no, LG G6 is, oh wait, Bravia 9 Mark II is here. There we go. Remember this off angle, so the R95H is not going to look great. It's not its fault because it is off angle, and we all know LCDs don't do well off angle. And then the S95H is here. And our beloved Bravia 8 Mark II is in between. If I can find that label, there it is. Okay. Okay, and we are doing color saturation, not 4,000 nits, so let me change that. All right. This is high brightness color saturation, so let me correct that. Okay. And I'd like to thank Value Electronics again for making this possible. Not only is Value Electronics a sponsor of this live stream, but they're the ones hosting. We are at Value Electronics right now. And all of this was generously done by Robert Zone at Value Electronics. So I think as soon as they get Speed Eraser back up again, we'll do it. So that's the scene they're looking at, or there'll be a few scenes for color saturation, I think. I think they're trying to get it right now. So, all right, and 1 second, let me, actually, you know what, let me check in with Dewayne real quick, see where we are with that. Thank you for your patience. I'll be right back.
Oh, you weren't? I sent somebody a text with my email address, so I could get the results as quickly as I can. You don't want to have to come all the way up here.
Okay, all right, my friends, we actually have a verdict. The color saturation, high luminous color saturation, the S95H, the Bravia 8 Mark II, and the LG G6, indistinguishable. You had to squint. So as far as many people are concerned, it was a near tie. The biggest difference was between the Bravia 9 Mark II, the R95H, and the LG. Bravia 9 Mark II apparently ran away with it, with the LG RGB right behind. R95H saturation was challenged in those scenes. Very interesting. So that's a quick update. So bright color saturation among the mini LEDs, the Bravia 9 Mark II, no surprise, ran away with that one. The other three, it looks like a photo finish on that one. So yeah, let's get back to you guys real quick. They're on a break right now. So let me know if you have any questions about the shootout or about what TVs you should get. Here we are again. And SDR is next, by the way. So HDR is done. And we went through shadow detail and HDR. You saw 1917. We went to peak brightness, 4,000 nit. Tone mapping, you saw that. And then you barely caught a glimpse of color saturation. I told you who looked like they were in the lead, which would be among the mini LED TVs, the Bravia 9 Mark II, and among the OLEDs, QD-OLED and tandem WOLED G6, indistinguishable. So that's a, that to me, that's a win for LG, by the way. When you are doing bright color saturation, they fixed what was wrong with them in prior years. And in prior years, the G5, the G4, and the G3 desaturated at that brightness. They appear to have addressed that in this generation, with whether it's a combination of the processing plus a new panel. Who knows? But it appears to have been fixed. So, good job, G6. You're staying in the game. But SDR, that's where LG and Samsung lost the game. Had Samsung done a little bit better in SDR last year, they would have won. But they didn't. Can Samsung just do a little bit better this year? If it does, it may beat the Bravia 8 Mark II. Just giving you guys a FYI. So, those of you who just joined us, the G6 is down here. I'm in the back studio. I have my own set of TVs. These TVs are uncalibrated so that you see what it's like out of the box. If you want calibration, it's in the other room. And occasionally I will jump in and share what they see. But I can't stay there too long because they're using movies. And if I stick in a movie too long, I might get hit with a copyright. Okay, let's get to your questions. And thank you for your patience. All right, let's see. What else are you doing competing with OLEDs? Okay, here we are. Balas 69. Are they all the same size? No. Well, my TVs are. These are all 55-inch TVs that you see in this room. In the other room, they are 65-inch OLED TVs, and then the mini LEDs are all 75-inch. So all the mini LEDs are the same size, 75-inch. All the OLEDs are the same size, 65, and the 4 reference monitors are all 30 inches. If only they came in a larger size, right? But they don't. So thank you for that super chat. Top dollar M4X. Does Sony not want to buy panels from LG and Samsung anymore? And it's why they partner with TCL? Many things happening here. So let's talk about OLED. When it comes to OLED, there are only 2 sellers, Samsung Display and LG Display. Sony does buy OLED panels from Samsung Display for its Bravia 8 Mark II and from LG Display for its Bravia 8. So they don't have a choice, right? They can't buy OLED from TCL. So that's OLED. They still buy OLEDs from Samsung Display and LG Display. But in the LCD market, Samsung and LG no longer make LCD displays. They got out. They could not compete with high-performance Chinese display makers, BOE, TCL, or CSOT. CSOT TCL right now is the world's best LCD panel maker. There's some argument for monitors, maybe AUO, right? But for TVs, endgame. They have the best backlight system. All this true RGB, micro RGB, guess who makes it? One company. It is TCL. Hisense is sourcing it from its own inside company. So you got Hisense with its own internal RGB system. And then you have everybody else that's using RGB TV, true RGB, doesn't matter who it is. They're sourcing it from CSOT, TCL, and then they tune it. So Sony has their own drivers and their own, the stuff that connects the backlight to the rest of the TV. Sony's tuned that. But the base backlight RGB, it is CSOT, TCL. So they don't have a choice. So yes, when it comes to their LCD TVs, Bravia 7 Mark II, Bravia 9 Mark II, you have nowhere to go. LG and Samsung has been out of the game for years now. They sold their factories. They are out of the RGB game. Or not RGB, the TCL, the LCD game, which includes RGB. Let me find, am I on pause? What the heck's happening here? Oh, it's just very slow mode. Okay, all right. Thank you for that super chat, top dollar. And follow up. That Bravia 9 Mark II looks awful. Yuck. Well, then maybe it won't win, right? That's why you have a shootout. Can it fulfill the promises and the hype? And when you compare it to OLED, come on, guys. You guys know in a dark room, OLED will destroy everything, period. Okay, Lisa, I think this is your best coverage yet for the shootout. Yes, victory! Even with my shirt on. In that, you are trying to give us the feeling that we are in the room. I really do try, right? Now, they're on break right now. So as soon as they're off break and they're back with SDR, I will get you out there. And then I will finally take my break when this is all over. So this morning, I had my 3 eggs plus kale. I had my protein matcha. And I had my creatine just to keep alertness up first thing in the morning. And I'm fasting the rest of the day until dinner because when you're fasted, you're running on, I'm fat adapted, so I'm more alert, right? None of that carb heaviness in me. We'll see how long this lasts, right? But thank you so much, Lisa, for noticing. Every year we try to make it better, right? So this year, much different than last year, which was much different than the year before. And the weather changes, right? This year, I'm kind of red here because of the reflection. This year, not as hot, but more humid. It's raining outside here in New York City, or we're in New York, Scarsdale, but it's raining. We had wildfire smoke from Canada drifting in. It's humid like we're in Cambodia. Brian bailed because he was passing out in here. We've got fans blowing humid air into our faces, not helping him. Since I am a native of the Southeast Asia region, I'm quite okay with this. If only they would let me take off my shirt. That's all I ask. Like, in Bali, we just wear a loincloth. And they're like, no, we're not in Bali, stop it. And I'm like, oh. Next year, I'll try to channel the actual climate for you guys. Hopefully, with my pants on. All right, thank you, Lisa, for noticing. And you're welcome. All right. Let's see your questions. So yes, they're on break outside. We're just looking at content here. These TVs are uncalibrated. And did I disappear too? I could add myself back in there. Like, wait, what happened to my face? Here I am. All right, let's do this. Okay, Samsung charges too much not to offer Dolby Vision and better remote. Yes, the remote matters. So, you're telling me you don't like this? You don't like this remote? You're telling me you want to pay extra for this one? So, for those of you who don't know, this remote you can buy on Amazon, like $18, right? It is a Samsung remote, not necessarily made by Samsung, but it's compatible. It will get you through everything you need that this remote may not. You can get to the service menu here as well. And so a lot of people go on Amazon and pay 18 bucks for the Samsung remote because they don't like this remote. Now, this one does have something special. It is the solar cell right here, or you can charge it by USB-C on the bottom. This one, classic AA, AAA battery. That's all it is, right? So many of you prefer that. I get it. Now, let's talk about Dolby Vision. Dolby Vision, taste. You either like it or you don't. I don't think it's an issue, but for those like Brandon, look, man, you're going to charge me this much? Give me options. Like, if TCL QM6K for 1/3 the price has Dolby Vision, what's wrong with you? I'll tell you why Samsung didn't do it economically, financially. It takes so much money to tune it for Dolby Vision. You can't just stick on a chip and say, look, I paid Dolby the license and I got Dolby Vision. That's not how it works. You gotta pay someone to tune it and match it properly.
Just so you can get a shot.
Oh, yeah, come on in. So we have Ice Bob and Bob and Iceman. Iceman and Bob gonna take a picture.
Let him capture some footage. We're gonna keep talking.
Yeah, come in and take some footage.
Get rid of
So
this.
we got another creator here, the up and coming next generation FOMO. Once I retire in a few years, we got Iceman. Or wait, you're Iceman. You're not Bob. Yeah,
So
Iceman.
the history behind my name, everyone wants to know, wait a minute, Iceman, Bob, which one are you? Back in the original PlayStation days,
What, PlayStation 1?
PlayStation 1.
Okay.
You can only have one name, you can't change it, you can't edit it.
That's how the 360 was. Like, damn, I chose Ass Muncher?
It started with my name combined with my wife's name because we both game. And she's actually here. She's actually in the room.
Yes, I saw her out there. Yep.
So that's where my name actually came from, and I just stuck with it.
So they're asking, wait, do we not have AC here? And my response is no. We're doing Europe. Do you have AC out there?
No.
See?
No.
It's not just me.
Yeah. No AC at all.
Wait, which is cooler, here or out there?
It depends on your proximity to the door.
We have the door right here.
The door's right here. Where I'm at, I'm close to the door.
Okay.
So it feels about the same.
Okay.
It's tolerable.
Tolerable?
It's tolerable.
All right. If you were to choose a country, have you been to Hawaii or any humid area like Houston in the summer?
I've been to certain areas.
What is this most similar to?
Almost. The mugginess feels like Louisiana, actually.
Oh yeah, it's muggy.
Yeah,
So Louisiana in the summer, Louisiana in the fall.
Maybe pre-summer.
Okay.
Like May.
Louisiana.
Like
all right.
May,
So
like
New
May.
Orleans.
New Orleans. Yeah, New Orleans.
Without the smell of homeless people urinating in the streets.
Correct.
We are a cleaner version of New Orleans.
Yes.
Not to offend the New Orleaners who, that native smell. I get it. Okay. Now, you've been out there. Are you a judge or an observer?
I'm an observer, unofficial judge.
Your thoughts? Because you've seen these TVs a lot more than I have, actually. I'm running in and out. We're done with HDR.
Correct.
Since you're not a judge, he's not biased. He can share what he thinks based on what you're hearing. Forget the prediction. Based on what you're hearing and what you saw, what TV do you like the most and why? OLED separate, which OLEDs you like the most, and then which mini LEDs you like the most. Tell us your thought process here.
OLED wise, I know I say this every year, but I'm going to say this once again. It's close. Samsung has been, it jumps out at you.
The Samsung S95H.
H, correct. S95, let me specify. S95H. It jumps out at you. And that's not an understatement.
Okay. Now, how does it jump out? Is it brightness? Color?
The brightness and the colors.
Okay.
They immediately grab your attention. And the accuracy is right there. Of course, I'm looking at that with the monitors, the BVX 310s, BBM 3110s. And I mean, it's right there. Yes, Sony, you know, we're used to Sony, and the Sony is doing what the monitor does as well. However, it's something extra about the Samsung. And with LG, many of you are going to be impressed with the G6 because all of the issues that we had last year, I don't see those issues.
And what were the issues exactly? Because, you know, you and I review TVs.
Correct.
What was the issue with the G5 that was specifically fixed in the G6? You're like, yes. What issue was that?
The biggest issue was the processing.
The posterization.
The posterization. It just...
Yeah.
It just ruined everything. It wasn't that the TV wasn't capable. They just didn't fix it, and they fixed it this year.
Okay.
So many of you that have the G6, especially after all the updates, oh man, you're if you get it calibrated as well.
You know what? I love this scene. Let me stop right here. This color is completely different.
Wow.
Look at the sand. The sand on the Sony, the sand on the Samsung, and they're all in filmmaker mode. And the sand on the LG, different. The blue umbrella, definitely different.
Wow.
If you were to see this at a Best Buy, which TV would you choose? I know what I would choose, but I'm going to let you choose first.
The Samsung.
I choose the G6, but neither of us chose the Sony.
Yes.
That's the funny part, right?
We didn't even choose this.
It wasn't even, because the Samsung, I see the sand pops out at you.
Yes.
It feels accurate.
Yes.
I like the blue teal, the way that pops on the LG though.
That does pop.
Right? But both of these pop more than the Sony.
You're correct.
Right?
Testing's done, huh?
They're moving to SDR. So we're kind of wrapping up with...
No, we took a short break.
Because unlike us, they're humans. So Brian's back from the chiropractor. So that's OLED. You like the S95H.
Correct.
Among the mini LEDs, were you on the mini LED side, the RGB TV side, or were you only on the OLED side?
I had to place myself on a mini LED side.
Because it was completely empty.
Exactly.
No one wanted to be there.
I looked around and said, is anyone there? Is anyone there? Okay.
So your thoughts. And I want to hear your thoughts on the LG MRGB. Because that TV, I haven't reviewed
it's kind
yet.
of unknown. We've never seen it before.
Yeah, no one's seen it. But now you're literally one of the first reviewers to see it. I still haven't seen it, other than walking it in there. Tell us how the MRGB performs. And then generally, which was your favorite RGB TV so far?
I'm going to say with the LG, if you have not seen any of the other TVs, let's say you're just shopping, you're looking, you say, hey, I want an LED, that's it. You go in, you see it, it's going to handle all the business.
Right.
I don't think that it's much that it's actually lacking, especially if you don't know what we know. We're enthusiasts. There are certain things we go on. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for da-da-da. We have a checklist. The average person doesn't have a checklist. They
see a 100-inch MRGB. Looks great.
Correct.
Okay. Now you see it next to the other two TVs. How does it look now? Because you have side by side.
Now this is where my other preference comes in. Bravia 9.
Why?
Mark II.
Why?
The presentation. It's the perfect balance. The
Okay.
pop. Some of the things we talked about with the OLEDs just a few minutes ago. It has the pop. It has the color. You know, it has the realism, the processing.
So you're saying it's the most similar to the S95H?
Correct.
Because you love the S95H.
Correct.
And now you're saying Bravia Mark II, not the R95H, ironically, because that's a Samsung.
Exactly.
Now, so Bravia 9 Mark II pops more saturation, brightness. Where's the R95H in all of this compared to the LG RGB and the Bravia 9 Mark II? How would you place the R95H?
It would be like a just right TV.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen comments from many of you and other people that's not in the enthusiast crowd. They just want a nice looking TV. You know, they're like, I don't need all of that. I don't need it to be able to perform here. I just need a good TV that looks good, that gets the job done. That's the TV for you.
Why would you choose that over the MRGB? Because that sounds like what you said about the LG. Yeah, it looks good to me too.
Yes.
Between those two, why would you choose the Samsung over the LG, or vice versa?
Well, it's a preference.
I've taken the Bravia 9 Mark II out of the list.
Out of the list.
You got to choose, and
Okay.
the cost very similar.
That's true.
And forget that it's 100 inches, right? So you got the 2-inch advantage. Forget that size part. And forget Tizen versus WebOS. Just the image quality.
Just the image quality.
Why one over the other? And what's important to you? You know, forget the enthusiast or the common viewer. Which would you bring home and why?
I may actually err on the Samsung, and reason being, it goes back to that pop.
Okay.
And in a lot of the scenes that I've seen, it has just that little bit of extra pop over the LG. The LG is like just right. It's just right. However,
it may be too accurate.
It's a little too accurate.
Is that ironic? You win the shootout by being too. It may end up winning the shootout.
And that's what we just said about Sony. That's what we just said about the Sony. Everyone probably would have thought, oh yeah, we're picking the Sony.
Sometimes, but here's the problem. Among the cinephiles who are choosing RGB TV, they may choose the LG, but if you put it on a Best Buy or a Costco, Bravia 9 Mark II, we're going to run away with it. Because it costs the same.
Right.
Except it doesn't come in a 100-inch, 90-inch size.
The size.
So at the 85-inch size, Bravia 9 Mark II knows what it's doing, right?
Absolutely.
Because they know what appeals. And now, as far as accuracy, among the mini LED TVs, which one matched the reference monitor the most? Like if you were to judge, score, the directions are, which one best matches reference? Among those 3 RGB TVs, to you, which was consistently matching the reference?
It definitely the Bravia.
So the Bravia was hitting those brightness and everything?
Consistently. There were a few areas I've seen the other ones pull ahead, but it wasn't many. I mean, it was just boom, immediate. It was like boom, boom, boom. Like that. When you give a TV a mission, that was the mission to match the monitor. Boom, it did it.
Before you leave, my friend, this is the question everybody wants to know. Not your money. You won the lottery. You need an 83, 85-inch, 77-inch TV. Doesn't matter. Which one you're walking out with, bringing it home with your use case. You could bring home the 85-inch Bravia 9 Mark II.
For my use case.
For your use case. Like, you know, wife's all like, yeah, take whatever TV. We got our U-Haul out here. Bravia 9 Mark II, any of the OLEDs, any of the RGB TVs, which one would you bring home?
I'd probably bring home the G6 for my use. And I'm going to explain why.
We haven't even mentioned the G6.
But the reason being for my use case.
Right.
Now, if we take that out of the equation, it will change.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Reason being, I need a TV for gaming. I need all-in-one TV. Connections, all types of inputs, gaming, reliability, the size.
The size, 83-inch.
83-inch, the quality.
You're stuck in that box.
I'm stuck.
You can't go up. I can't go down. I'm moving deck chairs around the Titanic.
I'm standing like
the minute
this.
you said 83, I'm like, oh, you're screwed like me. Nowhere to go, baby.
Now, here's the question. The S95H comes in 83 as well. And it's the same technology. Why the G6 tuning over the Samsung tuning? And it gets to this question, Super Chat. Thank you, Top Dollar M4X. But why the LG over the Samsung? Because it's the same panel technology at 83 inches.
It actually is 83.
Yeah, and the Samsung difference is, you know, it's got the Tizen gaming motion. You know, it's unique to Samsung. And you got the anti-glare. The G6 has the glossy anti-glare. Forget the bezel for now. Did you stop to think that the Samsung might perform similarly? Or you're like, you know what, I just love how WebOS is. What are your thoughts there? Because you chose on the 83-inch, same technology.
I did.
Yeah, why?
Well, That's a tough choice,
I can
actually.
help you with it if you want.
Oh yeah, come on in,
Yeah.
Brian.
Turn this whole thing to me.
I'll put a call in.
Stay here still.
Yeah. I need help.
I'm calling my line.
I'll tell you that when I reviewed the S95F here at 83, by the time I could not get Samsung to confirm it. So if you can't confirm it, that it's definitely what it is.
Okay.
You can buy it. You can't return it. So I finally confirmed it. I came here. It was brighter than the G5. The problem is it was a wild beast. So G6 is going to be or G5. They're going to keep updating it and refining it. You can't expect them to do that with a one-off TV that's in the QD-OLED lineup.
So you're saying that it won't get the love.
It won't get the same adjustments. I mean, if you update they're totally different panel types. So if I don't love what I see from the S95F at 83, and you start screwing with this one, they're not going to do a separate for that one.
True, because it doesn't cross over.
So it may not get any refinement.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
with gaming, and I've said this online, if you're a gamer, the G6, the presets are very similar. On the Samsung, they're very different, but they're not useful. They're so bright, they wash out the image.
That's true. You're
So
right.
now you're going back to the original preset. So I think the S95 is a better gaming. It's got more flexibility, but you can't use a lot of it. But if you're going with the 83, I just don't trust if there was an issue, they're ever going to help you with it.
That's true.
So if it was a one-off. Now I know LG is dedicated to saying, okay, look, I put out an update for these 9 sizes, not this one.
All of them gets the same.
That's
I can't see them doing it for one.
Agreed.
So I think that TV would always be, it is what it is. I hope you like it. That's what it's always going to be.
Good
And
point.
It made me nervous.
And for a gamer, you always want the latest gaming update, whatever that may be.
Yeah, whether it was HDR or whatever it was, but I just felt like if something's over, like we had some of the issues with the G series, you have that with all these TVs. On the down low, they'll update them. I don't think that one is getting a specific, we'll do that one random one.
Right.
I just
You're
don't see
right.
that.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Fair enough.
If it was a WOLED, maybe, but not a more.
Not
elite one.
yeah.
Yes. So now this takes us to a segue. Why does Samsung offer less picture modes than LG or Sony? I happen to notice that. So this is definitely a design decision. What picture modes do you need? Because you could technically adapt any picture mode to look similar to another mode. So they're trying to make it convenient to jump from accurate to bright accurate to sports crazy. What do you need, right? You got accurate filmmaker mode. You got bright accurate movie mode with tone mapping active on. Then you have the vivid and standard mode, which is kind of like your sports crazy stuff. And then you have eco mode to save energy. Okay, but if we're talking image quality, other than game mode, what more do you want? I think
Swing it back
that's
to
all
that
you
side
need.
game system.
Yeah. Brian?
So talking with LG, if you remember, Samsung used to have a natural picture mode. They had a natural, a
That's
movie.
right.
They had all these different presets. For LG, they had cinema home, filmmaker, and from what they said to me and other manufacturers is that the common person was like, I don't know what the hell these things are. So if you look at LG, when they're in SDR, it's ISF,
Right.
day, dark. People just
They don't
want
know what
simple.
that is. Right.
So Tizen is designed to basically say, this is your self-explanatory. Movie's movie, this one's filmmaker. You get it natural. Natural was actually very punchy. It wasn't natural looking. So I think they just, to your question, it was always about simplifying it. With LG, Cinema Home and Cinema would behave differently. In one movie, Cinema Home was brighter, and the other one, Cinema was more natural.
Right.
Next movie, they would switch. So you thought you were good, and oh crap, and now you're changing it again. They really don't want you doing too much of this because you're not enjoying.
Right.
So they're trying to simplify it. So I rather have more presets, like I think you're talking about, but they're basically saying it was redundancy, and it's one more click. What the other manufacturers are doing are these customized picture presets, like personalized picture wizard, which I like because then you're saying I want a more vivid but filmmaker type thing.
Right.
But Samsung, I think, is now moving towards giving things for the masses.
Yes.
Silver bezel, matte screen. They want people that can just turn them on because Tizen is easy. A little remote. You don't have all these crazy buttons that we used to have.
That's true.
So it's really about, that's why they're doing it. And I'm sure clicking...
Simplicity, yeah.
Simplicity, yeah. I mean, I think, again, having all these... But the difference is, in their game mode, they have a sports, they have all these different game modes. It's great to have them, but the minute you go on them, it just blows out. And you're like, oh, I can't even use these. So you can bring them down, but I think they try to save that redundancy. Sony's are less too. They used to have photo. What do they have now?
That's
Sony.
right.
I think they still have photo.
They do.
So they have what? They have the
Professional,
com, photo.
Yep.
They used to have graphics. It was graphics. So vivid, standard, cinema, professional, com, photo. IMAX enhanced, which everyone has. So, but all the manufacturers kind of have the same now. I think Hisense has HDR theater, but it's always going to be simplicity. Because they're not going to go for us.
Correct.
They need to go for the common person who's going to spend the money.
I'm the common person.
They figure that we can make all the changes and tweak everything and set it up on our own since we know.
Yeah.
So, they're like, okay, well, they're good. We're good as far as our crowd. But to the average person, they go in and, hey, I don't know.
When I saw Cinema Home was gone, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they're like, and LG just said flat out to me, it was a big complaint. What the hell does that mean? What does home mean? And FOMO and I would go through it. Sometimes home was brighter. Sometimes it wasn't brighter. So which one is the more accurate one, or which one is, I don't know.
There is no accuracy in a bright room. That's another thing.
Yeah. So they would just be redundant, and that's pretty much the answer to that.
All right. See.
Did you get some footage, or?
I didn't.
You didn't get some, baby. Get your camera out. It's all about shooting it. You make videos, right?
Right. Top dollar MX, M4X. Thank you. 4X. I get it. I guess you trade on the 4X. Okay. They need to drop the micro RGB name. It's not right to confuse the average person that don't know better. Yes. And it was intentional, obviously. Micro RGB sounds so much like micro LED, and the word RGB sounds so exciting, so marketing could not resist. It is a little misleading, no doubt. And it's definitely an LCD TV. It's still a backlight TV, and it's not true micro LED TV. Absolutely. Just like QLED. Why do you think they call it QLED? QLED is not OLED, but at Best Buy, and I've heard a couple of salespeople tell me, they had customers come in, and he would ask them, wait, why are you looking at the QLED and not the OLED? Because Q comes after O. It must be the newest technology, right? And the guy's like, well, where did you hear that? He goes, well, it's obvious. Q comes after O, right? MNOP, Q. So O to Q, it's the second, third generation technology because it's QLED. And the Best Buy employee is like, that was the first time he heard of it. But apparently, this is what people are thinking. And so micro RGB, boom. True RGB TV, micro RGB TV, micro RGB Evo. You got the word RGB, you got the word micro, and suddenly LCD is not even in your head, even though all of them are LCD TVs. Good point. Thank you, top dollar M4X. Okay, let's see what we got. Yeah, throw out your questions, anything about TVs. If you can't figure out what TV to buy, this is time to ask it. We got all the top TVs here, and if it's not a top TV, it's okay. We don't discriminate. If you could only afford it, QM6K, go, go, go.
Maybe put something more colorful on.
Are there higher ups from the TV industry here, FOMO? Yes, we got engineering team from Samsung. We have the engineering team from Sony. LG didn't send anyone, but they were invited to send people. So, they chose not to send anyone. That's fine. It doesn't affect our decision. Right? The judges don't care who's there. But they are here to take notes because they want to know what's wrong. And they're going to call headquarters and say, guys, Samsung's doing this or Sony's doing this. Is it too late to put out a firmware update? And then Dwayne's going to say, no, it's too late, but they're going to try to give you an update at the last minute, right? But yes, so we got the product manager from Sony here as well as the engineering lead here, Pablo. And then on the Samsung side, we have our friend Mindu as well as his team from Samsung. And there we go. So they're here, they're observing. They want to make sure we're not doing any funny business.
Yeah, looks good.
No doubt. But LG doesn't care at this point. LG is just too busy. Okay. Is LG engineers looking at the R95H and being embarrassed? You know how it is when you have two kids and one isn't an athlete? You focus on the kid who's the athlete. So the S95H is getting all the love.
You only have one that's handicapped.
And then,
one that's jacked.
Right.
Yeah, one that's handicapped gets more love.
Does anyone know?
And you get a parking spot. Close.
Does anyone know if Tom Brady even has a brother? That's the point. Right? He actually does, right? And so the S95H. S95H is Tom Brady. Right? Does Taylor Swift have a sister? Yes, she does. No one knows. The R95H, it's there, but it's not the S95H. So
it's not in this environment.
Not in this environment.
We put it.
But actually, I want to hear your comment, Brian.
Let him
Iceman,
yes,
very impressed by the Bravia 9 Mark II.
Yeah.
And he felt the R95H, okay, you know what? It's good. I wouldn't throw it out the door. But with the Bravia 9 Mark II, I would choose that.
Yeah, I mean, to me right now.
And what is your thought on that?
To me right now, it's S95H. It's S95H for me because it's the best of every world. It's accurate, it's bright, it's vibrant.
That's true.
Where on the Bravia 9 Mark II, I think it hangs in there with the rest of the OLEDs. And it's most like the reference monitor.
Yeah.
So that's why I would go for it. The other ones just look milky to me. They just don't look, they look like they're bluish. I mean, granted, I hate to say this, they're all calibrated, and I don't love always how the calibrations look.
Fair enough.
They look very cool. I like them better warmer. I don't know, but they don't look their best. But these are designed to make them look that way. They're designed to kind of bring them to their most accurate strip down.
Absolutely.
It's like bodybuilding. They want to strip them down.
I think this comment is actually for you, Brian.
Tell me, baby. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't know what Samsung was thinking this year, getting rid of QD-OLED on the S90 series, but a trip to Costco will show you how bright the LG C series has gotten and how dim the S90H maybe have gotten. So Brian has both TVs. If you guys missed the video, he has. You have a video out, right? Comparing the S90H.
I have the S.
Your thoughts about this whole 90H not having QD-OLED?
I have an S. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So I have an S90H at 77, which is a tandem OLED, versus the C6H. The C6H is just punching above its weight now. It's basically a G6. They're almost identical. So the G6 is actually much brighter than they have been in the past. The S90H is actually brighter than the S90F. At least the tandem one is. So even if they left it at QD-OLED, the C6H is still going to be brighter because it's basically the flagship. It's a glossy flagship.
I love the C6H. As you guys saw the live stream in April, amazing.
It's so and guys, what we're learning, it's less about what these panels can do versus what they let them do. For me, OLEDs for LG is like a faucet. It's like your internet. Oh, you want 1,000 gigs? We turn it on. Yep. They make the TVs. The C5 is bright as hell right now. So it's like they just raise it and dim it. I understand the complaints for QD-OLED, but FOMO said it best in a video where he said that Samsung was over-engineering their TVs.
For accuracy.
So their value TVs, their QN85, these TVs had zones, they were good, and they were values, and they lost a fortune.
Yes, because they tried to make their mid-tier almost as good as their flagship, and people were just...
Well, the secrets for Samsung, back in way before 4K, the 8 was the best one. The other ones were over-engineered, they had too many things. But the middle was always the QN8N, Q8000, KS8000. Those were always the sweet spot. And I think now they realize they have one flagship, but they had 8K, 2 models.
But let's get to the Pocketbook. The Pocketbook shopper, he has the same budget for either the S90H or the C6. Which one are you taking, Brian?
So I'll tell you that it comes down to if you like the anti-glare or not. It's really that simple. The S90H, I can only recommend the 77-inch and the 48-inch. Because those are tandem OLEDs. If you're going to go with just a straight W OLED, that's when you go with LG. Because the C6 and the C6H are just excellent. But I will say this about the S90. The S90 also looked pink on camera and in person in store.
S90H.
The S90F.
QD-OLED.
QD-OLEDs are magenta.
Always has that slight look.
I think in store, it didn't look great, even though it was a great TV. It would show up on camera. You're seeing here. In a Costco, they look pink.
Right.
So I think with those crappy demos, they just went with this with something. They don't want to do it anymore, guys. They want to get into buying a panel from somebody. And we talked about this with conspiracy FOMO. I really do think that Korea is making them work together, LG and Samsung, to fight against China.
I think so.
I think they're saying, hey, look, you guys need to work together. You buy your panels from here. So help each other. The micro RGB is clearly a Samsung. It's called micro RGB. There's no way that it's their own panel.
Don't split your resources.
Nope. I'm guessing, and I think that they're making so much money on these monitors, FOMO.
The monitors are killing it.
And the fact that they didn't commit to QD-OLED at every size. What was the point anyway? You should be doing QD-OLED at 42 to 83.
Correct.
The fact that they didn't do that shows you that they weren't making enough money. Why is the G6 so dim on camera?
The Bravia 8, you mean?
Oh, Bravia. Sorry.
It's like,
all of a sudden I see
Brian,
this.
you know that they're all in
You're back
filmmaker
to
mode.
this.
They're all in professional filmmaker mode. And we know that the G6 is kind of pumping up the brightness a touch without calibration. Samsung is doing similar. So you got to put the Sony in like.
You know why? Because I had in my
Vivid.
comparison, I had it in movie the whole time.
Yeah, put the Sony in cinema. Do whatever you want to get the Sony brighter. I have been having trouble doing that actually, because it really is pursuing accuracy. All right. Finally saw the R95 at Best Buy and the Bravia 9 Mark II. Thank you for the observation. A clay tree. Truly not bad out of the starting gate because there are both first-gen technologies, RGB TV. They need refinement though. Yeah, you know what, Clay? Let us know. What is the refinement you kind of want out of them? I agree with you, but you know, I don't know what your observations are because at Best Buy, they're in torch mode. So let's see what the issues are that you saw. And yeah, we'll talk about it.
SDR and you leave in professional, that drops to 3. Wow. And that's why when Ratings does their reviews on SDR, they're like,
Okay, how does the S95F compare to the S95H? They are very similar. S95H is a touch brighter, full screen, but in content like this, you're going to have a hard time deciding. I would say if you don't care for the One Connect box and you're okay with the bezel, get the S95H. If you don't care that it has a One Connect box and you don't want the bezel, get the S95F. Their performance is nearly indistinguishable, short of the very brightest content, right? But if you're watching normal TV, streaming, Netflix, indistinguishable. Get the S95F and call it a day. No doubt.
G6?
Okay.
You want to buy the G6, the 83? Is that what you want to get? That's
And so David Favre is calling it Best OLED S95H, Best LCD, Mini LED, RGB TV True, Bravia 9 Mark II, and I'm going to have to agree with you. I think the Bravia 9 Mark II, it is a true RGB TV in that sense. It truly is impressive.
argument.
Okay. Let's see. Double check all your super chats. Here we go. Got one from your average anime enjoyer. Is there an average anime enjoyer? I think everyone who enjoys anime is above average, right? Finally got my 83-inch G6 after, for anime, the G6 is killer. You got the right TV for that. The Sony X90J 75-inch. That's quite an upgrade, my friend, because you know the X90J was right before the X900H, and the 90J was just not bright enough, so what a jump. Absolutely incredible. Thanks, FOMO and Brian, for all the amazing content. Made this an easy choice. Yeah, I think for anime, no-brainer. The G6 kills it in anime. 83-inch, awesome. Awesome. Tell me if you watch it in cinema, home. I think that's going to be really good for anime, personally. If you watch it in a normally lit room, it's just so good for anime. Especially because anime feels like SDR, right? Because it's not really HDR. Put it in cinema home and let me know how you like it. Okay. Ask anything you guys want, and let me see.
So I put it up. Funny, I put that one upstairs. Took the 77.
We'll see where we are at in a second. How likely is the Samsung S95i, whatever it ends up being called in 2027, how's it going to be? Is it going to be without a bezel next year? So it depends on the uptake of the 95H. If people are buying the 95H like crazy, no. They're probably going to extend the bezel to all their TVs because they're trying to figure out how do we beat TCL? We're going to do something special. And to them, that bezel is that special sauce. Honestly, it's up to you guys. You guys walk with your pocketbook. And when I say you guys, I don't mean the actual people in chat. You guys aren't doing it. But the average consumer with $4,000 burning in their pocket, if they are buying the S95H like crazy, more so than the 95F last year in this environment, this challenging economic times, oh yeah, Samsung's going to double down on that bezel. Trust me.
That's how it is when I'm doing
When I flew to Japan. How long was the flight to Japan?
Let's see. Can I cash? Oh, here we go. Top dollar for M4X. You're back for the super chat. Thank you, my friend. Tell whoever guy you're sitting next to that he looked like he could be Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's light-skinned twin brother. And 100 pounds. And 100 pounds lighter.
My defense is impregnable.
The creator,
Is that the comments?
Iceman and Bob.
Is that the comments?
Is your ear missing anything here?
You're talking to me? That's Holyfield.
No, you need to check. You gotta check Ron
He-
Fomo's ear.
He better.
Let's see your ear.
The great custom motto. My defense is impregnable.
You guys are awesome.
Pinpoint shot.
And let's see. The G6 and every single WOLED suffer from terrible green tint. It is there. It's not terrible. Like John Reformato is a calibrator.
See, that's what I'm talking
He's
about.
fine with it, right? But yeah, I get it. It's there. It's just not. It's not evident. It's just on my camera. The metamerism plus the hypersensitivity of the camera is just more noticeable. Yes. I would never buy one. Hey, you got choices. Because off angle, yeah, slightly there.
It's actually a QD-OLED, my friend. QD-OLED don't have it. That's bad.
All right.
It would make me crazy if I'm playing the game.
FOMO, how much? Thank you, Jamie Roller, for hanging around. I know you've been here since early this morning when we started. How much of a perceptible difference is there between the G6 and the C6H? I love this question. You can now get an 83-inch C6H for $44.99. There is no perceptible difference except one has a mirror-like finish. In a room with any lighting, it's
That's
a mirror.
not true, actually.
Oh, wait, Brian.
That's
Here
actually,
we go.
That's actually bullshit.
No, I don't like it. I
It's
think
not true.
it's a
So
mirror
how
to
much
me.
perception difference is there
It's a
between?
mirror-like
So
difference.
I'll tell you this. This is a secret.
The secret.
When I compared the G6 to the G5 at LG, it smoked it. And the G5 is a beast.
Right.
Then you guys were crying about saturation and crying about it was over brightened. So they dimmed it. They fixed the EOTF because some website said that it didn't match the EOTF. Then at that point, they were identical. The C6H and G6 were literally identical.
Okay.
When we were here during our shootout,
That one, they were really
they were
close.
almost
Indistinguishable. Indistinguishable.
So LG was like, hold on a second, they're not supposed to be the same. So they are. The G6 is brighter now.
So they unleashed it even more after
They had
that.
to, yeah, that brightness came back in,
Four
the
updates.
last update. It came back, but guys, it's not about nerfing TVs. They don't know who the hell to listen to. Half the guys in the chat want this. The other ones say it's not bright enough. Filmmakers, if you brought the TV to Hollywood does not want bright TVs. So the manufacturer is going to listen to whether it's ratings or Vincent or these are the okay. Then if let's just say it doesn't match the EOTF, that was the criticism from ratings. Okay, they fix it. It matches the EOTF, but you lost some of the brightness.
Well,
You can't have
Brian,
both.
with this price difference, does the anti-glare make a difference to you? The good anti-glare on the G6 and no anti-glare on the C6H.
So there's the C6H is a mirror. The difference is you'll see. I did a video where it was Megatron and you had a fusion cannon and it was purple. On the G5, it was like bright purple. On the C6, it just couldn't get there. The G6 is the same way. It's a little different. So if you still want the best money you can buy, you got to go with the G6. There is a difference side by side.
Yeah.
If not, you want to save money, grab the C6H.
But that day during the spring event, they were like,
Too close.
yo,
Yeah.
so close.
Yeah. And they don't want to be.
Yeah.
Jamie, hopefully that answers your question. But the C6H in a dark room, literally nearly identical, but who knows?
I mean, unless
Firmware,
they're side by side, you're not going to know what you're missing anyway. I have them side by side.
If you have a light
So,
controlled
if you want
room,
to see them side by side, I have a video on that. Look
And-
at my channel,
Yeah, check
bro.
Brian's-
Go on my channel. I got videos on it. Why are
Ryan's
you
Tech
asking this
Therapy.
dude?
Ryan's Tech Therapy. Come
Yeah,
on,
bro.
you know, that's what we could ask
Me,
you a
Mike
question.
Tyson. Damn, I put my logo up top.
Got it.
Okay. I got 10 videos on it. I'm the only person on the whole platform that has that TV.
You know, I don't bother reviewing the C6H because it's so good. Like, what's the point? Other than the
The
anti
boy's
glare.
asking you.
I don't know. That's why I not told you, right?
$10.
Get
And you refer to
save,
me.
save the money.
Go to the channel, watch it till the cows come home.
Save the monny.
I got C6H versus
Turn
C6.
off the
I got it
lights.
versus G6, G5, S90. Come on, baby.
You don't have the S85H plus 2.
What the hell is that? That's that European version.
S85H is a perfect picture and color accuracy. I agree. It has the best combination.
Guys are gimped. We got the choice.
If accuracy is important to you,
I don't want to tell you.
95H all day long.
You're driving on the wrong side of the street. Oh
And Sim Racing Fan wants to thank chat for answering his question. You're welcome. I'll take credit for that.
Sim.
Yeah. All right. And Top Dollar M4X back in the game. Thank you for that super chat, my friend. If someone only watches in a bright room once or twice, but in a dark room more, will the C6H be more than enough over the G6? Absolutely. Because if you're watching sports in a bright room, you probably don't even notice the
C6H is home eating popcorn. Like I'm in the chat.
C6H, it's in the slightly darker scenes.
The C6H is a rock star because of the brightness and the processor.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, finally the C6 is not only bright, but the processor.
Yeah.
It was designed to beat up the S90. The S90 is not what it was, so it's the perfect TV.
Well, it was designed to beat up the S90.
And the S90 just did like weight drained.
Right,
it was
right,
like, damn,
yeah,
I need.
C6
it didn't know QD-OLED wasn't coming.
No.
So if anything, the C6H might go back the next year and be like, oh, sorry.
The C6H ended up matching the G6, and which I don't think it was intended to do that. That's the problem.
Because I'll tell you why. Everybody thought the C6H was going to beat the G5. It didn't. At least my G5, which is not up there. It's Megatron. But it's stupid to have the C6H beat the G5. It needs to be
Just
G5,
under,
G6, C6.
Like, yeah, no. But you know what? You guys win. They created an affordable
Just buy one now.
tandem OLED, and
The C6
you guys win.
That'll be a good move for you there.
Yeah, how you feeling now?
You can't go wrong with it. I mean, there's no loss getting the C6H.
How many rooms can you be in where you can turn
You're
around
not
and
going to
go,
be sitting there, oh
and here
man,
I want to help
like
him.
G5 was just that much more.
In
The
what
G6
barbershop
was just
conversation
that much
would you
more.
say,
You're not
and
going
this
to
is
have
why I
those
went
type
with
of
the Nits.
faults.
Here's a good one. Poll. FOMO. Do a poll. Matte or glossy? Brightness or accuracy? Choose one. All right. Let's see if I can do that right now. Let's do a quick poll for you guys. Yeah.
Vietnam.
Start a poll.
It's cooler out there.
Choose one to prioritize.
Because you sweaty. I'm like, oh, I'm a big bastard. You got me all scrunched down. Yeah, camera for short guy.
Here we go. We got the
The first rule of cameras
matte
don't have the camera
coating.
This thing's like at our belly button.
Best and
He looks unhealthy. You think?
And then we have
With the spotlight
Dude,
on.
yeah, dude, freaking this guy. I was
The
his size when I was
interrogation
8 years old.
then we have glossy.
We're all filmmaker. Actually,
Was that movie?
6
Bravia movie.
second best anti-reflection. And then we
how many
have
presets you have, right? And that's scaled down.
It's too many.
Yeah, so you have Filmmaker,
Brightness.
Optimizer, which shouldn't be up there, Cinema Home, Autosave, Standard. So you used to have another one.
Optimized.
Right.
And then we have accuracy out of
They're not
the
gonna use that.
box. Because once calibrated, they're too close. All right. Guys,
Not more than
vote in the poll. What is important to you? What is important to you? Thank you for that suggestion. Got a poll going? Vote away, my friends. Vote away.
To a place called Harrods.
Okay.
It's like the highest end mall. Okay.
We got a super chat from Exile.
Just like, I went to, I got
33. Thank you for the super chat. Where does the S90H 77-inch tandem OLED stand in a bright room window reflection shootout? So the S90H has the same anti-reflection as the S95H. Right there, it has the advantage. S95H will be a little bit brighter. In certain scenes, maybe a little bit more saturated. But against the G6, it won't be as bright. But then the anti-glare on the G6 is really good. It may be close enough. But the 90H would have the best-in-class anti-reflection out there right now. With the Bravia 9 Mark II, right up there, very close. But yeah, window reflection shootout, it would beat anything in this price range. Just because I really like how the matte screen works.
Yes, sir.
This question is good because you have the S90H. Where does the S90H 77-inch tandem OLED stand in a bright room window reflection shootout?
Go on my channel and you can see it fight the C6H, and I put it right in a bright room.
But what was your conclusion?
The conclusion is the S90H is superior in a bright room, even with direct sunlight, because QD-OLEDs lack a polarizer. It is a WOLED. It doesn't have that issue. So literally, it looks like a sticker. It doesn't even raise the blacks.
So you like it?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
But go on my channel, Brian's Tech Therapy, C6H versus S90H. I put them almost outside. And it's amazing. I mean, so you do lose a little bit of crispness, but you can see the image.
Right.
And that's a gift. So to me, it's definitely worth. So check out my video. It's 2 videos ago.
Two videos
you'll be able
ago.
to see it. But yeah, I mean, I'm past worrying about it hurting the image. I think it doesn't at all.
It doesn't.
It's right here the whole time. I mean, the TV's right in front of you on the left, the S95H. It might have a different anti-glare. Maybe
Same. It's the same
Is
one.
it the same? It's
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
What are they comparing out there right now? I know we're in SDR. I just want an idea of what they're comparing. What are they doing?
It's gonna rain too bad. Maybe I call quits.
SDR with grayscale.
Grayscale SDR. Okay. So let's put that up there for you guys to enjoy. Grayscale SDR. What movie is this? You know? Can you tell?
The movie that they have on?
Yeah.
Mad Max, the black and white.
Mad Max, the black and white.
It's Fury Road. They have a black and white version.
Oh, that's what it is, Fury Road?
Yeah.
Actually, no,
That's perfect for grayscale.
Yeah, SDR. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So this is SDR Grayscale. So you guys can enjoy a little bit of that. And grayscale is easy. You guys know what you're looking for. Detail in near black. This is one of the darkest scenes in Mad Max. Now, Tony.
Yes.
Go in there, check, and let me know which you think is winning the grayscale war in SDR. So our man Tony is on the job. Wish you guys were here, but that's why we're here, right? All right. Now, I noticed you're here, Iceman. That means you have no interest in SDR? Or is it too much like Cambodia out there?
Well, I didn't say that. Well, with me being also a hobbyist calibrator, once your eyes see one thing, especially if you see HDR first,
you can't go back.
Can't
do SDR.
Well, I know there's a difference. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There is a difference, but I pretty much know what to expect.
Okay, fair enough.
I know what to expect. So I've seen the goods with HDR. Like HDR is like, give me everything you got. SDR is like a standard. So since I've seen HDR, I'm like, okay, I know what they're doing.
Wait, so look at this. This is shadow detail. Look at the reference. Is it me or is the Bravia 8 Mark II a little bit dim? Because he's seeing it on the...
Oh, it is? Yeah, let me confirm that.
Yeah, because it looks on the monitor that the Sony is not bright enough in SDR. And it's, remember guys, it's been calibrated to within an inch of its life. So there is no funny business going on. And Sony is here. So trust me, they're like taking notes. So I'm sure they're going to check something right now.
No, it was dim.
It was dim, right?
I caught a glance right before they turned it off. So it was actually dim.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
It looked like the Bravia 8 II and this LG that's here in the corner. They look closest to the reference monitor.
Oh, really? And so we're seeing it's dim.
Yeah.
So you think it's closest to the reference monitor?
It looked just...
So, but on my camera, it felt like the Bravia 8 Mark II was too dim.
Well, when you go right in front of it, because I was looking at it off...
Interesting,
off
off angle.
But
Okay.
then when I went
When you went in.
it looked so close to the reference monitor.
And see, they took it off screen before I could get up front. So that's why I was at an angle. It did.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And the LG, the what is that, a micro RGB?
Micro RGB
Yeah,
Evo.
that one looked just like the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So LG is doing its job. All right.
I told y'all it's the
Yeah, you were
just
saying
right. It's the just right TV. I'm telling
Just
you.
right TV. And it's what are they testing now? Yeah. Ask Classy.
All right, now they got it on settings, so...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. He's supposed to match the monitor, not his taste? Absolutely. All of them have been calibrated to match the reference monitor and all the necessary patterns, and now we're playing content to see how close it matches the monitor. Because once you calibrate it, there's nothing more you can do, right? You calibrate it and then you do perceptual matching. That's all done. All these TVs have been calibrated, perceptually matched to offset any metamerism, and it is as close as you're going to get to accurate. And now we play real movies. Let's see what happens. And that's what they're doing right now. They're in SDR, and we're done with HDR, Randy. And sir, what do you want to share?
No, I'm just one.
And I want to
Oh, wait,
remind
actually, I was
you
gonna
all
ask
too.
you,
I'm
real
gonna
quick.
remind you all too. So where we have the camera situated, we can't place the camera directly in front of each TV.
Right, it's off, something's
with
going to
the
be off
maximum.
angle.
So
Something's going to be off angle.
So it may look off to you all, but we're looking at it in person. So just keep our commentary in mind.
Now, when we just saw this shadow detail Mad Max motorcycle in the dark, the Bravia 8 Mark II looked a little bit dimmer. Was it though? Because maybe my camera was off angle. Was it? And it felt a reference.
I mean, I've been seeing this Sony's pushing red a little bit more than the other sets, but its tone mapping and its brightness is really good up front and in person.
Okay, so up front in person, it
really good.
shadow detail matches it. Okay, so there you go. Just on camera, it looked dimmer, but in person, it actually matched reference monitor. So now, are you an SDR guy or HDR
Can we
guy?
get him?
HDR guy.
Bring them up.
Yeah, you want to come in?
Come on, come on. Oh, okay.
So are you one of the judges?
No, I'm just poking in every now and
Poking
then.
in, observer.
I'm
So
also
as an independent observer, first of all, do you like OLED, mini LED, or you don't really care?
OLED.
OLED. Among the OLEDs, which one are you liking the most up to this point? We're midway through the SDR. Sony, Bravia 8 Mark II. Okay, guys, right? Now, is it because you prefer Sony historically, because you're a Sony? What TV do you have at home?
I've got a Sony at home. I've got a Pioneer Kuro Plasma still.
Pioneer Kuro Plasma, love it.
Yeah, it's Sony just looking really good to my
Sony,
eyes. It's having
the
less-
Bravia 8 Mark II.
Yeah, it's having less technical issues than the other sets have been having some weird things going on all day long.
Okay.
But there were problems with the EDID settings and changes in the sets. Apparently they had a power
Distribution.
problem last
Yeah.
night, and some of the settings got all fouled up. So it's been
But
causing
Sony's
issues
been
all
pretty
day.
consistent regardless, despite these
Pretty
issues.
much, yeah.
Okay. And this is kind of like the observation we've seen with Sony TVs historically. It's not that it's perfect, it just does less wrong more consistently.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just wishing that Panasonic was able to participate this year because
Yeah.
I'm dying to see that.
They have a Z95C apparently, but we don't know if it's coming. Yeah, maybe next year we'll get the Z95D.
I hope so.
Well, thank you very much for your observations. Brings a little bit of insight to what we see here. But yeah, and guys, it's your money, so there's no wrong answer here, my friend. All right. So we're back in the room. We're waiting for the next set of scenes. You know what they're testing next?
They were still in SDR grading.
They
right
just
now.
did grayscale.
Gotcha. Grayscale. Okay.
And initially, the Samsung in the middle was like on the LCD side. Somebody changed the settings, so it was like too pink and red. I had Dewayne.
Oh, so I messed with the remote. There's always one. All right. Okay, so no, we're back here, so you have to move out of the way. Thank you. Okay, so we are back. Guys, got some in-person observations. This is why you have to be there in person, right? It's so hard to see what's happening from back here. Here we go. Here's a question. Clay Tree asks, is the S95H processing and refinement noticeably better than the S95F, particularly with posterization and macro blocking? So the 95F didn't have that many issues with posterization and macro blocking.
No.
So this year is just more of the same. Excellent processing. It didn't have issues last year. We aren't seeing obvious issues this year. So you should be okay. It's the G6 that's addressed those issues from last year. It's most notable. And Sony's posterization in HDR needs to be addressed further.
Yeah, that was one thing that was noticeable.
Yes.
It's actually more noticeable than the one I had at home. So that might be a firmware thing.
Yeah, it could be a firmware thing, right? So yeah, so our friend out there, as much as he loves the Sony, still recognizes posterization is Sony's weak point in HDR, which they still haven't completely fixed. So there you have it. There's no perfect TV, guys, right?
There's always going to be something.
But if you're okay with that something, that's what counts. All right. Let me get caught up with all your questions. Yeah, I think we're all.
I thought it was you got all the super chats. Okay.
Yeah. If I missed your super chat, let me know. Oh, here.
Isn't it?
Okay, Vamp. Sorry, Mr. Super Chat. Here we go. It's highly unlikely that the S95 family goes bezel-less because they signed a new deal with a deco company, yes, for making the same stuff they do for frame TVs. Okay, there you go. So you're right. If you're going to invest in that, they might as well just expand the selection next year to maybe include the S90, or maybe that's reserved for the most expensive QD-OLEDs or expensive OLED. Who knows if it's QD-OLED next year?
That's right.
Not starting rumors,
we don't know. Yes.
But it wouldn't surprise me.
That's right.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Because you know what's funny about that bezel too?
What?
The bezel, and I know this may be not going with the popular opinion.
Okay.
But in my opinion, spending time with the bezel, I've seen it even before the shootout, here currently doing the
Yes.
shootout. I'm sure I'll see it later. When it is, say, wall mounted, when the TV is on, at least if you're watching TV,
yeah,
it works.
Yes.
Now I understand maybe
It works
from
meaning you don't notice it, or it looks good?
It looks good.
With content.
With content, correct.
Right. True. Now when it's off, it's a black hole with a. It's drawing attention to the black hole.
I mean, depending on your decor, depending on what your setup is. Maybe if you've got something that matches.
But if you're
the
playing
bezel.
art, does it look good as an art display? Because that's what its intention is.
I think it. Looking at it here, for example, looking at it right now, you all may not be able to see it the way that we see it. I mean, you can
let
see
me turn
a
up the
little reflection.
exposure so they can see it. Yeah, good point.
It gives it a floaty feel to it,
So
instead of just looking at something slapped up against
That's
the
true.
wall.
It floats in front of the bezel.
It floats in front of the bezel.
So if you guys haven't seen the S95H in person, it feels like the TV is about a centimeter in front, floating in front of the bezel.
Yes.
And it's a good effect.
Yes.
I personally don't mind it, but I understand you guys don't like it. Okay. Oh, wow, this is a great scene, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Next up, and thank you for that super chat, Vamps. Top dollar M4X. If someone only watched in a bright room once or twice, oh yeah,
we answered that one.
So the answer is get the C6H. I think it's amazing, and save the money. Get yourself a good soundbar system to match. Okay, where does the S90H 77-inch 10 OLED stand in a bright room? Oh, we did this one too. Okay, we're caught up.
We're good then.
We just missed Vamps. Thank you, Vamps, for your patience. All right.
Any other super chats that we miss?
Yeah, let us know, and I'll look it up. Actually, let me see. Is it a bezel or a frame? It is a okay. How to describe it? It's a bezel that the OLED's in front of a bezel by a centimeter. It's like literally three-dimensional, physically floating in front, right?
Correct.
And so it appears like a bezel and a frame, but it's not. It doesn't look like it's attached to the OLED, which is actually engineering genius. This is not easy. That's what you're paying for.
Right, right.
You guys have to go to Best Buy
Just
or
look at it.
and then feel it. Goes, oh my gosh, it's floating in front of the thing. It's amazing, and that's why people buy it, because it looks pretty impressive as a feat of engineering.
You want to know what's funny? I wonder if, perhaps subconsciously, if the bezel played a role in my earlier decisions with the Samsung S95H without me realizing it.
Could
you know,
be.
sometimes it's little things like that you don't think about, and it draws you in.
And
even now, it kind of.
Wait, isn't this interesting? I was going to show you this. So they're all in Filmmaker mode, and look how they treat the font. So in this one, for some reason, pause right here, the S95H is brighter.
Yes.
But you would think the G6 would be brighter because it keeps on pushing white. Not here.
Right.
And this is the algorithm. This is the G6 saying, oh, this is a subtitle. Let's not make the subtitle too bright. Samsung's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to do what I do.
That's a really good point. In the other room, the LG looks the brightest.
Yeah. It just depends on the content. It has the software decides
It's very interesting.
what is it I want to emphasize. So they're always editorializing the content. Now, good or bad, you know what? You buy the TV and you live with it. Because in other scenes, it will be different. But this one, the S95H, very bright. in terms of that font.
Yes.
Buddy wants to let you know it's a floating dust collection point.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
it's more dust you have to clean around the edges. You're not wrong. But then again, is Bob the one cleaning?
Well, I usually do it.
Yes,
Especially when it comes to electronics. So, I mean, she does. She does.
You know what you would do?
cleaning.
That spray, those electronic sprays, right?
Yes.
The air spray. Got the air spray, buddy.
Just get the good stuff. You'll be good to go.
Now, here's a good discussion for those who are paying this much money for the S95H.
Yes.
How many people are going to use their TVs as some Art Deco or some picture art 10% of the time? And how many percent is annoying people don't want to be distracted by some frame while watching a movie or anything? So, to your point, yeah, it would have been great if it had the floating and then you could take off the bezel.
Correct.
So, charge for the bezel, charge for everything, but then make it detachable. And then when you're ready, you could either put it back or buy wood versions or other bezels, right?
That's correct.
I agree with you. I think the option, maybe engineering-wise, would be too difficult, but yeah.
It could be done.
Because
I mean,
the Bravia 9 Mark II is that. You know that?
Right.
The Bravia 9 Mark II, you could buy solid wood veneer bezel that you attach to it, and it looks beautiful.
Yes.
Because the 9 Mark II is so thick, it feels like you put lumber around the thing, but it's $400 just for the bezel.
All right.
Yeah, not cheap. But they have a custom wood crafter in the USA making it by hand.
Wow.
That's why it's expensive.
Well, yeah, it's custom.
Right,
You pay for
it's
custom.
not being shipped by China. It's not some Chinese teak. This is American walnut veneer, handmade, and that's why it's over $400.
That's quality. That's quality.
Oh, no, I saw it at their launch event. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I spent 10 minutes just shooting the bezel.
Can we get someone to do that for Samsung to put over the bezel?
Get a craftsman from Illinois somewhere.
Yes.
It's quite possible. And we have a super chat from the man from Lothlorien. Is that like a fantasy location, Lothlorien? It sounds very familiar. Is that something to do with Lord of the Rings, maybe? Lothlorien?
Man from the Lothlorien.
Where is that? It sounds familiar.
Yes.
Lothlorien. Let us know.
It's something Lord of the Rings-ish.
Who is the man from Lothlorien? All right, question. I'm coming from a Samsung 65-inch KS9 the 800. That's an old school, very bright, right? Flagship from way back when. So it's about, 7 years old, maybe? 2017? 2016? 10 years old?
10 years.
10 years old,
yes.
I want to upgrade to 85-inch Bravia 9 Mark II. Wow. So going both sides, it will be a significant upgrade. I will list 3 things. 1, dimming zone control, deep blacks, contrast will blow you away. 2, brightness, HDR will blow you away. If you like Dolby Vision, you've always wondered what it's like. You got Dolby Vision, and then you have a way better audio system, in my opinion. The Bravia 9 Mark II upgrade, other than the size, everything about the image quality is a huge step up. Don't be ashamed. Go for it.
The audio quality, too.
Audio quality.
Might I add, yes.
And here, let me take a second to talk about the audio quality. It is the only TV you could add a dual subwoofer system wirelessly. No dongle, no soundbar. You got the Sub9. You're like, you know what? I need a little bit of bass. I love everything else.
Right.
Get the Sub8 or the Sub9, which is 2 Sub8s compressed, and it'll fill the room with bass.
Absolutely.
No other TV has such a powerful subwoofer. Now, I know TCL has an add-on wireless, but it's much weaker. LG has one, but you can't buy it, so we don't know how strong it is, but it's not as strong as this one. Maybe equivalent to a Sub7 to Sub8, but with the Sony, you have the Sub7, the Sub8, or the Sub9 wireless. Nothing else. Recognizes it, boom. You got yourself a home theater system without adding anything else.
That's so true.
If you want surround, stay wireless. Rear 9s, now you have surround, again, no soundbar. And proud to say, I convinced Sony that's all we want is these easy add-ons. And then when they do need a soundbar, you could always add one. You could add the bar 9, bar 7, whatever, the trio, and then get this full, super loud sound system in a large room. So, yeah, I helped Sony design that.
That's awesome.
I'm going to take credit for that.
So I'm looking for a couple of paychecks.
Yeah, well, it's not called the FOMO. It's called the trio. I was going to convince them to call it the FOMO. They call it the trio. I don't know, because there's 3 of them. How about FOMO 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
But yeah.
That's Sony. Yeah, the
solid.
TV itself, I mean, a lot of the Sonys, the past couple of models, the Bravia 8, A95L. I mean, they get the job done.
They do.
Oftentimes, I forget sometimes when my system is off and at low levels, the volume is just so good. You'll think for a second. It takes a moment. I'm like, wait a minute, something sounds different.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, like if you're not watching explosions or like a high bass filled scene or anything like that, you'll actually think that you're listening to your system. Everything just comes through so well. So subs are really all you need.
Now here, they're all same brightness. The font, look. So in this one,
wow.
They all look almost, right? So it depends on the source. Just wanted to show you guys that. And let's see. Okay, got a couple super chats here. XKR2, OLEDs always look more sleek when wall mounted. So you have that flush mount. Do you like the flush mount or do you like the floating OLED with a bezel behind it?
To be honest, prior to this model, I would have said flush mount all day.
So in other words, it feels like it's a piece of paper pressed against the wall, like a poster.
Right.
Okay.
But now, after, I mean, I'm just spending more and more time with it. I understand what Samsung did. It's like art.
Yeah.
So art, you have to appreciate art. Now, if it's not for you, it's not for you, you know, understandably. But if you are into art and you're into design, I think that's the look that Samsung went. And I think that's the angle that they're going to push it as, you know, or people would say, hey, do you want a TV on here or do you want a piece of art?
You know what will work really well is if you painted the bezel Vanta black. Vanta black does not reflect light at all. It literally looks like a black hole, right? So people have all these tricks where they paint the floor with Vanta black and then animals will, because they're afraid they're going to fall into this hole of endless death.
Yes.
So if you paint the bezel with an equivalent to Vanta black, where there is near zero reflection, it will feel like it's floating above a hole.
Wow.
So you have your
We do
entire...
that for a lot of customers. We use black magic marker.
Oh, and then you have the black magic marker, right?
We do it for a lot of customers.
So...
Nobody likes it. I don't like it either. But
So Valley Electronics will paint it
okay.
black for
You don't
you.
even notice it.
Wow.
So imagine against a colored wall or any wall, you have this black, it's not a frame, it looks like it's floating.
Yes.
Because the actual bezel of the OLED. So OLED has a thin black bezel around it, that's
right.
on the OLED. And then you have the silver frame behind it.
Correct.
That's a black Vanta paint, whatever. It will feel like the image is floating, I think.
Yes.
That'll be very interesting. Hey, guys, if you have it, do it.
Hey,
Why
just
not?
just mod it.
Mod it. Or as some have suggested, get a Dremel drill and just zzz, sparks flying. We have another super chat from Dice Cut. Thank you, my friend. And the winner is the LG G6. I am predicting it would be the first time that LG has won the OLED shootout.
Yes.
And when was the last time LG won?
5 years ago.
5 years ago,
And
LG.
and they won for the 5 years before that.
So LG had a 5-year string of wins
did.
until Sony introduced the A9G.
That's right.
And then
That's
LG
exactly
has
right.
been trying to get that magic back. It may win, but LG had dominated 8 years ago.
That's right.
20, before the A9G, that would have been 2018.
Sony won for the last 4 years.
Well, since the A9G, it's won. A9G, A90J,
Yes.
COVID, A95K,
That's right,
A95L,
twice,
Bravia
and
8
Bravia
Mark
8.
II. 6 years, and we're in year 7. So 6 years straight, Sony has won since 2019, with COVID being a skip year. All right.
I work with all these companies.
Oh, yeah,
all the
yeah.
Engineers.
Well, you sell all the TVs. You don't care. Buy the
Yeah.
TV you
No,
like.
I don't care who wins.
Yeah.
But anyway, one day I was with all the Sony engineers in their headquarters in Japan, and I said, "Come on, let's do an upgrade. This is the 3rd year in a row for the Bravia 8 Mark II." They said, "Well, you're on our panel of experts. Tell us what you want us to do better." I had nothing to say.
Oh, wow.
And they said, "Well, see what I mean?"
All right.
It's a world-class TV.
Oh, absolutely.
People are wondering, why is it so bright? Is it? Yes,
It's
active. It's on. It's in movie mode.
That's a true
So
story.
Brian was playing with it.
Right.
Let's see.
I guess we can put it back in
Filmmaker?
Filmmaker just to.
Okay, yep, it's inactive. Let's put it back. Well, you know what? Let's keep movie
We'll
mode
keep
active. We'll put it to Filmmaker. There we go, Filmmaker. And then we'll put everything else. Let's see what the Sony, I think Sony's in
Sony's
cinema.
in movie.
Yeah, because I asked Brian to make Sony brighter. Oh, it's in professional.
No, it's in professional.
Is it maybe, let's see, is it brightness preferred? Gradation, okay, so
No.
Sony's good. So Sony is in its most accurate mode with no funny business there. And then the LG,
Looks like they're getting close to being finished over there.
I have my doubts, Robert. If there would be record time if they finish. So Cinema Home, let's put them in Filmmaker, so they're all in Filmmaker now. All right. Okay, so now they're all Filmmaker.
Okay.
All right, let me put up my Filmmaker label so that they see, or people are wondering what's happening, what settings these TVs are in. Let's see. Oop. Close enough. Let's take this out. Okay.
I think you were correct, Robert. The process.
Actually, Bob, can you check and see how far we are?
Absolutely.
You can
I
ask.
believe so.
Ask anybody around. Ask John Rifformato. He's always anxious to go home. So he'll tell us the truth of it. All right, they're in their accurate modes now. Okay.
I don't know if I told you about this funny story, but one year I brought in a very, very high-end video scientist to be our moderator. And he stands up in front of everything, and the first things he says
Almost done.
Almost done, John? All right.
I mean, they're just going to tally the scores now.
Oh, you're telling the score now?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to have to bring in some Classy. Are you ready to share your commentary? You're good. He doesn't want to share. He's like,
So he says, first thing he says is, I know Robert's known for a lot of years, very smart guy and a very good friend, but I'm so proud of him that he realized that even though he created this event, it's much bigger than he is. That was the nicest left-handed compliment I ever got.
Yeah.
It's also true. This really happened.
He's got two fans in here. We got
You know what?
You got no. Yeah, so we're in Cambodia, and you're deep in the oceans of the jungles of Laos, right?
We're in the jungles.
4 BDMs right in our face.
Turn in the ballots. Are you going to give it to ChatGPT to count? Okay. Generally speaking, your thoughts so far. We're not predicting the winner at this point, but just what are you seeing as improvements from last year? Because you got the S95H. Because a lot of people are asking, well, how much better is the S95H over the F? And you love the F. You're seeing the H. You've seen the H. And you got. What are your thoughts about this generation specifically over the last year?
Specifically for Samsung, it just confirmed my previous evaluation of it that I have no complaints. Aside from game mode, could use some tweaking, but other than that, as far as reference image quality, it's as close as it gets. Regardless of the outcome, I'm solidified.
95
It's
F.
there.
It's okay,
For
well,
H.
H. Now, for those wanting to save money, what is the reason to upgrade to the H? Forget the bezel. They both have the matte, so that's kind of like same, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you upgrade to the H? Pay the little extra 100,
The
200.
color's better.
You like the color better.
Yeah.
Is that color saturation or color
Accuracy.
accuracy after calibration? Or out of the box?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay. Samsung is really working to win. They want to win.
I-
More than last year.
We told them.
There was a
direction
Classy
change.
told them. He told them.
There was a direction change last year with the color.
Uh-huh.
I know why. And then basically told them, let's not do that again. Move it to match the reference. And they did a great job.
Okay. So 95H, a little bit more accurate across the board before and after calibration. That's why you'd pay a little extra. Now, you notice that because you are a working calibrator, right? So he's not a hobbyist. He does this for a living.
He's not me, y'all.
So he's sensitive to these accuracy. For the common person, if they don't have it calibrated, would they notice that? Would it be a big difference?
Well, define average enthusiast or person, because there's a difference there.
Let's go with the average enthusiast, because I think they will pay the extra money.
They will see it.
They will see it. Okay.
The average person, no.
No.
Now, if you're an enthusiast and you got an F and you had it calibrated or you contact me for consultation,
Let's stop
it
there.
gets it close enough.
Consultation, calibration, Classy, share. How do they get you to calibrate? Because if it's the 95H, they should actually call you. You are the 95FH guy. How do they get you to calibrate? What's the process?
Just email me, classytechcalibrations@gmail.com.
ClassyTechCalibrations, plural, @gmail.com.
Yep. And if you are outside of my area, Samsung is consistent enough that I'm comfortable doing like a video call consultation for about an hour. But the settings get you 95% of the way there. But if you want that complete, then and it's much cheaper to do that, obviously, because no travel.
Now, with the travel, if they're in your route, what is the price range? Because I don't want to lock you in.
Generally, $525.
$525 generally. So somewhere between $5 and $550.
Depending on where you're at and the
Right.
previous.
And that includes your travel costs and everything. You're not okay.
If
so
I have to go extra far, then there's going to be extra travel.
There you go. So, but phone consultation,
It's
what's
$150.
$150? I think I'd go with a phone consultation.
And you got to buy the $7 remote.
Wait. So here we go. What makes the $7 remote? This is the one, right?
Nope. It's the one that's out there.
It's the one, okay. But not this one.
Yeah,
okay,
no.
so why the $7 remote? What makes it special?
To get in the service menu.
Service
So that's the other thing. You got to be comfortable with service menu.
Okay.
I'll walk you
Well,
through it.
well,
make
you're
sure
comfortable, right? So
yeah.
you're walking them through. All right.
And then also disconnect it from the internet, get an Apple TV or a Fire Cube or something, whatever external device. Because every time there's a firmware update, it's going to reset the service menu settings.
Okay.
So
Now, so the 95H, personally, this is the best it's ever been. How has the Bravia 8 Mark II, with all the firmware since the last shootout, has it improved or is it pretty much the same?
they improved the posterization.
Okay, so it's better than last.
Yes.
Yeah, last
It's
shootout was
still there.
very okay.
But it's at a point that it's not as bothersome. So depends on your degree. If you're like
Right,
me,
right.
I still see it.
Right.
The other thing is the reduction in its brightness performance over time as it ages has been cut in half. So instead of
Okay, so it's not as
it does-
aggressive
yeah.
and dimming over time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are the two improvements.
And I think that's almost a generational improvement because you notice generation, it kind of does the little things and we're iterative. I'm glad they don't give you an all new TV just to give those things anyway, which takes us to the G6 from the G5.
Yeah.
New 6 nanometer, maybe a possible pixel structure change, chemistry change,
That
but
right
still.
there is the reason I would take the G5 over the G6.
Oh, there we go. Okay, let's talk because this is news to me. What is wrong with the G6 compared to the G5 in your mind?
I can't see past the color tint shift just from like.
Are you talking about the green?
Well, it's
everything.
If you're in the right cone, you'll see it in a certain percentage of the screen the right way, which is fine.
Okay.
But you start moving, and then that cone shifts, and then you start to see more green over here, more green over there. If you stand up, you see more green. Like the viewing angle, just.
And you're saying it's worse than the G5?
Yeah, because of the pixel. They changed the pixel structure to make text better.
So
at the expense of your viewing angle.
And so here's the irony: people buy TVs to watch content. They're not buying TVs for text.
No, so
what
so
the
now
hell?
you need a measuring tape, and you need to measure out the exact cone degree and angle and everything else, and then you can see your Word document better.
So this goes to Brian's point, where they're chasing one group of enthusiasts at the cost of the majority, which is content watchers. LG, just don't
Just keep it simple.
bring So I'm going to get hit by all the text fans. Bring it back to the old pixel structure. The 6 nanometer couldn't fix it. All right.
And there's also low luminance color issues that the processing is bypassing the calibration, because we looked at it with the calibrated mode and the non-calibrated mode.
So they think they know better than you. Editorializing.
So the over brightening of the
We
highlights.
saw that here all day.
That's correct.
Yeah, out of the
There's-
box, definitely.
yeah,
and
these-
after calibration, still.
This is why I said I could not continue to cover it, because it's going to go through firmware.
And every firmware, it tries something
And
new.
everything up to this point that I've seen still does not fix the main issues that I have with the display.
And of course, you've contacted LG, or you've given up.
Yeah, it falls on deaf ears.
So you know how the email says read?
Yes.
Unread.
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 They stopped reading.
It's like
there's people there
rejected.
that obviously, they're working hard. But
They are.
There are decision makers that are making.
And these aren't easy decisions in the sense that it costs them money to make these fixes in the first place. It's just that maybe they're being pulled in too many directions, and it's not fitting our direction. Now, it's not to say it's not a bright and impactful TV, But as far as accuracy is concerned, it's not accurate. And for a calibrator, that's all important. It has to hold the accuracy.
The hard part is for professionals because they need a client viewing monitor.
That's
and
the
they
other
almost
irony.
all need Dolby Vision. So as much as I want to tell them to get the Samsung, they can't because it doesn't have Dolby Vision and they need it to test their work.
And then you have this. Oh, well, what about the Sony
It
A95?
dims down
It
and
dims.
reduces brightness and needs recalibration every
Oh, you got
few
it?
thousand
Okay.
hours.
Okay. All right. Well, now let's move over to everyone's favorite technology: RGB, True RGB, Micro RGB, Evo RGB. Oh, you guys are ready to announce the score?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're just doing the math on it.
Oh, okay. Let me know, and I'll get that
It's like 90%
audio
done.
on.
Have a
Yeah.
minute.
Before you announce it, let me know, and I'll live stream.
Very good. Excellent.
We're kind of doing a little post-mortem here. So, True RGB, that whole technology stack that's introduced, which is ultimately just LCD TVs, different backlight.
like
Your
we serve
impression
some good
compared to
food
last
here.
year? The Bravia 9,
Maybe I'll put it
being
downstairs.
standard. The improvements you're seeing, maybe not improvements, and then relative to each other, we've got the Bravia 9 Mark II, the R95H by Samsung, and the LG MRGB 95B. How do they compare to last year's technology, and how do they compare to each other?
So certain aspects have improved. New technology has growing pains. And the growing pains are, especially in any kind of faster movement, you're going to see like red smearing or various color smearing.
Which content did you see that in?
So we were just looking at it's one of David Mackenzie's things, girl swinging in a hammock.
Okay.
And
Oh, is that the one on
it's
Spears
not
and
the
Munsell?
Spears and Munsell, it's another one, does the
Okay.
same thing though.
Okay.
And as she goes across, you can see in her hairline.
The red is
it
trailing.
Yeah,
That
red
was
trail.
like the Crown with the old Hisense, where she's walking up the stairs and the hair is following the red shadow. Okay. And that's on all three, or is one worse than the
No, the Samsung and the LG showed it. LG was the worst. The Sony, very minor.
Okay.
So they did something to improve that.
So that they had their combination of unique driver / software, whatever, but they specifically addressed it. And this was not evident on the prior technology, so you wouldn't see it on the 9 or the SQD maybe, right? Because SQD is just dimming zone.
And then there's weird anomalies that just randomly you'll see rainbow blooming, things like that. It's just like.
Did you guys show the Top Gun one?
We did not here, but we showed it to the reps.
Yeah. Did
So
all
that
the
they're
TVs
looking
have
into
it, or only the Sony?
Only the Sony was on yesterday when we saw that, so we just got to look further.
Yeah,
into it.
I
There's
took a
more to
photo
look
of that
at,
and I showed it with
it's
the
just,
team.
As time goes on,
Those
there's
will be
going to be
fixed.
more occasions where things like that pop up.
And then they have to
Um,
address it generation by generation.
And then you'll see, especially when there's small black bars instead of the big ones, that struggles more with those.
With blooming?
So color blooming and suppressing of the zones that are nearest those black bars.
Okay.
King of TV, registered trademark.
Oh, there we go.
So is TV Shootout, registered trademark.
And this is why I have to be careful. When I say shootout, I gotta call it, Robert, I'm gonna call this a shootout.
That's
He goes,
right.
it's okay, FOMO, go ahead and call it a shootout.
That's right.
And general observations, I know you would only get an OLED, right? And most enthusiasts, if it's the right size. But if you're going, let's say 100 inches, which TV would you get? And let's pretend the Bravia 9 Mark II comes in 100 inches, just to make it simple, right? It all goes up to 100.
Yeah, just because it's not an OLED doesn't mean it doesn't have strengths.
Right.
So like Mad Max, where going into the sandstorm.
I saw
the
that. I
lightning
caught
hits, it's BT 2020, 4000 nits, and the 9 Mark II hit the reference monitor exactly as it should.
It killed it.
And the Samsung had the color, but not the brightness. The LG had the brightness, not the color.
Not the color. And Sony had both.
Yep.
So choose your poison, accept the weaknesses, but then know the strengths. And then if it's weak somewhere else, you got to accept those weaknesses, right? Now, your own personal driver, day to day, for you, cost no object, which TV would you bring home?
The S95H.
95H. And then what about the
And
bezel?
with-
Does
with,
that
it's
affect
a
your
black
decision?
felt tape.
Black felt tape.
There we
Did
go.
you already cover it with a black felt? Yeah, he's already done it. I was talking about the Vanta black paint, right? Okay, well, anything else in terms of, now you don't know what the judging score is going to be, right? Remember, just because we think a TV is going to win, in this case, by the way, all of us have predicted the S95H.
We all do.
whether it's Brian, myself, and mostly because we
The
personally
main thing I've heard
thought it was
consistent from everyone in the room is it is the most consistent.
Yes.
That scene to scene, there's nothing distracting pulling you out. Nothing looks wrong. It is consistent every step of the way.
All right, guys. Now you hear it from the well, he's a judge, so we know where he went. But did the other judges agree with Classy? You know, last year, did you vote the S95F last year? So last year, S95F and Bravia still won, despite the
Didn't the
scores.
S95F get the HDR though last
Yes,
year?
they did.
And then Sony got it just
So
because
let's talk
of the
about SDR.
compression and SDR.
Did Samsung do enough in SDR?
Yes, to me, yeah, we looked at the low quality, highly compressed, Walking Dead, grainy stuff. And the Samsung and the Sony were neck and neck. The LG had some issues.
Well, let's talk about the upscaling of low bitrate content, because this has been Sony's strength for a long time. Has Samsung caught up?
In my opinion, they're right there or slightly ahead.
Slightly ahead or right there. And just saying G6 struggled with low bitrate content. Not low resolution. We're not talking upscale. I think they're all okay.
I think it's just because of the over-processing. They're overstepping, and it's causing
And what is the
problems.
artifact with over-processing? Like, what are you...
It's just creating more artifacts. Over-sharpening, over-drawing it out, making it more apparent.
Okay, and LG, you can fix that, because that's all, you got the processor power. Just get in there and fine-tune that upscaling, hopefully. Okay, then as soon as the surprise announcement, we'll move over there. Now, any parting shots you want to share as far as what we haven't talked about? But
Motion.
Motion, oh yeah.
So
Let's go
obviously,
motion.
we don't look at interpolation because that is completely subjective. So basically, motion is a pass-fail. Does 24p and 60p pass without the issues?
Now, what are the settings? It's just at...
Just off.
Off. So all of them are off.
Yep.
And we do know that Sony leaves it on, even though it's off, right? Like, there's slight...
So basically, is 24p handled the way that it should? Is 60p handled the way that it should? Pass, fail. They all pass.
Okay, they all passed.
Yeah.
Okay, they all passed. And let's see, what else? What else haven't we talked about you want to mention? In terms of the shootout, anything?
There were obviously some technical issues. There's, at this point, 11 total displays going through that distribution. So it's been
It's being pushed.
And the Magnetar was not playing nice. So delays, things like that just happen.
No, I have to say,
the K-Scape and the Apple TV worked, so that's what we
Given-
relied on, and we put a Panasonic player back in, and that worked.
given all the technical difficulties, from one of the reference monitors just overheating and just all these, the fact that you guys finished in record time, I'm impressed. Good job. The logistical improvements that you and
It was a
Dewayne-
lot of on-the-fly decisions.
Yes. All correct decisions, by the way, because I'm actually going to go to dinner before 6 o'clock. It feels like the scoring being simplified. We're going to get the score in the next 10 minutes, I hope. And we'll be out of here in 30 minutes. So I think that's the biggest improvement. And, hopefully the improvements continue. Now, Bob, Iceman, I see you. You were here both years.
Correct.
How do you feel the whole logistics and the execution this year compared to last year, just overall, as a shootout?
It's similar to what Classy said. The on the fly, there was a focus on. It was a priority on time. We made a lot, like you said, a lot of changes on the fly. I think. I mean, like, I can't stress that enough. That's what allowed us to get there. We didn't get stuck on one particular thing.
That was
they're announcing something.
Oh, they're announcing?
Like
Okay.
it
All
sounds
right,
like
all right. Let me switch over real quick, get the audio over there. Let them know, give me 20 seconds, and we'll switch over.
Yeah, when you're like a kid in the candy store, they want to join the future. No, it was
Pretty lopsided.
Yeah, it's not. I think it was more.
We are back on. False alarm. They have not started announcement, but we will keep an eye out on
A
that.
lot of people were outside that just sounded echoey, and that made it sound like it's too hot.
I have to say, I love this new format because I finally get to share the scenes.
Yes.
So what I did was, whatever scenes you guys have, if I can catch the scene, I put it up one round, and you can always rewind. So I don't have to keep it running. But I gave them a taste of what you guys are seeing once I adjusted the focus, the exposure. The hardest part was actually the early patterns that were the gradient down to 0. That was almost impossible to catch because at that ISO and that exposure, all the colors shifted because it's now a camera sensor limitation, right? Yes. I'm at ISO, 2600, colors all off. So, we'll have to fix that with a better camera.
Did you happen to talk about the issues last night?
No. Go ahead. Go ahead, Glossy.
This is the first time we had 4 BVMs here, so we found out that that's enough to trip a 20 amp breaker.
Oh yeah, we tripped the circuit breaker. If you guys caught my M wave, we ran the Bravia 9 through it, and it just every time you hit alpha, circuit broke. Here we had six TVs, 4 reference monitors on the same breaker, and it just boom.
Yep.
And then the air conditioning went off.
The air.
We took out the entire block.
Yeah. No air conditioning for more than half the day, so that sucks.
Well, so did the air conditioning die halfway through today?
Well, it wasn't on when we got here.
Uh-huh.
They were supposed to be here at 7:30. I don't think they got here until what, like 9:30 or something.
Right.
And
Until they got it started.
Going,
Uh-huh.
And then around noon, I think it stopped.
Okay, so we started off in the jungles of Cambodia, and then we're able to get to maybe Kauai, Hawaii, a little breeze, and then it happened again, and now we're deeper in the jungles of Laos, and so...
Yeah, Dwayne had a Kit Kat, and if it melted, he was calling it, because that's his thermostat.
So did the Kit Kat melt?
It fully melted.
Where was it? In his hand? Or
No,
what?
just sitting on a desk.
Sitting on the... So the Kit... I love the Kit Kat melting test. So you heard it here, folks. If it's hot enough to melt a Kit Kat, you know you got the shootout.
Yesterday there was an accident, and one of his meters was knocked over and
Oh,
cracked his laptop, and he lost that.
So did he have a secondary laptop?
Yeah, he has 2 sets,
Okay.
but he had information on there he needed, and yeah, so it's
Had to
just
redo
been
everything this morning.
Delays and issues. And
So we started late today for that reason, right?
The shootout curse.
We didn't start until close to 11, and yet we're still finishing on time. It feels like the scoring's almost done. Now, talk about the scoring. How do we clean it up without affecting
No decimal
accuracy?
points.
No decimal
most
points.
Categories we got rid of the out of the box stuff, just in time.
All right, yeah, we don't have a bright room thing right now. There's no bright room. So we'll do our own bright room right now.
I mean, yeah, you guys can do bright room out of the box whenever. So.
Actually, you know what? Let me ask Brian. Can you get Brian to do the bright room right now?
I mean, technically, this is your out of the box right here, right?
Yeah, this is out of the box OLED. Everyone wants to see the out of the box mini LED. So we'll do our own out of the box. So go ahead, hey, Classy, say whatever you want. I'll be right back. I'm going to readjust the camera to focus on the mini LEDs.
Let's see. Well, looking at out of the box, again, G6 is really pushing those highlights over brightening. And you can measure it at 10% and it'd be fine, but when the APL changes is where it's over brightening, which is pretty much how it was at launch. So one of the firmware updates basically just reverted it back to what it was before. And I think that was with the brightness increase, which put the brightness back to where it was at launch. So yeah, just more reason why I want to wait for a finalized product before I do any more coverage on it. Whereas the S95H, there's been no change since launch. It's been consistent, no problems. 8 Mark II is in a pretty good spot now that its posterization got improved. The dimming got cut in half. So, I mean, there's still some dimming, so something to keep in mind. But, yeah, the change in pixel structure for me on the G6 just really hurt it. It's not even like you have to be far off angle. You can be a seat or two and you'll see the cone move, and I just don't like that. Now, most people won't, but if you are a deep enthusiast who looks at this stuff, then yeah, you'll see that. Cooling off.
I know, but I just came back to do it.
Is the chat on here?
It's on there at the bottom. Yes.
Yeah, MLA G4 to me was the last best WRGB. The viewing angles made that much of a difference for me. Don't need the brightness.
Because there's no bright room scoring. We're done.
Make the TVs awesome. Sounds like we're doing something. So FOMO's coming back, I think. All right, I'm gonna go see what's going on.
I think they should be able to see us out there. Let's see.
Brian's gonna put on some.
Okay.
Put whatever that's Brian's given that will excite people.
Okay, you coming back. All right.
All right, so let's get you guys into the other room so you can see some bright room action here. There we are. Let's take my mug, put it up here. So let's label everything. This is LG G6 right here. So you have a reference. This is the Bravia 9
That's
Mark
the
II.
Bravia. Yes.
Right.
No, 8.
Yeah, right here, right?
8, yeah,
There
8
we
Mark
go.
II.
Oops. Let's see. Bright room. Fun mode. Because really, what are you going to do?
Right.
All right. And then there. M, RGB right there. R95H right here. Right? There we go. Brian's changing the settings, so we're in a bright room, and in a bright room, you don't want to be referenced. Yes, there's a reference monitor on the bottom, and then right after this, we're going to have the announcement, or during this, we'll have the announcement. In the meantime, you can enjoy how these TVs look. Brian's going to try to match them, so they're all in their bright room mode. This is not being scored. You guys are just getting a relative sense of how they look like in Brian's favorite modes. The scoring has already been done. There's no time for bright room scoring, so that one will just be up to us. Brian, myself, and Iceman Bob. Bob and the Iceman.
That's right.
I want to call you Iceman Bob.
I accept all names. I
So,
accept them all.
because bright room is not reference. All we can do is, hey, this is what looks good in bright room, right? I should do what I can. But in a reference environment, no calibrator is going to let you do a bright room
Oh, no.
reference. It just doesn't exist. So Brian's doing what he can to show you the magic that's out there. And, oh, look, I have my
It's
own
got
frame.
2 of...
Yeah. There you go. Let me put myself in this frame here. There you go. And the G6 doesn't appear to be as bright.
I don't think he... I know he
did the
adjusted
G6.
2 of them.
Yeah, the G6 is not. Let me move
He's
the
probably got
camera.
to find the remotes.
Yeah, he does. Because I don't want the OLED. Can you give me a Samsung?
Is it this one? Or, yeah.
Here you go.
Just bear with us, guys. We're getting everything set up. We're getting everything set up, so just bear with us, all right? The announcements are about to be made in terms of who won the TV shootout. So we're just trying to get this out of the box test, bright room test done, and get that set up, and then the announcement should be made. Give us 1 second, and then we'll get you all going. Let me see if I can go let Brian know about potential copyright issues. Hold on.
Okay, so while the scores are being tallied, I wanted you guys to enjoy the RGB TVs. So I'll put it down here. There's no G6. We are watching content that the reviewers and calibrators wanted to double check something on the OLED side. So this is specific for the OLED side. I'm just letting you see what it looks like on the RGB side, but that's why it's not like RGB friendly content in terms of, wow, what happened to the impact? This is on the OLED side doing the OLED thing, but at least you get to see what RGB does in a brighter room. So the room is lit now. It's no longer reference. It's full on, I don't want to say super bright, but as you can see, there's some brightness in that room. And this is how it's going to look. Brian's still tuning it. Let me get my exposure right. All right. Okay. All right, I have all the TVs set up, and at some point you guys will get some fun content. As soon as Brian gets control of the DJ, or he gets to be DJ to run the content for you guys, you'll get to see. So this is test content still, and it is in bright room mode. So
here's the challenge. The challenge is the movie selection is just terrible.
but it looks like the RGB is killing it right here.
Yeah, but they don't look. They all look milky.
They don't look milky.
Well, I mean, it's like having like.
It's difficult. It's
just
challenging for RGB.
Yeah, they just don't look.
Brian, you're Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it's like movies like that that are just. They're never going to show off what the TVs can do. They're always going to be tough.
Okay, let's. We've got some super chats to catch up on.
We'll slide over. I'll jump in.
Yeah, come on in. Come in, man. All right. Okay, so predictions, and the winner is G6. We're going to have that announced in the next 10 minutes, so let's get to all your super chats first.
Come on, bro.
Mr. FOMO, thank you. Gino Pinzon. Mr. FOMO, will TCL make OLED TV soon, and will we finally get the big screen OLEDs from Sony after the merger? The answer is no. So TCL is making OLEDs, but they're starting off with small inkjet printed. We're talking monitor size. They're not super bright. Perfect for creators, not great for TVs. So TCL is not moving it to TVs in the next 2 years. Maybe in 3 years, but not right now. And will we finally get big screen OLEDs from Sony? No, because the only big screen OLED maker still is LG. And at 97 inches, it's still going to cost over $20,000. Sony doesn't think you're going to buy it. So they're not going to sell the LG G2, essentially, at 97 inch for 20 grand. They'd rather sell you for 15 grand or 32 grand, the 115 inch Bravia 9R2. Oh, gee. Oh, another super chat. Actually, Gino Pinzon. Thank you again. If TCL ever does OLED, it will not be as bright as LG and Samsung OLED panels. Correct. Because the inkjet OLED, they are working on can't get us right. Correct, Dice Cup. Thank you for that. And that's what I've been telling people. Inkjet printed OLEDs, it was originally developed by Japan OLED, and that group did it for, we're talking high-end technologies like X-ray machines, small panel displays where accuracy and precision is very important. Monitors, right? Maybe a tablet. It was never designed for TVs. TVs demand too much brightness. Direct view RGB cannot do that right now. Even I have direct view inkjet printed OLEDs, by the way, from Japan OLED and from CSOT once they took it over. And it's bright enough for me, but it's not designed to be specular highlight 4000 nits. Whoa, look at that R95H. Look at that. I feel like it's a brighter TV. It's killing it right there.
How they looking out there?
They're still looking at that
what are they watching? I don't even know.
I don't know.
They put the movies on.
Yeah, let me take that
I
off.
think that's
so we can-
Revenant.
Revenant? Oh, better take that
yeah,
off
yeah.
then. Okay, so they're watching Revenant. We're gonna move. We're gonna put some Jennifer Gala shortly. Okay, Sino I Tramp. Thank you for the super chat. We
What's
love
up,
your
my
name.
friend?
Thank you for your time today. You're welcome. Appreciate the entertainment.
Move this camera so I get in here, baby.
You know, is it entertaining, Brian, if I didn't take off my shirt? I appreciate the entertainment. Looking forward to buying the 98-inch Bravia 7 Mark II. You are going to love it. From Robert in November. Yes, Black Friday is the time to buy it. Treat yourself to a bathroom break and don't forget to hydrate. My last hydration moment was when I was given a nitro cold brew with protein cold foam at like 1 p.m., 1:30. And I need to hydrate like, can you give me
bottle of water?
Oh, yeah, bottle of water. Thank you, Tony. I just written you. Hey,
It's like, as a matter of fact, I don't feel so good.
I'm feeling nausea. It's like, what? So thank you for the reminder, Cinema Tramp. Thank you for the super chat to keep me alive. That's and we appreciate you guys. Seriously, we do. Thank you for hanging on with us all this time. Yes, we're in the final moments of the scoring. We'll be out there shortly. A dice cut, RIP to RGB backlight LED, short-lived. Well, where else are we going to go, Brian? They've invested all their money, except, well, hey, TCL has it both covered.
This is not the new 8K. It's going to be around forever.
It's not the new 8K, it's the new 16K. And I hope they don't come back in 2027. I guarantee you, just like Matt's screen, they're doubling down, all of them. The only question, though, is TCL going to bring RGB TV in 2027 and replace the X11L? Or are they going to double down on SQD? I hope they continue with SQD.
I think they're going to. From what I understand, TCL is going to keep their own lineup, continue, and Bravia Inc. is a separate entity. But TCL, Sony's not going to have their own, but TCL will. So they're going to continue with SQD.
Agreed. I think so. Yeah. And we're caught up on the super chats. How's the scoring go? Can you check how many more minutes?
Nothing yet.
Tell me what the progress is in terms of, are they 80% there, whatnot. And Tech with KG is having a live gaming comparison. What TV is Night of Cypher? What TV is KG comparing live? They have RGB LED under RM9L. So this is a funny story. So Brian and I were brought into TCL's launch event where they went over the entire lineup. And in their introduction to the X11L, they spent 15 minutes telling us how terrible RGB LED is.
And here's ours.
And then they said, oh, by the way, we have it too if you really want that technology.
Yeah.
What you really want is the SQD X11L. I'm like, wait a minute.
And honestly,
you spent 15 minutes telling us how terrible it is.
And honestly, the RM95L looked good. I mean, I didn't see where it looked terrible, but like it was just funny how they were like, look.
Well, the slides were listing all that's wrong with it.
Yeah, here's ours.
And I'm like, it doesn't look that bad. But you see where TCL is in with all
They're
this.
done. They're just
They're
cleaning
done.
everything up.
They're cleaning everything up, right? For the internet.
Yes.
All right. Making it legible. No, so here's a good comment. Because we talked about this in the prior live stream. I really wish the X11L was there.
Me too.
For LCDs. We all do. But remember, TCL declined to participate, and Robert respected their wishes. It wasn't that we didn't want them there. We wanted them there. We told them, hey, guys, we're doing
best TVs in the world.
We're doing this. We'd love to have you there. Like, you know what? It's not designed for reference. We're good. Maybe in the future, but we don't think it's designed for what you guys are doing.
I think had it been a non-calibrated mini LED mono.
Wait, you mean the way we do it?
Yeah. But I think it would have done well. And to them, I think once you start calibrating, and I believe this, you calibrate mini LEDs, you take away their powers. In my opinion, OLEDs you don't. They look great anyway, but mini LEDs just don't.
Well, it's bright room. You can calibrate to get the colors right.
Milky. I just don't like the way they look. And now I don't like the way they look right now. Even I try to put them in a different preset, they still look dull as hell. I'm like, how?
TCL and Hisense declined to participate in the shootout. I don't even know if Hisense was asked.
Hisense is always asked. They asked them years ago. And
So let's talk about the Hisense story. So 4 years ago, Hisense introduced the dual cell.
Yeah.
And it was
so excited.
And it was so expensive because it was dual cell.
Because the reference monitors do suck.
And it was destroyed.
It was terrible.
And it was not cheap. And that was it. That was the last time they were like, Now they did have showcase TVs like the UX. That was at a shootout 3 years ago, but not to compete, just to showcase.
And there isn't a 75-inch size of those TVs anyway, so they couldn't compete if they wanted to.
Yeah. And, well, Dice Cut's got another super chat. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, we have a couple super chats to get caught up. All right, here we go. Robert Conrad, thank you for hanging out. Too bad the pros there hate the G6. No. John Reformato is a pro. He is a judge. He has the G6. He loves the G6. And I bet you he may have voted for the G6. And not all the pros are.
So I will say
anti-G6.
what I have heard some grumblings about the G6 is screen uniformity today. I heard a couple comments about that and overshoot.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's which one works best in the environment that it's in. I mean, for me, I'm really pulling for the S95H.
I am too. I think they earned it.
It's the best all-around TV.
Yeah, as a classy, he was here and couldn't stop praising it.
Yeah,
right?
it's great. I mean,
Out of the S95F, Bravia 8 Mark II, and G6, I enjoy watching the G6 the best. So if you guys don't know, Robert Conrad has all of them, and he's gone through the pains with us sharing.
The G6 is a little bipolar, if you don't mind me.
It is, but it's a fun bipolar, and And as I've told you guys, it's my hammer. It is the TV that I would enjoy in the studio more than any other TV. To me, it looks amazing. I agree. There's no wrong answer here. Definitely subjective and
I mean,
preference.
I think, guys, if we could really take you through the shootout where you could see what they're looking at, I promise you a lot of you would be like, yeah, I don't feel like doing that. You wouldn't want to look at them that way.
No.
And I think a lot of you would raise your hands and say, wait a second, I don't watch TV in that pattern.
Yeah.
I think a lot of you would say, can we get past this and show this movie? Stop showing Timothy Chalamet. Show me the movies that I watch.
Stop. Was it?
So I think that a lot of you would.
Stop showing me Timothy.
Yeah, no more crappy Timothy Chalamet movies. Show me something that's got some
What are we
color.
calling that poor man out there? Come on, that's funny. Okay, Gino Pinzon, thank you again for another great super chat. I want LG to win this time. I want them to at least come in second place. I mean, winning
Second
might
place
be
doesn't
much.
matter at all in the shootout. I hate to bring it
Okay,
up. Nobody remembers
How about
second
this?
place.
I want them to win HDR Impact again. HDR Impact
what?
is for the FOMO.
Yeah, but no one is gonna. They don't put stickers on TV saying HDR Impact Champion of 2020.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put HDR
You need that
champion.
goal. It's like the World Cup tomorrow. No one. It's like
Third
going on
place.
right now. Nobody
Third
cares.
place. No one cares about third place.
You want?
Go ahead and miss out.
No one's watching about the World Cup right now. They want to know about tomorrow's World Cup.
I have
the
a feeling that one of the Sonys will definitely win. That's actually a fun prediction.
If they both win, I'm going out the back door.
What is your prediction, Mr. FOMO? I'm predicting the Bravia 9
It's
Mark
going to be a riot outside.
I'm going to predict the Bravia 9 Mark II completely dominates LCD,
easy.
by a mile.
Okay.
OLED, S95H by half a point. That close. Over the Bravia 8.
So
and the G6 closer than ever.
So I'm going to predict, but I'm going to leave the car running, and I'll put it out back in the alley. I'm going to go Bravia 9 Mark II, and then Sony Bravia 9 Mark II.
8 Mark II.
8 Mark II. No, yeah.
So
both-
you're
I think
saying Sony?
I think both Sonys.
Sweep.
I heard a
Sony
little
sweep.
I think they're both.
Okay,
gonna win.
so-
if they do, I think we can.
Wait,
go ahead and
are you
cancel
saying
my
there's
subscription.
some funny business happening?
Don't you dare!
Hijinks.
Oh
just
my
heard
god! Last year, like this shenanigans. We're doing a
Yeah,
recap.
remember that?
Oh my god!
No, I just heard people
think
commenting.
Okay, so
the way I would say it is, it's like having a track that a car was built for.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying that it's in cahoots. It's just saying that if it's built to be a car that corners this way, not too fast, runs this way, it just would be that for me.
Okay, so you're predicting a Sony sweep.
Yeah.
I'm predicting Sony Mini LED. Samsung wins by a
I'm
nose.
predicting that. What I would want right now would be the S95H OLED and the Bravia 9 Mark II.
Fair
That's
enough.
what I would want.
And then,
That's not what I think.
Tony's been listening to the scoring, and people are grumbling. It's going to be a sweep, and then the riots, and then Brian's going to have to take off in the alley.
Dude, last year we got in the hatches.
There was a riot.
Last year to count too.
Dice
That's
cut.
right.
Thank you for the super chat.
You spent
TCL
like
don't even
$100
like
today.
RGB. Not promoting it. You're right. And they're not sending me one. Not sending Brian one.
They said they would if I asked for it. I don't know.
Are you going to ask?
I got too many, man. I can't.
No. He's got too many.
There's like 30 TVs there now. Like,
But he's got the QM7L.
yeah, I do.
And the way they, for their X-Limit L and ICY RGB OLED TVs, just don't have that special sauce. They have a different special sauce. I have to say, the Bravia 9 Mark II has something
You
special.
giving me a gift?
No, I do have the cable-rated cable, though. I don't know. It's one of the first 100 created.
Nice.
Caleb Dennison.
HDMI cable.
So every time I buy one of these, I'm paying for his daughter's college education.
It's got electrocuted.
Or his,
You can't buy this one.
Or his divorce
settlement. Yeah.
A Caleb-rated
Some
cables.
Caleb-rated.
Right?
Can we see those?
Yeah.
Build quality, design.
Build quality.
These are nice. Ooh, these are sexy.
I think the RGB LED has a special sauce. Now, you, my friend, are a professional, a media member.
Yes.
Are you a judge today or just an observer?
I'm a judge today.
Okay, come on in. Let's hear another judge. He doesn't mind coming on because he has an amazing YouTube channel.
King Robert is about to.
Wait.
No, I need to film it.
Oh, he's gonna, okay, all right. Let's switch out there. One second. And it's okay. Just don't unplug the one outside.
You almost just lost the whole TV, though. I'm glad you didn't break the TV. You're good.
All right.
Today. I'm not trying to take out the competition.
I know we're not the
You're taking out the competition.
Yeah, you on my level, baby.
All right, wait. Tell Robert to stop talking.
And I'll be posting them. So you can pick the one that has the best color fidelity or the one that has the best contrast ratio. So you can pick the one that's right for your need and application. So, and here's Dewayne Davis, one of the great, incredible people that manage most of this. You're gonna do it or you want me to?
I'll do it.
Very good, go right ahead.
First and foremost, I am only. I don't need any more death threats. I was not a judge. I calibrated all these TVs equally to the best of their capability.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and I'm not saying this to these guys, I'm saying it to the people on the other side of the camera. Okay, so let's start off with just simply saying the SDR stuff or the HDR stuff. Which one do you want to do first, Robert?
Well, let's do SDR first.
All right. So what we're going to do is just read off each category. And first, and technically speaking, for the second and third, you might as well just be last. Because just like in, what was that movie? Talladega Nights?
Yeah.
If you're not first, you're last. All right. So, on the OLED camp over here, for shadow detail, number one is the 65.
You want to get the car running, baby?
S95H. Second place.
SDR.
This is SDR.
Samsung, right?
Yeah.
Samsung.
We know what that
And
is.
that's standard dynamic range. So
Yes,
1080p.
Samsung 1080p.
Right.
Shadow detail. It had a score of 4.8.
Wow.
Runner up, Sony Bravia 8. Mark number 2, 4.7.
Wow. That much difference.
LG OLED 65 G6, 3.
Oh.
Linearity. Number 1, Samsung.
Wow.
65 S95H. Second place, Sony 65 Bravia 8 Mark II.
Very good.
Third place, LG 65 G6.
But by a tiny difference, right?
No. So
You walked straight into that one.
yeah. So score wise, Samsung 4.7, Sony 4.5, LG 2.8.
Oh boy.
Low luminance saturation. Winner. See, I'm switching it up as I'm going along, guys. Winner. Samsung S95H 4.7. Sony came in second with a 4.5. LG third with a 2.2.
Oh boy.
Skin tones. Samsung 4.7, which is the winner.
Yes.
Sony second place 4.5. LG last 3.3. Clarity and gain is the next category. Samsung again, first place. 4.5. Sony second place, 4.3. LG third place, 3.2. And for a sweep, motion handling, Samsung and Sony came in at equal first place with a score of 4.7, but a sweep on the first place category goes to Samsung this year for SDR. On the OLED side, LG came in last with a 4.1. On the fun side of the house, with the wonderful food that you guys had to digest.
You're being sarcastic, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
About the RGB TVs.
Yes, the RGB LED TVs.
75 inch.
Yes, 75 inch. All right, so the first place in shadow detail goes to Sony. 75 inch Bravia 9 Mark II with a score of 4.
Very good.
Second place, Samsung R95H, score 3.2. Runner up and dead last, LG 75. Blah blah blah. Linearity, Sony top honors with a score of 4. Samsung second place with a score of 2.3.
Wow.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. No, this is wrong. My apologies. LG came in second place with a score of 3.3. Samsung came in last in this category with a 2.3. All right. For low luminance saturation, top dog was the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II. Second place was the Samsung R95H, and last place was the LG MRGB. Yeah, MRGB 95,
yes.
whatever they want to call it. Okay. Again, when you're last, it doesn't really matter.
Shots fired.
Hey.
It was bad, bro.
Skin tones. Top dog again, Sony.
Very good.
Bravia 9 Mark II with a score of 3.8. Samsung came in, LG came in second place with a score of 3. Samsung came in last in this category with a score of 2.2. For clarity and grain, top dog was the Sony again, score of 4.2. Second place was the Samsung at score of 4. And LG came in third place with a score of 3. It's getting hot in here. My Kit Kat is completely melted right now. It is on fire.
You're making it hot in here.
No. Clarity and grain category. 4.2 goes to the Sony with that score. And first place. Second place is the Samsung with a score of 4. Third place, LG with a score of 3. And finally, for motion handling, Sony came in with a score of 4. Second place was to the Samsung with a score of 2.7. And LG came in last place with a score of 2.5. So, on the SDR side of the house, if we were to merge all the displays up here together, the overall top dog for SDR, those honors go to the Samsung S95H with a score of 4.6. Second place would be the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II. Third place would be the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II. Fourth place, LG G6. And fifth place would go to the Samsung R95H. Last place, LG MRGB, blah, 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 with a score of 2.8 on that one. So, what this tells me for SDR, the best technology out there is still the reigning champ of QD-OLED. Thank you, Samsung Display. All right, HDR. Let me get my glasses for this one because my eyes are watering. I'm not seeing this right here. Let me make sure I'm reading this right here. Hold on.
I got powerful reading glasses.
No. Oh, that is right. Okay. All right. So, for the category of shadow detail, top dog honors goes to the Samsung 65S95H with a score of 4.5 on the OLED side.
Beautiful.
Second place goes to the LG G6 with a score of 3.7. Third place goes to the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II with a score of 3.2. HDR tone mapping and luminance. Top place goes to the, am I reading that right? Yeah, I am reading that right. Samsung again. S95H. Second place is the LG with a score of 4.3, and third place is the Bravia 8 Mark II with a score of 3.8.
Really?
Yep, that's really what it is, Robert.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I had to get my glasses and make sure this was right.
Well, you're not wearing them.
I had to re-verify this. Thank you. Let me put them on just to re-verify.
Thank you.
All right. Third category here, which is going to be under the color bracket, and this is dealing with low luminance saturation. Top dog honors again goes to the Samsung S95H with a score of 4.5. Second place, LG G6 with a score of 3.7. Third place, Sony Bravia 8 Mark II with a score of 3. The wide color gamut high luminance category, top honors goes to the Samsung S95H again with a score of 4.8. Second place goes to the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II, score of 4.2. Third place goes to LG with a score of 3.8. Posterization and quantization under processing, top honors goes to the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II with a score of 4.8. Second place is the Samsung S95H with a score of 4.3. And third place is the LG G6 with a score of 2.8. Motion handling is a three-way tie of 5 with all three OLEDs tying, because this was either a pass or fail, and all OLEDs passed that with flying colors.
Beautiful.
So on the OLED side, the honors for this year's HDR categories king is going to be the Samsung S95H.
Beautiful.
For the RGB LEDs, same categories, shadow detail, Sony Bravia 9 Mark II, top dog, 3.5 as a score. Second place, Samsung R95H, score of 3.2. LG MRGB is coming in at 1.7. HDR tone mapping, 3.8 score, and the winner is the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II. Second place honors goes to Samsung R95H, and last place LG MRG. They should have left the MR out of that, and they probably would have scored better. Low luminance saturation is going to be Sony Bravia 9 Mark II with a score of 3.3. Close second is Samsung's R95H with a score of 3.2. And LG once again is coming in third place with a 1.7 score. High luminance and wide color gamut color, top honors goes to the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II. Second place is the Samsung R95H with a score of 2.8. The Sony had a score of 4.3, by the way. And a close third place in this category was the LG, which had a score of 2.7. Posterization, quantization errors. Sony won that again, score of 3.8. Runner-up was the MRGB LG display with a score of 2.8, and a closely behind at third place would be the Samsung R95H. Finally, the motion handling, the winner by hair is going to be the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II with a perfect score of 5. Samsung and LG tied at second place with a score of 4.8. So, the best HDR TV for OLED is the Samsung S.
Not OLED. RGB LED. Right?
I just did RGB.
No, you said OLED. Oh, you're going with the LEDs first. I'm
Yes.
sorry. My
Yeah.
bad.
See, you're messing me up here.
yeah. It's a dramatic pause.
Yeah.
My bad.
So, best OLED for HDR honors goes to the Samsung S95H. The best HDR TV for micro RGB is the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II.
Very nice.
And if we merge all of these together, top honors, and at this point, officially the true king of TVs overall in all scores, SDR and HDR, is the Samsung S95H with a high score of 4.7 with the averages. Second place would be the Bravia 9 Mark II, score of 4.0. Third place is the LG G6, score of 3.9. The Sony Bravia 8 Mark II, score of 3.5, is coming in at fourth place. Yeah, fourth place. Fifth place is going to the Samsung R95H, micro RGB LED, blah, blah, blah. And coming in like the slow tortoise. With a score of 2.7 is the LG MRGB 95 BUA. So, overall winner, Samsung. King of OLED, Samsung. King of LCD, Sony. So can we have our winner come up? Please. Let's start with Samsung since you were the overall winner. Please, I'm honored to give you guys this. Either one, don't be shy. Come on up.
And we're making you a new one. This is just for the event.
Okay. Yes, it's not. You know, we got to put King of Everything on here for this one. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
there you go. All right.
Get a little closer, maybe, so we can get.
Yeah, right.
Listen. The swamp said it's sweated. We're not doing this, okay?
Hey.
Congratulations, Sam.
All right. This is you guys.
We're gonna get you a new award.
Okay. That's your temp one for now.
That's temporary.
Sony, who wants to do the honors?
Sony.
All right. Come on up.
Yeah.
How about these guys? Where do they end up?
Oh no, they're going more with me. They're not included. You can have that one back, but I'll take the other ones. Congratulations.
Yes.
All right.
That is quite a great mini LED TV.
So I want to once again thank everyone for coming out, and special thanks to the Zones for putting this festivity together once again for this year. I would also like to give my gratitude to our panel of judges.
Yes.
You survived the swamp sweat, the heat in here. We were in Houston, Texas, so if you ever visit Houston in the summertime, this is how it feels. Okay?
All right. You guys heard it here first. That wraps it up. Let me get to all your super chats real quick. I know you have comments. Let me jump in and pop my face back into the stream. But congratulations to Samsung. They win. King of TVs, and you guys saw the scoring. They dominated. First place in almost everything. And of course, Sony dominated RGB TVs as expected. So a very, very good job. I am very proud of Samsung. And we've been saying this. This is our favorite TV of 2026. It may not be the brightest. It may not have the best this or the other, but across the board, it is an excellent TV. Bezel notwithstanding. All right, guys, let's check out your super chat. Let's get caught up here. But yes, Samsung wins. That's so awesome. Okay, so let's see what your questions are real quick. Oh, Brian, you have comments.
Yep.
Slide over. Bring you in.
Slide over.
Soon, let me bring in the video there real quick. Let me set it up in here in the meantime. And all right, I want to hear your thoughts, Brian, real quick as I redo my camera work in here. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay.
I'm gonna move the other camera over here.
What's up, guys? What do you think about the winners being announced? It looked like on the OLED side, it was a clean sweep for the Samsung S95H, 5th generation QD-OLED. The Bravia 8 Mark II came in second place in a lot of areas. The G6 was in second place in some areas, but it really looked like for me that it was Samsung S95H, Bravia 8 Mark II, and the G6, if you're going to go in order. We can go through the scores with one of the judges after, but the important thing I think is that Samsung won, and they pretty much, I think, other than in one category where everything was a tie. I think it was motion.
Yeah, motion.
Motion, I think all three of the OLEDs were a tie, but otherwise, I think Samsung had the first time any of the OLEDs off the check won every category versus like didn't come in second. It was number one in SDR, number one. So I hope this helps put to rest this is fixed. Sony owns it. Sony's team is here. And the Bravia 9 Mark II definitely deserved to win the micro RGB, mini LED section. But it was a clean sweep for Samsung. To me, they won. I think they won basically the overall. So we have a new champion. This is a big deal simply because Samsung has never won this competition other than back in the plasma days. So I can't see your comments. I want to get to the end of the super comments. So
they put on the portable AC.
I can't see what you. Why do you get rid of the super chat so I can actually see what people are saying? Hold on, I got it.
You guys still up?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, guys. I'm in the chat now, so I can see you guys. What do you guys think about the results?
Perfect. Just down here on the floor, school? Yeah. All right.
I mean, Nightmare in Any Street, I think, in fairness to the Bravia 8 Mark II, it was last year's TV, if we're honest. So maybe not as surprising. Where I'm pretty surprised, I mean, look, yes, the posterization. I guess what, Sony won the posterization?
You know what?
They won one.
Wait,
so, I
second.
mean, it's a pretty clean sweep, guys. I mean, come on. No, they were all calibrated. They were in the box. They've been calibrated. They're in their most accurate presets. But as far as I'm concerned, that is pretty much a clean sweep for Samsung.
Absolutely.
And nearly every category, other than I think one. They tied in one, all three. Maybe it was motion, and then these guys are saying posterization. Stop yapping about Dolby Vision. No, you're not talking to me.
yeah. We are not Dolby Vision people.
But I think this is a huge moment for Samsung. This is the first time they've ever won. The S95H had come in second place many times for it to win and be in first place the way it was. Unless you're telling me something different now. Are you coming to tell me there's been a change?
No.
Why are you so handsome now, bro? She's so handsome now. Classy, handsome. Got dimples and
I
shit.
know. He's got dimples. He's just added that. Went to Korea.
This is a
got dimples.
huge deal. This is a huge deal for our industry. It's a big deal for Samsung. And I'm very happy for them.
I am. And let's get to some super chats because we got a lot of reactions to this win. Let's see.
Now, do you want Sony to come in? Do you want some Samsung to come in? Do you want
No. I don't want them gloating.
No, that's a mini.
All right, let's get through the super chats real quick. Hey, Dice Cut. If T-Cell ever as bright as LG, Samsung OLED panels. Okay, Inkjet, we did that one. And up next is Cinema Trap. Thank you for the super chat, Cinema Trap. Let's bring you down here.
Well, real quick before you
Yes.
address your comment.
Yes.
For those of you that love QD-OLED, Samsung won with QD-OLED.
It did.
You should be very happy because maybe this means QD-OLED continues. This is a very important competition for them. Maybe they don't move onto WOLED with a tandem panel, FOMO. Maybe that's an angle.
Well, maybe that was it. If they didn't win, they would have moved on.
So, I mean, I think that's great for everyone. Sony can always say, hey, look, this wasn't even our newest TV. You know, it's the returning champion. So the fact that it came in last makes sense versus a brand new G6 with a new processor. But it struggled in some areas, quite a few areas actually. And the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II was the clear winner on the RGB mini LED side. You out of here, brother?
As many of you have said, the latest technology is what you want to see. Sony tried to roll with it again, and it bit them. It really bit them.
Yeah, it's like the champ just showing up again. I mean, look, it worked with the A95L. There was no reason to think that it wouldn't work in a competition like this. It probably could have still won, but, you know, credit for Samsung. The best part, I think, for many of you in regards to Samsung is the processing question that many of you have. We've known that Samsung has caught up. Come on, camera's not even on over there. So the question is, you know, that is good for them too, that they finally caught up in that regard.
Yep.
Are you sitting?
There we go. Well, can you hit us super chat real quick? I think that's a good one right there.
It's a pleasure. Any questions or we'll talk, catch up? Yeah. Proud of you, man. Let's do it.
Yeah. Easy.
Let's go off angle. You win it.
Stuff on that?
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Momo.
A couple weeks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, team.
Oh, yeah. I still have to set up the date, but you gonna come?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I told you, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Let me know.
Awesome, brother.
Thank you, Team Sony.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My man. Yeah, I know, you're right.
All right.
Yeah, anyway. Take care.
Pleasure meeting you.
Nice you too.
Okay, so that super chat is worthwhile.
Okay, super chat. Cinema Tramp, thank you for your time today. Appreciate the entertainment. Looking forward to buying the 98 Bravia 7 Mark II from Robert in November. Treat yourself to a bathroom break and don't forget to hydrate. We appreciate you so much. Make sure you tell them that you saw us here. There'll be extra goodies and maybe roll with those goodies with a sound system that can connect to it, my friend, and I think you'll be very, very happy. All right. I don't know what super chats are next. Are they in order?
Yeah, we're after that. I'll be right back. I can get this out of the way. So I can...
But what do you guys think about the result? Let me know what your thoughts are. And unfortunately, the TVs, we couldn't show you what was happening out there, but I think it shows you, one, that the shootouts have been legit this entire time. Sony winning all those years was legit. They won the RGB mini LED side, but I don't want to hear about the fixes in crap really anymore.
Well, I mean, and we've always shared our thoughts. This time it's in alignment with the judges. So there you have it. Nice cut. RIP RGB backlight, short-lived. Let's hope it doesn't come back in 2027. Yeah,
you won that. You guys won that.
We know, but you know what? It's coming back. It's coming back. Oh, actually, here we go.
Told the crew I said hi. Come on, undefeated, baby.
Instant buy. I'm getting okay.
You want to jump in, talk some smack?
Cross my fingers for the 83-inch QD-OLED in 2027.
I'll see you. Take care, bro.
There's been rumors that there's an 83-inch. We don't know if it will actually be on sale, but there's rumors.
Rumors of what?
About the 83-inch QD-OLED, and maybe this will convince them.
Hey,
instant buy. Maybe the Sony will
Undone.
release.
I mean, this is what you should have been rooting for. Maybe that's the case. They get the W. I mean, I'll be trying to pine for that.
And here we go. Super Google E says TCL just acquired Sony TV department. Yes, they in a merger JV. They are majority owners in this new JV called Bravia Inc. And it would be embarrassing to both companies if SQD beats True RGB or vice versa, unless they could come out on top as joint champions. It's going to be an interesting year next year.
It'll be an interesting year. I highly doubt the powers that be are worried about that. when they're trying to move around billion-dollar companies. Like,
Yeah.
what if we tie? I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I think the X11L would have fared better than any other
It would have been
RGB
interesting
this year.
But again, TCL didn't think they had the cojones to do it.
And I don't think it would have been. Look, they don't look great out there now, calibrated the way they are.
And the Sony knows what reference looks like. TCL does not.
No.
TCL knows what entertainment looks like.
And
There's a
TCL
difference.
fans don't care what reference looks like.
No, they don't.
You want 11? You want 11,000 nits? I got you. You want 100? Not your.
Yeah, I know.
You want onion rings? You know where to go. But I don't. You know.
And so here's, and this is my opinion. Dustcut says, I don't know what the score says. The LG G6 is still way better than the Bravia 8 Mark II, and that's it. It's okay. I would choose the G6 over the Bravia 8 Mark II. You saw my side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to, we have to do this hand-holding every year. If your TV didn't win, I mean, there's everything. There's you're okay. It's not even plugged in anymore. Just
don't worry about it.
Just take a TV with you on the way out. Put it in your car. The affirmation of you got the winner, you don't have the winner, man. All three of these TVs are elite. Even if your TV scored lowest, there's panel variants. They're not always exactly the same.
And and you're watching in cinema mode. And none of these TVs were in their cinema mode.
These were all in. We're not making excuses. One, it's amazing for Samsung to be in this mode and win.
Yes.
Right? That's what they've always been penalized for, that they never could win this type of thing. They did.
They did.
But if you have any of the other two TVs, you should be very happy. This should make you dissuade from either buying one or the other. What we've always said with the winner of the shootout is take those parameters, and if they align with what you want, that's your TV. If you want the brightest, most vivid, punchy TV, maybe you go with the one that won HDR, or you choose it that way. That doesn't change anything. But this should, I mean, it's really a big feather in their cap for processing. I think this is a huge win for processing for Samsung, which they've been on that door for the last freaking 4 years.
Yep.
And you guys never wanted to say it. Nah, the Samsung of old is gone. The processing is pretty.
They've been there for the last 2 years. It's just they couldn't flex.
I mean, they were always within a half a point, so they won.
They won last year in HDR. It was SDR. This year
they swept an SDR this year.
That they did it. They
Incredible.
studied SDR. So they won HDR last year.
Well,
but no one cares.
And what's great about them winning an SDR this year is you're winning it in a competition where the extra brightness of the 5th gen panel doesn't help it.
Yep.
So the things you think would help it against the Bravia 8 weren't really a factor.
Correct.
I mean, it's hot as hell back here.
Thank you, Night of Sight, for the super chat. I chose the right year to get the 77-inch Sammy S95H. You did. You chose the winning year.
You spent $2 for that kind of information?
Affirmed.
Damn, for that money, you've been like, yo, for $20.
Dice Cut, thank you for hanging around. Samsung is using the new Penta Tandem. That's why it won, and that was the secret weapon. Maybe.
It could be.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be
they won. They did
the,
whatever it took.
Of course, brother. Yeah.
Oh, wait, let's do a selfie real quick.
You want to get a little closer?
Yeah, that's... Wait a second. There we go. Thank you.
All right,
bro. Thank
Did
you
you
so
predict the Sammy would win?
I had a hunch.
Had a hunch. From what you saw, not from what you were hearing from the judges.
From what I had a hunch.
Yeah.
I had a hunch with other people saying outside the judges.
Yep.
And I was judging the...
It was such a clear winner.
Oh, you were on the RGB side.
Yeah, that was
that was a little easier.
very interesting.
You don't even have to clock in for this one. Thank you, brother.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
man. All right,
Yep.
Ryan P95 still around. Thank you for.
Oh, we couldn't find Black Adam. I'm sorry.
No, we'll have it. Now I have enough to get the Dolby Vision version. It looks like I made the right choice. I have an 83-inch S95H and a 77-inch S95H. Oh, he's doubling down.
Yeah, and Ryan,
you definitely won, Ryan.
Ryan, think also with the 83-inch, even though it's a tandem OLED, it's the processor that I think wins this battle.
You know what I love? No one cared about the matte screen. Remember, last year was all about the matte screen. This year, we're
it's
over
a
it.
non-issue.
It's amazing. Yeah. And, Ryan, congrats. I didn't realize you got 2 of them.
Yeah, damn, bro. You flexing like that?
LG better take notes from
What's up,
Samsung and do their own version of the Panta. Here we got a fan here, young fan, up and coming.
Jumping in.
So you want to talk about TV you like?
Who do you think won?
This is Ice. This is
Who do you
Ice.
think? Who do you think?
Iceman's
Who do you think
son.
won? What's your name?
Micah.
Micah, say hi to our. We have 400.
This is Iceman and Bob's son.
Yeah.
Which TV did you like, Micah?
I like the Samsung.
Oh, Micah,
the audience
you
has
start a channel,
spoken.
baby.
There you go. Now,
That's what I've been trying to start.
Now, how old are you?
Okay.
I'm 9.
So a 9-year-old likes the Samsung. You know, doesn't care about the numbers. Don't care about. Why
What
do you
like
the
about
Samsung? Yeah. What do you like?
The graphics.
All right.
Gamer? Are you a gamer?
Yes, I play games on my tablet every day.
Wait, let me guess. Roblox?
Oh! Watch that camera, big dog.
Oh, of course, of course. All right, you got caught.
Micah,
Yeah, don't spend all your parents' money on Roblox. Man.
Ask permission before you hit that cash
all
register
that
thing.
money you would have spent, put it into your college education. 509 plan, trust me, you'll get yourself a nice Porsche by the end of it all.
Not a Porsche.
Not a Porsche. What are you? Ford? Mustang?
He's trying to get that channel going.
Tesla?
Baby.
Ferrari?
No, I hate Teslas.
Oh, okay.
all
So
right.
what's the brand of choice for you?
I would choose like
A BMX?
BMW.
BMW, all right.
That's
All right. I
realistic.
got one. I love that car. All right. Super chat, dice cut. Thank you so much, and thank you, Micah, for
thank
joining
you.
the
Appreciate
stream.
you for picking the winner.
LG better take notes from Samsung and do their own version of Penta Tandem next year. It don't got to be QD-OLED, but Penta Tandem is something. You know what?
Perhaps
you could tear it apart. Get yourself an S95H, add a bezel.
Yeah, bezel.
Maybe that's what it
Maybe
was.
the secret sauce.
The secret sauce is the bezel.
Secret sauce.
Nothing changes next year, but they add a bezel.
Now it's what's funny. Now it's all about the chip. It's like as much as you can't give Samsung the love for the processing. You know what it is? It's that little chip from.
It's the bezel.
It has to do anything
I swear,
you can
it's
to
the
just give
bezel.
them the credit for what they've done. I mean,
All right,
unreal.
so let's bring the G6 fan.
Jesus, like,
I want to bring in the G6 fan, John Riformato. How does he feel after this utter loss?
Are you going to take it outside and throw it in the bin?
No, it looks good.
Okay, so John, come on, sit here,
I'll
John.
sit on my lap, John.
No, sit here.
I was saying what?
No, sit next to.
Talk to me, baby. Tell me how you feel.
What did you see?
Oh.
I can't tell you what I saw.
Now, John Riformato, you guys know John Riformato,
Can't tell
master calibrator. He has his black belt in Tang Soo Do.
That's right.
All right, tell me what you saw from now. Let's just say quickly that when it comes to anything, there's panel variants, there's different TVs. What you saw from your let's just say this: what you saw from your G6 at home to this G6, similar or?
My G6 looks different.
Okay, that's fair. So, John has the 83-inch. The reason why I say this is that this is different content.
Yep.
Obviously, you calibrated your G6.
Yep.
And you know,
That was basically it. That's about, I can summarize it. You know, I spent a lot of time calibrating my G6, and the 83-inch is a 65. I'm not really sure. I haven't talked to Dwayne to see what the differences are. But I don't know. I think the Samsung did a really good job this year. I mean, they definitely did. I think the LG caught up after all these years. I think the G6 is way better than a lot of the previous LGs that they had. You know, so that's all I really could say. I mean, all I could say is, I mean, without going into details, is my G6 looked a little different than this one.
Yep. Better?
And and for whatever reason, I don't know why.
Which means you guys at home, your G6 probably looks better too. So
Yeah.
go hug it.
Yeah.
Don't throw it in the bin.
No.
All right.
You know, because you get panel differences, calibration differences. Anything could have been going on. But
Do you want to, Tony? You want to grab Dwayne for me? See
yeah,
if he
get
wants to come in
Dwayne.
and
I
say
don't know
hi.
if he's still there. See that?
Dwayne, you want to come say a few words?
As the organizer.
Yep.
John Reeve Marno. What's that? Oh, go ask him, yeah.
I want to shout out my people. I've been here running
Sit
all
down,
day.
sit down.
Come say hello. This is my boy Tony. Tony's part of our communities. We're going to have, hop out for Dewayne Davis.
Dwayne, right here, brother. Shout out to my boy Vic and everybody.
Oh, dude, we'll get you back in.
All right, Vic, give him a raise.
Hello.
So real quick,
Yes.
FOMO, let's put the chat back in so I can see it before Dwayne starts, because I got like your air flight details and everything on it.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
The chat. Here we are.
So they have questions.
Okay.
Okay, so Dwayne is here. You can ask Dwayne any question you want. Let's take
Yes,
off this.
Dwayne, before we get into that,
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here.
Yeah,
So we
you're
get
all
into that.
multitasking today, buddy.
You know, before we get into questions, criticisms, critiques, I just want to give Dewayne a shout out and a thanks for keeping this going. Dwayne's been doing this for a very long time, and I don't think it happens without you, honestly. But how much you've put into it over the years and even solo. And thank you for letting us be part of it. But so much of what you've done, your passion, your hard work, your brilliance goes into this. So from all of us here, thank you for still doing this.
Thank you.
I think you thanked
Appreciate
everybody. Dwayne's he knows his stuff. He's brilliant. He thanked everybody up there but himself. So
Right.
I didn't let him.
He was here for days.
But
No one knows
I didn't let him get away with it. He tried to walk off. Oh, he's lucky I wasn't up there. But I mean, honestly, I appreciate you and thank you so much for keeping this going.
You're welcome.
Anything you want to say to them before we get into any questions? Like what you experienced? Talk to me.
Well, first and foremost, for me, I'm the greatest critic of myself. You know, if anyone's a critic, it's me of myself. And for me, this was probably the most complicated shootout ever.
Okay.
Based on just logistics. Again, as you guys heard, but I know you couldn't experience this, it's hot as hell in here. Just to say the least.
The Kit Kat test failed.
It failed. So
you have to drink it when you leave.
Basically, I'm gonna have to drink some
Yeah.
chocolate. But it's I don't know. I wanted to do more basically than what was done, but I was limited because
What more? So, personally, I felt this was the best yet.
No,
Both in
okay.
terms of timing,
Yes.
how you did it, the instructions, giving me access the way we
Yes.
did.
Yep.
What would you have done more though? Because I thought it was really good.
But did you
Despite
did you feel the RGBs made it too complicated to have the two different camps, the judges splitting up? What were your thoughts? That made it.
I know
Logistically, you did it all yourself, maybe.
No. Well, no.
There are a lot of
no. Yeah. No. I produced. I directed.
Yeah.
I was the editor. You know.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I was the dolly guy. I was everything.
Content selection.
Correct. I did the majority of the stuff here.
Yep.
But that's beyond the point. I don't have any issues with that. I will
Okay.
do that at any second, without hesitation. No, my thing is when it comes to the LCDs, and I know I'll get burned and flame for this, but I just don't think LCDs have what it takes to be in this competition. And that's a technological thing. So for me, simply the dimming zone count, thousands is not going to cut it. We need bare minimum for it to be a contender to anything on the, emissive display technology side
To
of the
go
house.
over both of them.
1 million or more, preferably 2 million zones, just like the
dual cell.
Yeah.
So until that happens, again, if you like LCDs, this is not for you. I'm just speaking of this
this is a
event only.
competition,
Yeah,
of
this
course.
competition. I think for me, they were set up to fail.
I've always felt that they didn't having
Correct.
them.
And I don't want to intentionally set up any product lineup to fail.
No, I think we've always felt that this wasn't the battle for them.
Correct.
You wanted to include them because they are the future, But is that what made it complicated for you as far as testing them or calibrating them, or just extra things to do?
It's not even extra. Actually, they're the easiest display technologies to calibrate. In all honesty, it's just more so for me. What you see in measurements does not translate into what you see in contents because of the local dimming algorithms that each manufacturer uses.
Okay.
And to this date, it's really not a methodology in place to accurately calibrate it where you can objectively predict basically how your calibration is going to play out with the local dimming algorithm.
Oh, so that was arduous, that part of it.
Yes. So from the measurements that I took, they look fine. Let's just be honest. But when I went and turned on the local dimming algorithm, it fell apart. when we put on certain patterns, specifically the dynamic low stuff, which is just pure
Yeah, I saw
plain
some stuff
Jane
that
red,
didn't
green,
even
and
show
blue.
up. Yeah,
It collapsed.
yeah.
You know, each LCD collapsed in one way or the other, and that's because of local dimming and the few thousand zones. Even the TCL X11L, which I absolutely love as an LCD, would fail that test. 100% it will fail that test.
Okay.
And that test is critical and crucial because that shows you in real HDR content, contrary to what people understand, is what you're going to see in shadows.
Okay.
So, and when it comes to HDR, the majority of the content itself, brightness-wise, is below 150 nits.
Yeah, we understand. We know that.
And we've said that many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Cart before the horse.
Yeah. So, in that zone, that's where the local dimming algorithm has not changed in probably 2 decades.
Yeah, probably. but for you, what made that challenging and made the competition challenging for that reason? It's just you weren't happy with the calibration setting in.
Because I don't like to set any manufacturer up for failure, and I know that's a failing point of that actual technology. I feel bad for having to present what I have to present for.
Well, you certainly.
So
you certainly
that's just
did the old American Idol. You're like, after this word from our sponsor.
Yeah.
So pass from all that, though. I mean, look, that's on them
Yes.
to figure out, as you've always said, if they lose a certain way. Your hope, even for the competition, is to have them push forward and do better.
Right.
I think for me personally, with the S95H winning, that's a beautiful hope that QD-OLED continues.
Correct.
So I hope that's all they needed to say. Let's go. I think if they lost again, QD-OLED's dead.
Yeah.
So
So for
on
me,
that side of it, how did you feel?
exactly. So for me, it's just even with you would be. It's unbelievable how much amount of work I put into that LG, but it just proves to show no matter what amount of effort that you put into the G6 OLED, whatever amount of work you put into that WRGB OLED, it is still inferior to QD-OLED. And it's because of the white subpixel. The white subpixel itself does different things depending on color and luminance. So you can measure it and it can be perfect in graphing for this, and this. But for other things, because of how it operates, it collapses. It's almost like it's not as dramatic as the local dimming algorithm on LCDs, but that white subpixel just dilutes everything to the point where you can't control it.
So you feel that locking in the calibration and then having them respond back. But how did WOLED compete so well in the past? It was when they weren't as aggressive, they weren't as advanced.
There was no QD-OLED.
There was no QD-OLED.
Yeah, so on its own, it did fine against LCDs, basically.
Well, it's as I look at it, let's just say.
How many years ago back, by the way? Tell them, because it's been doing this
for.
Just
How
for,
have we done?
No, in this competition. You were doing.
Oh, wow.
I remember you announcing these back in the day when it was on VHS, babe. I had to put some tracking on.
Real quick correction. Cassie has a correction.
Oh, no.
The scoring correction.
Yes, I know about it. So it's correct and validated, right?
So basically, what had happened, it doesn't affect any overall
Correct.
results. It's just Samsung got a unanimous clean sweep of every category with the S95H.
Right.
The processing number that was written down was accidentally written down as 4.8 for Sony when it was a 1.8.
1.8.
Oh, okay.
1.8.
So the LG actually,
so
so the LG actually came in second place on the processor.
Specifically for posterization.
Posterization.
So LG corrected it, and Sony got worse.
So real quick for you guys that said that Sony or that Samsung didn't have a clean sweep. They had a clean sweep. They did tie in something. They tied in motion.
They tied in motion. It was pass fail.
So every category, it was pass fail. So every category, for those of you that threw it in my face that they won in posterization, Samsung had a clean sweep.
And Sony came in last.
And SDR and HDR.
So this is why at the beginning we decided we're going to put on a little demonstration and course to teach the judges.
Yeah, no, I thought that.
Each year we've been trying to show posterization and it hasn't been being.
Yeah, and I think the chat was a little confused if these judges didn't know. It's not that they needed to be judged and how to judge something as far as their knowledge. It was more of
what to look for.
And they were very clear, I don't know if we had it playing, that just because I'm showing you this on this TV means this TV has it.
Right.
Right. You were kind of going through that, so I thought that was important.
Yeah.
So I mean, talk a little bit about. I mean, Samsung has been nipping at the heels in regards to processing the last few years.
They have.
I mean, huge for them to get this win in SDR. What are your thoughts on the S95H?
I mean, the S95H, again, I own both. I actually have a 65 S95H at home. I purchased that. I have a 65 G6 at home. I purchased that. I also have a 83-inch G6.
Why are you bragging from everybody?
No. I'm not bragging.
I'm saying we all have them. I got you.
The only bias.
Everyone there's like, yo, send me one. The next person that asks 20 question gets one of his TVs in the mail.
I mean, see them. Right. I want the chat and everyone to understand that I don't really have any bias here for something, but at home, I'm doing all OLEDs. And for me,
so do we,
for me, depending on where it is in my home, it's either going to be QD or it's going to be WRGB. For me, I would love to see a QD-OLED panel.
83-inch, baby.
83-inch panel
OLED. Years.
With the calibration capabilities of an LG G6.
Oh, because the lookup system.
There you go.
Gotcha, okay.
That would be the ultimate.
Gotcha, okay.
Ultimate TV for me, and I will pay top dollar for that.
LG, you listening? You guys get it together.
So,
or Samsung, you listening? Get it together.
Exactly. You know, if you got when I speak to both of those manufacturers, listen, your top competitor is going to be all of the Chinese market. It's time for you guys to come together,
get some size,
and just hammer it out.
I mean, I recommend.
Give me my product.
So I recommended to LG to also please bring back the 88-inch size.
Yes.
Forget about 8K. Just bring back the 88-inch size, 4K, all but same panel.
Same panel.
97 if you want to leave alone, but I think they would destroy everything if they just got. And then sell that to Samsung, and then you'll have your OLED resurgence. But without that, it's dead in the water. It's got nowhere to go.
Yes. Because of the size.
Because of the size. I mean, we were talking off camera. Wendy said the most popular size sold has been 85. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's where you can't go. But were you surprised at all from the results, from what you've seen in the TVs or the judges' results?
Well, I kind of understand how things went and played. Okay. But at anything, I would have thought that perhaps the color between the Samsung and the LG would have tied.
Okay.
And that's about it. But I'm okay with everything because for me, again, QD-OLED technology is superior to WRGB no matter what. And it's because it's pure RGB.
But obviously you said they came close in terms of QD-OLED color. Are you impressed with where LG has come, though, in color versus the G4 a number of years ago?
I'm not knocking this whatsoever.
No, I'm just asking your thoughts on it.
Talk about the LG G6 real quick.
Yes.
Tassi wanted to clear. A lot of people in chat are saying, see, the Bravia 9 Mark II beat the G6. We've reiterated.
You mean the Bravia 8 Mark II?
No, the Bravia 9 Mark II.
No, it did not.
No, it did not.
No, it did
not.
not.
It did not
So
because
it went,
the score, they keep looking at score to score.
No, but it went.
The RGBs are scored separately within themselves. So a 4.6 on the RGB doesn't beat a 4.3 on the OLED side. So can you clarify?
So give us the order of how they won. We went S95H won.
Right. You talking about for all six?
Overall together.
And LEDs are scored against themselves.
Correct.
But we did have a 6 at the end.
Numbers cannot be cross.
Right. The numbers. Reference. I asked for that just for
a true champion.
True champion sake, but you can't mix the actual numbers because one of the categories on the LCD side, because of what was going on with the local
technology,
dimming,
it is,
it wasn't a pass-fail scenario type thing. Okay. So they had the score of 1 through 5. So that right there broke the entire thing.
Okay, so the overall one champion is the S95H.
Overall.
That's our King of TVs.
And the Bravia 9 Mark II, even if it scored high on a similar criteria as the G6,
it doesn't correlate.
Is it better than the G6? Because a lot of them, you're like, oh, we got a 4.8 or whatever on this, and the G6 only got this. Clearly, it's better than the G6. You cannot compare it that way.
Look at the overall score, and that's all that matters. Because there's no weighting on any category. We didn't do any weights.
Okay.
So it's just whatever the overall score is, that's what it is. That's all that matters.
So
if they want to dissect the individual categories, that's on them. They
oh,
can-
and they most definitely will. So
Yeah.
what was the order now? We had S95H1.
Yep.
Who was number 2?
For the OLEDs,
Altogether.
The LG was number 2. The LG was number 2.
So G6 came in second.
Again, because there's two different teams, and so this team wasn't looking at OLEDs and this team wasn't looking at LCDs, you can't really blend them.
But we did though.
No, we're talking about just
at the very end how you put that in order.
Yeah,
Realistically,
again,
you can't.
right. Realistically, because of that category thing, you can't. However,
No
we
one in this room would have taken.
correct. That's just, and I guess that is the clarification we need to make. It was just to say, okay, with all 6 panels here, just looking at their scores,
okay,
and putting in that order, not really being correct and saying, okay, well, the micro RGBs were scored differently in this category, which breaks trying to compare it to the OLEDs.
Yeah,
that's
the
all.
Overall best, say King of TVs, the
It's
Samsung.
still, regardless,
period.
Even with that technicality difference, the
Okay.
Samsung S95H is still top dog.
What about the
So look, this is the confusion right now. Right here it says, I thought they said the B9 came in second overall. The B8 did not come in third, even in their correlation. It was like 6th.
Go get the sheet for me.
Yeah, because
Think of it this way: LCD world and OLED world.
that's not the way they're going to look at it. You're on YouTube, bro. I mean, like,
so basically, in a combined world, I mean, it's going to be the 3 OLEDs and then the 3 LCDs in that order.
Yes.
yeah, that's not the way we said it, though. I mean,
Yeah,
so
I know. Yeah,
That's the confusion.
yeah,
I get the confusion. I understand
it's,
that.
yeah, it's not.
So again,
yeah.
for me, that's my mistake because I just wanted to see the numbers combined.
Yeah, but I think that also gives context, and I think it makes sense though. I mean, if you look at the combined scores, but that's why we can never. The funny thing is, the shootouts always had a mixture of plasma and LED and LCD.
Right. Oh, and here's something that they need to understand, and why you can never. This was my fault. This should have never happened. You had a set of OLED judges and a set of LCD judges. They could not mix and match. They could not basically score for OLEDs and vice versa. So there is no way to really honestly combine the two because they're separate. They were separate judges. Yeah. So yes. So no, the Bravia 9 Mark II is not better than a G6. It's not better than a Bravia 8 Mark II. It's not better than an S95H. If you guys want that type of competition, maybe we can do another one more casual.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, really casual, even remote. Because again, I have these TVs, by the way, so we can do it remote and go that way.
In a way that allows the LED to have a chance to win. Because
I mean,
preference. There you go.
I mean,
That's a
all
big
you guys should
preference.
really be worried about. It's so funny. Nobody cared about second place when Sony won.
Right, because if
not
you're not
if
first, you're
Samsung
last.
won, now you want to know who's So
Yeah, if you're
it
not
doesn't
first,
really
last.
matter.
Yeah.
I mean, we can break these scores down and have them for you in another live stream, but give
But
Samsung
right.
the love for
But-
winning. I
but
mean,
because again,
they dominated.
When you look at this, so case in point, this is the score for HDR, right?
Yep.
You see 4.0 here and a 3.9 here.
Yep.
So I guess this is what they were saying as to why that the 9 Mark II.
Oh, because 9 Mark II had a 4 score.
Yeah. But they failed to realize in this category right here, this was judged pass-fail.
And that
for
wasn't.
OLED.
Yeah.
This was
Okay.
judged 1 through 5. That's
So
why we have a 5 and a 4.8.
So even
for
these
this
couple added scores that aren't pass-fail
But that-
would make this higher.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So that's one way, and then over here there was another one that was different in regards to how it was scored on the LCD side. So yeah, you cannot.
Which had to do with local dimming.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
So-
You cannot do that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Dwayne, but again, thank you.
My
For
pleasure.
all your hard work,
My
bro. I
pleasure.
mean, you deserve all the credit in the
Let's
world.
go
Appreciate
into the
you.
super chats.
Yes,
They
and
might
if you
have
have
some
any questions, yes,
They might have some questions for
more than happy
Dwayne.
to answer.
But Dwayne, thank you so much.
No problem.
All right. So I'll have to sit in between you guys if possible. But I can because I'm designed to fit between people. All right, let's do this real quick. Okay, so that's where we're at. Proud owner.
This should be interesting.
All right, thanks for what I do.
Was a reservation made?
I don't know because you asked when did she make one.
No, it's from
I would just say
Samsung.
make it for 7:30.
Okay, here we go. Dice cut. LG better take notes from Samsung. Okay, we did that already.
If not, I
HD.
got
Hopefully Samsung after this one keeps improving and getting 100% behind QD-OLED. Agreed. I was right to wait for the Shootout and buy the 65-inch S95H.
Here comes the affirmation
Yep.
parade. There we
Hey,
go.
you know what? That's why we do the Shootout. Affirmation.
Oh, thank God I
baby.
picked the right one.
Please tell Samsung the bezel is not the reason why
your
they
receipt.
won. Great show, fellas. You know what? They left thinking we're gonna make the bezel bigger.
Oh, let me address that one because
okay.
Dwayne, jump in there.
let me address that one. So, to all my enthusiasts, which by the way I'm also an enthusiast, the S95H design, the aesthetic design, was not ever designed for us.
Nope.
Think of it from a business perspective.
We've been
okay?
saying this since it was announced.
Who cares about an enthusiast if an enthusiast is not funding our business?
They don't buy TVs.
Correct. So
They got plasmas, baby.
look at when you dinner
Dinner, one rare.
around the corner.
No, I'm good. I got it
Okay.
at home. Thank you, though.
All right. So
What time is reservation? I'll go with you. What? Okay, yeah. So give us maybe 20 minutes to wrap up.
okay. So in that sense, so from a business perspective and me being a business owner myself, I'm gonna go where the money is.
Yep.
And being that I deal with many custom installers in the country, I can tell you for Samsung, their top dollar money maker
is the frame.
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, and to keep hope alive with QD-OLED, guess what they decided to do from a business perspective? Let's put a frame on it so that those people who are actually funding our actual business will have something more to buy so that we can continue on building QD-OLED.
Well, and Dwayne, too, I mean, the fact that a TV it's designed that way, even with that screen, won this shootout is a massive win.
Yes.
So if those of you that are worried about the contrast ratio, you're worried about that they've gotten so good at that, I think it's pretty negligible. I don't care about the frame, but that frame basically said it's not for you.
Right.
Do you think they should have did it one with and one without? So
They can't make money that way.
They can't make money that way. I mean, it's the business move. I totally understand it, and honestly, I agree with it.
It's gonna confuse people.
They have to put food on their table. You know. So, and that in mind, the only thing that I think they dropped the ball on, I should say, and I think they need to do better is they were supposed to have accessory bezels available.
Yes.
That should have been done day one.
First,
Especially some type of matte bezel to go around it, and that would have probably appeased more.
Make
of
it
the,
black.
Right.
Or make it
Right.
colors,
Black.
or like you said.
Right, exactly.
Now, what do you
So-
think, Dwayne, for yourself? What do you think about having a now unibody, no one connect? Do you like that? You appreciate that yourself, or does it matter to you? Because I thought that was always an aesthetic people wanted, was the one connect. But as far as
it depends on where you're putting it. So, like case in point, in my home, I can see a place where I think the S95H is going to reside going forward, where the one connect box, the wired one, didn't work, and it's in my living room, and because my living room where I keep my equipment is about 30 feet away, the one connect box doesn't have a cord that long for it. Number one, so it doesn't work for me. So having the inputs where they are, and I can just run fiber HDMI, it's fine. If I want to, future upgrade and go to a different technology, I don't have to rerun wires because the HDMIs are there. What I do like, but I need to test, is the wireless One Connect.
Get the HDMIs just to have them?
No. Because I need to know. I want to see if you're losing any quality of image, being that it's wireless.
Yeah, that's what we do with the 990F. We were worried about that.
Yeah, so that's all. But the One Connect box does not work for me for for my use case. For others, if you're just putting it on the wall and all of your equipment is right below the thing, sure, it probably works and it's fine. Actually, I would prefer that than running 4 HDMIs up there anyway. But it just depends on your personal use case for me.
Next super chat. Thank you, Arf Bayad 3697. Arf Bayad 3697. I'm looking to buy either a Sony Bravia 7 Mark II or the Sony Bravia 9 Mark II. Is there a big difference between the two? Worth paying extra for the 9 Mark II? So it depends on your content. If you're watching sports and news, no. If you're more critical, the 9 Mark II,
Yes. It's yeah. Answer is yes. So let's just move on. Here we go.
I love that we're all sweating together.
Listen,
I like that Top Gun playing volleyball. You got any
That's
jean shorts?
Wait, what
Hey,
time
Goose!
is it? What time is it?
What was the Will Ferrell movie where he was the basketball?
Oh,
the swamp sweat.
We look like prisoners of war.
Thanks for
We'll hold up a newspaper. Send me super chat. I'm in a hotel somewhere.
Thanks for what you do. I agree. The new Pentatandem panel is something else. Thank you, Night of
These
Cypher.
guys love these freaking.
Yeah, I mean, it does have that new tandem, and I guess it's doing its job. And Sony
The
just
guy that
didn't
built the process is like,
take
Jesus,
advantage
I
of
can't
it.
get no love.
Super Google E, thank you from Hong Kong. Proud owner of the S95H, but my G6, which also arrived yesterday, is no slouch.
I agree.
You gotta send it back, bro.
That's why hey, send it to me. I'm collecting them, please.
Happy
I'll
to
take
have
them.
both.
I have both.
Yes.
Hey.
I'm just kidding.
Happy to have both.
They're
Good
no
job.
no slouch. Those TVs are elite.
Yes.
Congratulations to Samsung. Thank you, Google Lee. June Lean, tell Samsung don't get full of themselves. We still don't like
Yo,
matte
I'm sorry,
screen and
you're
bezel.
out, bro. Take that $5.
We gave you the business case.
Yeah.
I agree, but
You need to go on eBay and find a Glossy because they're gone.
do you think LG is
And they just
capable?
showed it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It just showed it doesn't matter. So you hoping Glossies come back, never gonna happen.
This one's a good one for Dewayne because people think that maybe WOLED has some hope. Do you think LG is capable of producing QD-OLED panel? No, they have to buy it from Samsung Display.
Well,
What are your thoughts?
my thoughts are just simply they need to get rid of the white subpixel.
Yes,
Like,
that is the solution.
If
Not
they just
QD.
do RGB stripe, just like they're now rolling out on the monitor side of the house,
Yeah.
if they roll that out into the TVs, we might be having a different conversation.
Well, and I think we
Yes, agreed.
And Dwayne, we always talk about how LG is very reactive versus proactive. They had MLA in their pocket for years.
Yeah.
They waited until QD-OLED was deep, and they're like, "Oh, here it is." I mean, they definitely have something else cooking. It's all about when are they going to
release it. Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, for me, again, at this point, that's the next natural evolution for LG's OLED.
This super chat
have to get
actually
bigger.
asked Dewayne D Nice that question. Asked D Nice, aka Dewayne Davis, what his deal with this LG. He ain't sound much of a fan of LG.
But yet I'm giving them money.
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm giving them thousands of my dollars.
We all have.
Like, how does that make sense? I literally, no, seriously, right now,
Welcome
in
to
my
YouTube,
home,
where they just took away.
that
They
I
only hear the
purchased.
last thing you said.
I have a 83 G6,
Yes.
a 77 C6H,
Traitor.
a 65. No, let me finish. A
You got no
65 G6 and a 48-inch C6. How in the world do I not like LG if I'm spending so much? Like, I only have one Samsung.
The winner. That's it.
One Samsung. So make it make sense.
You just need that. If you spend, just buy one more. We got you.
I had to stop at the C6H because we love it. But why did you choose it?
Honestly, I chose it because it was the first to come out, and I wanted to see the 26 and test them. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Gotcha. And
Plus,
were you impressed?
Very impressed. Simply because I put so much R&D in trying to figure out LG's processing on the G5 and the C5 series, with all trying to fix posterization, this and that, and then finally understanding that they locked that behind a brick wall that no one has access to. I wanted to see what they did with this new processing in the 12-bit pipeline.
Yep.
And they significantly improved some things, but at the same time, they did nothing to fix other things.
Gotcha.
And you can't have everything. There's a limited engineering team. They just need to do it. It's a process, right? They'll get it right.
They'll get it right eventually, but I mean, I think their biggest leap at this point would be abandoning the white subpixel.
All right. And real quick, do you have to leave yet? Are you?
No, the reservation's going to be for 7:30.
Reservation for 7:30? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
We'll wrap up in the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
Congrats, Sony. Thank you, Mr. Upscale Man. So I'm assuming congrats, Sony, for the Bravia 9 Mark II. If only you made a 98-inch. I agree. You would already have my money. You guys deserve a 3-day drunk, so go enjoy. This guy, I think, is going to do that.
No. I have some clients to calibrate tomorrow. That I can't.
Is that what that calibration didn't hold?
This is a warm-up.
Dwayne came in some sunglasses, like,
I can't roll up to their home kind of tipsy.
sunglasses.
Right. Yeah.
That's good for my house.
Yeah. I'm doing video walls tomorrow, so
No, it's not.
yeah. The
All
real
right.
micro RGBs I'm doing tomorrow.
And Dice Cut wants his flowers. Thank you for the super chat. See what I tell y'all? I told y'all the same thing. D Nice is saying LCD don't meet the shootout anymore. And he's been saying this for years. This is not the first time. And not just him, Classy, all
I've
the
said this for years. Like,
calibrators.
it's
Yeah.
just.
And this is why we're
but
forcing the issue.
But you have to
Right.
understand. Hold on.
They're not- they're not-
Hold
right.
on. Dice, whatever. You're not Nostradamus. We've all been saying this.
Andrew Clay.
The reason they were actually in the shootout is they are the future, and they're the TVs you guys asked for.
Right. They're
You
the
guys-
future of LCDs.
LCDs.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the fact is, that's what people, the brands are promoting.
Yes.
It's what people asked us more than anything. Are these TVs going to be? Now you're going to tell me you told us they shouldn't
Well,
be there. We all
Yeah,
know
you-
they can't compete.
You guys
with
wanted
OLEDs.
to see
You guys
them
wanted to
in
see
a
them.
shootout with objective data and measurements and objective content, and forget all the marketing fluffs and things like that.
Yep.
Put them in a real objective environment and see how they do. And in all honesty, they collapse.
Yep.
They're MMA fighters in a boxing ring,
Or
vice versa.
As they like to say, wait till Vincent gets a hold of this. You'll
Yeah.
see the truth. Bravia and
Yeah.
Mark II might win, right?
Yeah, Bravia 8 wins.
Question for you, Dwayne.
Yes.
Did D Nice want the LG to win? And what is D Nice's next TV purchase?
Did I want LG to win? I have to think about this one, and I have to think about it from the effort point of view.
Mm-hmm.
From the effort point of view, I wanted it to tie. I am a fan of QD-OLED simply because RGB is always superior to WRGB, no matter what you do, as I said before. But I wanted it to at least tie. Am I disappointed in that? No. But did I want that? Sure. But am I disappointed in the results? Absolutely not.
No, predictable.
No. Next TV I'm going to buy, I'm done buying TVs this year. If I had to buy another TV this year, I would probably get another S95H.
Okay. Larger, same size?
83?
If there was an 83 available.
If there was an 83 QD OLED.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the current.
But I'll probably do a 55 at this point because I have a use case for that in my house.
Bathroom.
Awesome.
I got you.
Bathroom.
No.
You need it in the shower? I got you.
No. I don't need it in the shower or the, what do they call it now? Now the water closet. I don't need that anymore.
For your hydration breaks during the
Yeah.
soccer match.
Exactly.
And Dice Cut wants to say, haha, now Sony lost in processing. It did. Samsung and LG taking Sony out. Yeah, the processing has always been Sony's strength in the past, but they literally didn't do anything new with the Bravia 8 Mark II. And the other two went home, did their homework, and it showed.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
It
LG
showed.
and Samsung, I applaud them because they went home, they did their homework, they listened from their stuff that they did last year, and they came out swinging.
Which don't you think, though, Dwayne, that's, even Classy's here off camera, that really is the best value of what the shootout brings. Is
Yes.
being critiqued this way for
And they're here.
processing. Yeah, but my point is, like, and as Dwayne has always said this, maybe harshly at times, this is a reality check for them to encourage them. He says it every year on camera. Take this data and come back.
Yeah,
And,
I know.
and maybe it doesn't happen without it.
Right. I know. I joked on camera with this and that. That's fun. But in all honesty, there were no losers. This is not a losing type of environment here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a winner and learning experiences.
And they're all great TVs.
So you have the winner.
Sony's processing somehow got worse.
Right. It's just everyone else.
Posterization finally got the attention that we've been trying.
Correct.
And it could have
Right.
been last year too.
Right.
And,
And SDR processing, it was just neck and neck with the Samsung.
Yeah,
so it's
but-
not like it's bad. It was
But the thing is, I think Samsung being criticized for so many years about the green grass, and they've changed that signature in the last 3 years.
And you can still get the green grass if you want.
If you really want it. I mean,
Right.
TC will give it to you, but I mean, the fact is that they've come this far. Same with LG, adding the Alpha 11 Gen 3 processor to the C6H.
Yeah.
And Samsung changing their signature. I mean, got to give them credit for it. It's not about Sony losing; it's about where they've advanced to.
Yep.
Yes.
And that's pretty
And when
amazing.
it comes to signatures, Sony is known for their red. Okay, that if you ever looked at the 9 Mark II
and compared it to certain scenes, which unfortunately because of time and swamp sweat here, we didn't get the opportunity to really deep dive into. But if you ever look at stuff that has high amounts of red and compared it to the BVM or any other manufacturer, and it's not bright red, but it's low luminance red, you're going to see that the Sony's oversaturated. So if we're looking at it in 3 dimensions,
All
what
the
everyone
Sonys,
wants
or just the
is
Bravia
linear,
8
right? Everyone wants it to be linear, top to bottom, up to down, right? What Sony does, if white is over here, right? What Sony's doing as they go from top down, instead of going curving in this way towards white, which is desaturation, they go the opposite direction and they oversaturate as they get dimmer in the actual image. So my ask to them is, give me one mode where you're not doing this.
Well, the funny thing is,
I'll take straight up and down or the natural curve.
if I remember correctly, in the original 895K in SDR, they went the other way. Remember that?
They're right.
Desaturated.
Right, but because of manufacturing tolerances and stuff like that, there was so much negative feedback from them doing that, and they overdid it.
They overcorrected
They overcorrected it. It basically went black instead of just just desaturating and then just stop your desaturation point. It was too heavy handed.
Right.
So the next year with the 895L, they got rid of that and they just went top bottom.
So they got it right.
They got it right.
And then this year, for some reason, they wanted to go a little redder.
Well, yeah, but again, I understand it from a marketing perspective because again, enthusiasts don't pay the light bill. Regular Joe Schmo, going in, who knows the Sony brand as being top premier, going into your big box stores, they like that Sony red.
They do.
So
Accurate or
Sony's
not.
right. So Sony said, you know what, I'm going. Hey,
But
Joe
Samsung
Schmo.
had that lipstick red. Remember the?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. But
Even Joe Silver likes the Sony.
yeah, exactly. Even Joel Silver likes the Sony red,
Yes.
but
It's that warmth.
Right. It's a personal preference, but it's not accurate. But again, I get why they do it because they got to pay their bills.
Yep.
Just like everyone else.
Now, for Florida bright rooms, G6 83 inches, good to go.
Any OLED can easily handle
a bright Florida living room,
or even Malibu, or
Arizona, right?
Yeah. Or Maui, anything. It can handle it with ease. There's not a problem.
Yeah, you don't need the brightness. You actually need more of the anti-reflection. It's the glare that may be the issue. And G6 is fine with that.
I don't watch them.
All right, we're catching up with all of our super jazz. Hey, thank you so much for your generosity, Gino Pinzon. What does
You can go see what it is. I'm sure it'll be all over it.
really think about Sony True RGB for movies? Were you impressed?
This is a can of worms, bro. We had
over OLED for any reason? Is there any reason to choose True RGB over OLED?
I'll take a powder for this one.
Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. I can only think of one reason. You don't like OLED. That's it. If you're one of those individuals,
Or if you need a larger size, right? I mean,
I would rather just save my money, hint, hint, and just wait and just see what comes.
All right.
No. God.
I like my L9Q USD more than the big
The L9Q, that's a short throw, and I have the same ultra short throw Hisense flagship. It's amazing at 120 inches. Now you've blown by anything from RGB.
I'll give you guys a nice little story. So Joel Silver, know him, love him to death. Saw him one day at one of the events. I want to. It might have been CEDIA one year. This was right after the death of plasma.
Okay.
ZT,
And
VT60.
all of that was gone. Right. Only thing that was left on the marketplace was LCDs. So Joel comes up to me and he's like, "So if you ever had, And I was talking to him about the LCD. I was like, they're all complete crap, right?
It was even worse back then than now. Yeah.
So he was like, well, what if you had to buy a TV today? What would you buy? And I said, absolutely nothing. I said, I would find someone to repair at that time my plasmas so that I can continue to use my plasmas because of that simple fact. LCDs, even up to this day right now, and that actual conversation probably happened at this time 15 years ago. So, even up to this date, I would still tell them the same thing simply because LCD in that regard, for what I use it for and what I need it for, it has not progressed further. And that is my issue with LCD right now. Again, this is for me in my use
There you
case.
go.
I would recommend an LCD to someone if they needed it. And for me, I ask the right questions to figure out if they just don't like OLED.
Yeah.
So, because I'm going to always recommend OLED if at all possible, but I can ask the correct question to see if simply you are not an OLED fan, and then I'm definitely going to say, okay, then just get this.
Here's an excellent question because we're getting away from mini LED.
Yes.
NXS is specific, and this was not answered here. 83-inch OLED because there's no QD. S95H or G6?
Well,
I don't know.
But
Because
now
we haven't seen them, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but now also.
You go with the S95?
Yeah, I mean S95
because of processing on the S95.
But the problem,
I will go for the G6 though.
but the problem, but the thing goes back
You
to
know
what,
what I'm saying? But I don't know because I haven't seen them.
but
too
back
yet.
to what we said
Yeah.
before about the 83. It's one specific panel type of one model. Will it continue to be refined? The rest of them are QD-OLED.
Right.
So they're not going to do specific one panel updates where the G6 continues to be refined. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because it'll be the
so
same
Samsung may
across.
just leave that one out in the cold, and that TV is how it is the first month it came out.
Right.
So I don't know if they're going to maintain it the same way. That's
No,
the only thing.
right.
Otherwise, I like the S95F a lot.
Right.
Fair criticism. Yeah.
Not criticism, just I don't
Yeah.
think they're going to maintain it the same way.
XKR2, thank you for the super chat. Please share category scores for each in their GRP. We will have the actual sheets.
We'll put it up.
Yeah.
But if you go back, you could hear the scores because it was all recorded for you guys. Go back and do it. But I'll look at the actual sheets. It'll be put up if it's not already posted on Val Electronics. But I'll put it on my community post tonight. Out of the box winner. We didn't do out of the box.
We didn't do out of the box, and in all honesty, we probably would never do out of the box again, simply because out of the box does not make sense for the objectivity of this actual event.
Right.
Doesn't correlate with
We can make a separate event and again have just a casual viewing session. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Spring.
Right.
Yeah, that's
we
what
can
we
make that more annual and just do that like that. But out of the box does not make sense per the criteria.
Agreed. It's too hard to be
They
objective.
don't mix together.
Yeah.
And thank you for this wonderful super chat celebration image
Thanks,
from Jill Brazer 9302. Thank you. Number one. I feel like number one. All right, we're up to our last super chat. Then we can wrap up, and we can head out to dinner, my friends. See my other super chat? Nice cut. All right, I'm sorry to give a super chat to ask about that. Let me see. Let me go up real quick. Oh, here we go. Yes, I see it now. If Sony is having regrets about their deal with TCL now, too late. Stick with their mini LED. Sony, Samsung, LG now has OLED locked up. So Sony had to do that deal. I think
Yeah,
it was part of
like,
their
what do you guys think?
future.
You guys
it wasn't
think-
like they had a choice.
So you think that this team is driving home and going to call Japan and they're going to change the deal because of this shootout?
No,
that was a business decision to keep the lights on. They had to go on that way.
Right.
So I mean, you guys take this a little too personal. You think like, oh my God, call Japan. The deal is off because of OLEDs. They had to make that decision to survive. Plain and
Again,
simple. So I don't think they're going to regret it.
Think of your household. What are you going if you're about to lose your home? What are you going to do?
Like, no, I'm keeping my jewelry box.
Right.
I mean, the guys that you think about it this granularly as far as a business decision is absurd. I mean, the fact is they needed to do that to survive, and they had to group it. TCL is going to continue their lineup. This is a separate company, but that's not. I mean, you guys really do. This is not. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
I'm sure they're on the way home. They're going to call the CEO and say the deal's off.
Okay, now here's a question that I think I really kind of lost track who came in second place. So did the G6 come in second overall, or did the Bravia Mark 8 Mark II?
No, the Bravia. No, it wasn't.
Because we know first is S95H.
You mean for OLEDs?
It doesn't matter. Like we're talking Bravia 8 Mark II.
If you combine
on the HDR side of the house, the G6 came in second place.
So G6, which is important to me, won or second place.
Yeah. SDR side of the house, it was the Sony that came in second place.
Okay. So if you're okay with the Sony, know that its SDR is strength is SDR. But if it's HDR, really it's the Samsung or the G6 among HDR watchers.
Yep.
And Dwayne, you really don't now put any stock in what we said about which came in first in the combined score anymore. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So it just causes more trouble.
Yep.
So just focus on the actual winner, which is Samsung. They deserve the praise. They swept it.
Yep.
So
all right. So this is a great way to end it. Thank you for the super chat dice cut. Appreciate y'all. Congrats again to Samson. Absolutely.
Thanks for the super chat.
Congratulations. And again, we're going to post the scores so you guys can argue among yourselves who won what and why not. And thank you for hanging out with us for the last, let's say, 7 o'clock. We started at 11.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Time to eat.
8 hours. All right. Again, until next time, my friends.
Take care, guys.